Day 137 of us live streaming in a row, ladies and gentlemen. And yeah, we're going to go through. We're going to answer fantasy football questions. I'm assuming we'll be live for maybe 3-4 hours. But we have our first question coming out from Chase, my man. Thank you so much for always coming out to these live streams and hanging out with us. Saying, hey, Mason, 12-team Happy BR, 2 wide receivers, 2 running backs, and a flex. We have Fields, Eckler, Brian Robinson, Kenneth Gainwell, Roschon, Zach Charbonnet, Amon-Ra, Godwin, Amari, Dotson, Dobbs, and Mark Andrews. Who should we start? Should we hold on to Charbonnet? Should we stash Kareem Hunt? Cup and T. Higgins owner is shopping. Okay, so in general, if we get an opportunity to buy T. Higgins from an owner that is panicking, I think that could be appealing. I would sell Chris Godwin straight up for Higgins if we could get that deal done. Maybe if you wanted to go through and sell Amari for Higgins, if you really wanted Higgins, we can swing that trade. I mean, primarily we will be looking, however, for the Chris Godwin deal in particular. I mean, since it's a league with only one flex, I think you could offer both those wide receivers if you wanted to for Cooper Kupp. Because fundamentally, if we're looking at this team, we can still go through and we can still start Amon-Ra St. Brown and Jahan Dotson for the beginning of the portion of the season. We have some running back depth where we can get by at the flex spot. Probably want to wait one more week, though, and just get another week of production from these guys before we were to go out there and trade for Cooper Kupp, though. But yeah, I think the big thing is we just need to be looking for the Austin Eckler update with the ankle injury and seeing if Eckler will be good to go, my man. But overall, I think it's a great team. If you wanted to stash Kareem Hunt, the guy that we'd be looking to drop is honestly not Zach Charbonnet. Definitely hold on to Zach Charbonnet, my man. I mean, if you were to have an injury to Kenneth Walker, then all of a sudden he does turn out to be a true league-winning running back. But yeah, thank you again for hanging out with us in this live stream pretty much every single day, my man. Hopefully we were able to help you out there. And Besper coming out saying, should I trade Pollard for Travis Etienne? Pollard didn't look as explosive as he was last year. It's a 10-team format. I really do like the idea of buying low on Travis Etienne, but if you were trading Tony Pollard to go get him, you are buying high, my man. If I'm going to go over and look at flockfantasy.com right now to see my updated rankings, I actually have Tony Pollard ranked as a borderline round 1 selection still. I think you actually really like to see what you had with the Dallas Cowboys there, having a great defense where they will be able to run the ball consistently in the second half. Now, our next question coming out from Cody X says, I had a double goose egg with London and Goddard. Still crying. We lost by 3. My man, if we had London and Goddard and we only lost by 3 points, I mean, a pretty solid team. We have Keenan, London, Addison, Myers, Elijah Moore. Should we drop Elijah Moore for Puka? And then healthy Gainwell flex over Jamal. I still probably go Jamal until we see one more week from Gainwell being the starter. And then, yeah, we would drop Elijah Moore for Puka. And it will be better going forward. At least I want to assume it will be better with Dallas Goedert. Like if we're going to go through and look at the underdog pick'em that they have for Goddard this week, they currently have Dallas Goedert at 4 receptions, 42.5 receiving yards, and about 8 fantasy points. So I do think overall that you should expect Dallas Goedert to be much better than he was a week ago. I'm not going to say the same when it comes to Drake London, though. Will, happy to see you, my friend, says, hey, Mason, really appreciate the hard work in the live videos. I have Jalen Hurts at quarterback, and I just lost J.K. Dobbins. Should I go after Kenneth Gainwell? Hell yeah. I mean, going through and making that one consolidated bet on the Philadelphia Eagles offense, I think makes a lot of sense. We will have to continue to monitor the injury that we have with Kenneth Gainwell to see if he is going to be good to go. But I mean, especially if Thursday they go out there and they make Rashad Penny a healthy scratch yet again, I think you can be in a very good spot, my friend. Now, Jay Money says, PBR, who are we going to sit between Elijah Moore, Jahan Dotson, and Jordan Addison? I think the easy sit will be Elijah Moore. I mean, I definitely want to see what this Cleveland Browns offense looks like one more week, especially whenever we have Amari healthy for the entire game. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Maiko says, quarterback, we have Jalen Hurts. Wide receiver, we have Chase Allen Watson. Running back, we have Barkley and Deion Jackson. Hopefully we can get an upgrade at running back. Tight end, we have Kyle Pitts. We have Hollywood in the flex. The bench, we have Breece Hall, Alvin Kamara, Rashad Penny, Quentin Johnson, Burks. Should I drop Penny and Deion for Algier and Puka? Definitely think that we should drop Rashad Penny at minimum for either Tyler Algier and Puka. And yeah, if we could go through, drop Deion Jackson for Puka if you really wanted to upgrade over Hollywood for the flex. Not going to fault you at all with that, my friend. I think also what could potentially be interesting is if you wanted to go through and try to sell high on Breece Hall, Now's going to be the day to do so. Everybody's panicking on Garrett Wilson because everybody understands how bad Zach Wilson will be for this offense. But because Breece Hall looked great last night, because Breece Hall is an elite level talent, looks like not too many people are really concerned about what you're going to have with the running backs here, even though in my mind, you probably still should be worried. So I think making a trade where we say send maybe Breece Hall and Puka or Breece Hall and Hollywood and go get a running back like Travis Etienne, a pair alongside Saquon Barkley, I think that'd make a lot of sense, my friend. But really quick, ladies and gentlemen, we are right now 1 like away from hitting 100 likes on this live stream. Please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on the stream. And of course, Underdog just put out their week 2 pick'ems. If y'all want to go out there and check any of those out, you can find the link in the live chat, find the link in the description, link in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK is going to get you a 100% deposit match up to $200. Plus, if you are new to Underdog, you're going to have an exclusive Jalen Hurts more than less than half a total yard for Thursday night game with promo code FLOCK. And on top of this, ladies and gentlemen, everybody on Underdog is able to go through and enter in to win the $100,000 this weekend. All you need to do is include Tua in one of your pick'em slips. Tua's total yards pick'em, I believe right now it's sitting at 278. I think the sucker, or 277. I think the sucker's play is going to go through and take the more than. I think maybe you get a little unique and take the fewer than. But Carter coming out and says, hey, 12-team full PPR format. We have Anthony Richardson at QB. Running back, we have Alexander Madison, Jahmyr Gibbs, DeAndre Swift, Zach Charbonnet, Bigsby, Cooper Kupp, Waddle, Christian Kirk, Watson, Bateman, Atwell. Do I pick up Gainwell off the waivers or Puka? We're the second off in order. I think you're most likely going to go ahead and get Puka, especially if we have Cooper Kupp here. I think that makes a lot of sense. And I know it's crazy because Tutu Atwell had the same amount of points, had the same yardage as Puka week 1. But if you look at the volume, I'm way more willing to say that Puka is actually for real in comparison to Tutu, where Tutu Atwell is such a small wide receiver, he's never going to see volume. So I think Atwell would be the cut there, my friend. Cal says, 200 fab, 100 on Puka, 60 on Kelly, PPR format. Am I dumb? Most likely. Spend $160 of your fab to spend 80% of your budget week 1 on a 5th round rookie wide receiver in Joshua Kelly. Not a good call, my man. Now, H. Gothier coming out says, would you trade Hopkins and DJ Moore for Brandon Ayuk? If it's a league with only one flex spot, sure, let's go ahead and do it, my man. Let's do it. Alex says, have PPR format, 6 points per passing touchdown. We have Jalen Hurts at QB. Wide receiver, we have Jefferson, Garrett Wilson, Mike Evans, Jerry Jeudy, Christian Kirk. Running back, we have Etienne, Breece, Miles Sanders, Montgomery. We have Ingram and Frymuth at tight ends. We lost JK. I was offered Cousins, Saquon, Higgins for Hurts, Breece, and Evans. Should we accept? Going from Evans to Higgins, upgrade. Going from Breece to Saquon, massive upgrade. Hurts to Kirk Cousins, obviously a clear downgrade. I would be fine doing this with a couple different circumstances that we have at play. One, the fact that it's a 6-point passing touchdown format. You're a little bit more excited about Kirk Cousins in a 6-point passing touchdown league than you would be in a 4-point passing touchdown league. Two, the fact that we do lose J.K. Dobbins. So maybe we are lacking a little bit of depth here, and we're going to go get that elite level RB in Saquon Barkley. So by no means do I want to come out here and say that 100% we are crushing this trade, but it is something you can go out there and do if you really wanted to. Now, Connor coming out says trade away Debo for Alvin Kamara and Terry McLaurin. Wide receivers are Jefferson, Olave, Hopkins, Watson. And then top running backs are Javonte, James Cook, and Khalil Herbert. Yeah, I think we can go ahead and do this if you want. I didn't really like Terry McLaurin coming into the season, but I mean, honestly, you shouldn't be valuing him that much lower than he was previously. Fundamentally, at the end of the day, this is still going to be a wide receiver that is the number 1 option in Washington. They will have to be a little bit more pass happy now that they're not going up against the Arizona Cardinals going forward. So yeah, if you really wanted to make this deal based off our running back room, I think we can. Kyle says, just want to flex my 20% share of Gainwell on Underdog. Let me see what I got, my man. I want to go through and I want to flex my 18% share of Dallas Goedert. Dallas Goedert is probably my most drafted player in this Philadelphia Eagles offense, which right now is not looking good. Not going to lie to you, my man. But let's see what we have for this entire Eagles offense. Eagles. Yeah, Goddard's my most drafted player at 18.3%. I have Swift at 11, A.J. Brown at 9, Hurts at 8.5, Devonta Smith at 8, Penny at 7, and Gainwell at 6. In order of entry fees, we have Dallas Goedert, then A.J. Brown as our top two. Not looking good for us early on, my man. Not going to lie to you, not looking good to us. Colin Kibanaut says, drop David Njoku for Hayden Hurst, Laporta, Musgrave, or Zach Ertz. Hell no, keep David Njoku here, my man. Clargus says, hey, Mason, PBR format, we got offered Jamar Chase for Calvin Ridley, James Cook, Roschon Johnson. We would still have White and Javonte, along with Jefferson and Olave. 14-team format, by the way. If this team will do this, we can keep Roschon. 10-team league, I'm not even going to try to get greedy. 10-team league, I'm going to go pull the trigger. I'm going to get the best player in the deal. In a 14-team format, as a general rule of thumb, I'm not wanting to go out there and send 3 players to get 1 in return. I would at least try to keep 1 of the running backs. I think it would most likely be easiest for us to go through and keep Roschon Johnson out of those guys, though. Now, our next question coming out from Indigo Enigma says 8-team PPR format. 1 quarterback. We have Fields, Tua, Richardson. Who are we going to drop? Oh, dear God. Probably Richardson, even though he looked damn good. Anthony says Lockett, Tutu, Zay, or Gabe Davis for the second flex. We're going to go Lockett, even if I'm not excited about it. I mean, hopefully Geno looks better, though. Now, Cam coming out says Gainwell or Miles Sanders. We're going to go Miles Sanders. Don't want to start Gainwell until we get confirmation. And then Amari or Zay Flowers week 2. We're going to go Amari. I definitely think that it's trending in the direction of Gainwell and Zay, but I want to see it I want to see it one more week. Beast Mode says, how do we start this lineup? 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, and a flex. We have Javonte, CMC, Brees, Devonta Smith, DeAndre Hopkins, Zay Flowers, Zay Jones, JSN. Also, we're going to go Komet or Musgrave. Quarterback is Hurts. We're going to go Komet if Christian Watson plays. We're going to go Musgrave if Christian Watson were to miss. Our 2 running backs will be Christian McCaffrey and, honestly, probably Brees Hall, even if it's terrifying against the Cowboys. Our 2 wide receivers will be Devonta Smith and DeAndre Hopkins. And our flex will be Zay Flowers. Jeremiah says, a full BBR last pick in a 10-team league. Deshaun Watson, Keenan, Diggs, Pittman, Pollard, Stevenson, Madison. Should I trade Pollard for A.J. Brown and Kenneth Walker? Multiple flex spots, hell yes. Multiple flex spots is going to be very easy for us to go out there and make that play. Now, the issue is if it's a 10-team league with only 1 flex, we can't be giving up the best player, especially if you look at how good Tony Pollard and this Dallas Cowboys offense looked week 1. I know we didn't get to see a lot of the offense, but the little that we saw, they looked like they were going to be able to run the ball effectively. Their defense looked so good that, it was hard to imagine that they're going to have to air the ball out in the 4th quarter a ton. And even if they do, Pollard can catch the ball as well. 10-team league, 1 flex, I keep the stud. Multiple flex spots, let's go ahead and let's make this move because I think it's strong value. Now, Mr. Shot coming out says, I told you Jordan Love is a sleeper. Yes, a great call. Love looked great. Love looked great, my man. Jonathan says, hey, Mason, my starters are Fields, Eckler, Stevenson, Diggs, Higgins, Kittle, Ayuk. Who should we try to hold? Who should we try to trade or should we look to hold? We're definitely holding Higgins. We're holding Eckler, hoping the ankle's okay. Really, the only player that I think would be a potential sell here is if we could maybe somehow pivot off Ayuk and go get Calvin Ridley. If we can sell Ayuk in a small piece to get Ridley, if for whatever reason people think that the Ayuk and Ridley breakout weeks, week 1 are the same thing, you definitely still prefer Ridley there. If it's a non-PBR format, I think Ramondre Stevenson's a potential sell. But in a full PBR format, I'm looking to even keep Stevenson here, my friend. Now, Daniel coming out says, a full PBR 1 flex league. We have Justin Fields, Fields, Chubb, Barkley, Waddle, Williams, Goddard, Montgomery at the flex spot. On the bench, we have James Cook, Elijah Moore, Davis, Sky, Pirine, Zay. I have a waiver wire claim on Puka. Any trade suggestions? We definitely could upgrade at wide receiver. I honestly think you're fine at wide receiver, my man. If you really wanted to make a play, the trade is we look to sell David Montgomery. I hate to say this. Montgomery looked great. He's running behind an elite offensive line at the same time. So you have reasons to be excited about David Montgomery overall. But I mean, if we are going to be fair here, if we are looking at David Montgomery, this is a running back that's really not going to have a role as a pass catcher. Like, let me go ahead and pull up the Lions box score. And I know it's a box score. We shouldn't just be box score scouting. But they did take Jahmyr Gibbs in the top 15 picks for a reason. Jahmyr Gibbs is an elite level receiver. And David Montgomery saw 0 targets week 1 while getting all the snaps. So fundamentally, if Montgomery's going to walk away from this game where he got every single look possible, and he is not going to be involved as a pass catcher at all, I still really like Montgomery in a half PPR league. Still really like David Montgomery. I mean, I love Montgomery in a non-PPR format. If you wanted to go out there and trade like Elijah Moore and David Montgomery to get to a wide receiver that you really like, then at that point we can do it. Like if you wanted to go like David Montgomery and Elijah Moore to go get someone like T. Higgins, if the owner of T. Higgins is very worried about what you had week 1, I think that could potentially be intriguing, my friend. Now, R. Gravy says, worried about Fields enough to pick up Jordan Love. If you have a player we can drop on the bench, definitely don't drop Justin Fields for Jordan Love. But yeah, if you own a roster 2 QBs, go for it. NM says, would you trade Kelsey and for Etienne and DK or for Chase and Javonte? Definitely would do the Chase trade first. Or Ramondre Wilson and Ayuk for Kelsey. I think if you were going to trade away Travis Kelsey, which I don't inherently recommend, the best price point here is Jamar Chase and Javonte Williams. If we can get that deal, I'm completely fine with you pulled the trigger. Now, our next question coming out from Steven. Thank you, my friend. And as I pull this up, please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this live stream, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, we have live streamed for 137 days in a row, not stopping until 2024. So also, if you're not subscribed, make sure you go down there and subscribe to the channel. Now, Steven coming out with our next question saying 12-team full PPR format. Quarterback, we have Jalen Hurts. Running back, we have Stevenson, Javonte, Breece Hall, Brian Robinson, Tyler Algier, Elijah Mitchell. Wide receiver, we have Chase, Amari, Addison, Nico Collins, Puka. Tight end, we have Pitts and Laporta. Who to start this week and any trades we can make. At running back, we're going to be starting the combination of Ramondre Stevenson, and it's going to be so damn tough to start Breece Hall. Reason being is he is going up against the Dallas Cowboys. So if you were looking at that matchup inherently, I mean, right now you actually have the Jets with an implied team total of 16 points. So I really am trying to stay away from Breece. Most people will tell you to go Breece here. I actually would probably go Brian Robinson, as crazy as that sounds. So I'd probably go Stevenson, Brian Robinson. Wide receiver, we're going to go Chase and Amari. And then if we really wanted to put Breece in the flex spot, we can do so there. And then I am going to go Pitts over Laporta still at tight ends. And then if we were looking at any trades we can make, I really like Breece Hall. I think that he is an elite level talent. He was one of my most drafted players last season. But fundamentally, if you are going to have Zach Wilson as the quarterback, where Vegas sportsbooks are telling us this will be one of the worst offenses in the NFL, I'm not going to fault you at all if you want to go through and look to move on from Breece. If we could take Breece in a smaller piece like Puka and go get to Travis Etienne, that's going to be a trade that I'm recommending a ton right now. Emily says, Henry for Olave. Oh, no, you definitely want Derrick Henry, unless it's Dynasty. Dynasty, take Olave. Kevin says, just traded Ramondre DeAndre Hopkins for Allen and JSN. Great trade for Josh Allen. I mean, Josh Allen's going to be much better than he was last night in a lot of spots. And then it's a 10-team PPR format. We have Josh Allen, Eckler, Etienne, Wilson, Judy, Frymuth, Javonte. And then on the bench, we have Puka, Dotson, JSN, Gainwell, Kelly. What are your thoughts? We need some wide receiver upgrades at the very top end. I mean, if we could go through and package together, say, Puka and Garrett Wilson and try to still stay in the range of like Jalen Waddle, I think that would make a lot of sense. Like we were saying previously, if you're looking at Las Vegas sportsbooks, they currently have the New York Jets with an implied team total of 16 points. They are telling us that the Jets are going to be a train wreck with Zach Wilson. Richie coming out saying, full PPR, we need to set our lineup for RB2, wide receiver 2, and a flex. We have Breece, White, London, Sutton, Addison. I worry about London in the run-heavy offense. You are completely justified to be worried, my man. I think our running back will be Rashad White. I think our wide receiver will be Cortland Sutton if Jerry Jeudy were to miss. If Jerry Jeudy plays, Jordan Addison. And then for the flex spot, we are going to go back to the running back position with Breece Hall. I agree. I don't think we can start Drake London until we see otherwise. Mario says, anybody besides Puka, Karen Williams with the 3rd waiver overall or just save? Maybe Joshua Kelly. We don't need a tight end. Obviously, if Algier is there, we're going to go ahead and pull that trigger. If Gainwell's there, I think you can make an argument for him as well. And yeah, Joshua Kelly, if we were to see this Austin Eckler ankle injury get serious, I mean, if Eckler were to miss time, then at that point, Joshua Kelly is probably a top 15 RB. Now, Ray coming out says 12-team PPR double flex. We lost Dobbins. Tough to lose Dobbins in this format in particular. We have Herbert, Moss, Mitchell, JT at running back. We have to trade JT. We can't afford to hold him. Wide receivers are Tyreek, Lamb, Amari, DJ Moore. Do I sit tight for JT's return or trade for a wide receiver for running back? Top waiver wire running backs are Hill, Dion, Roshan. Cut Zach Moss for Dion immediately. I honestly may even cut Elijah Mitchell for Roshan at this point. The big issue that we have with this team, right, is I'm completely fine holding on to the long-term upside of a player like Jonathan Taylor if we can afford it. If we are in a spot where it's like a 10-team league with one flex, where we are not that bad off, where our running back 2 is Brian Robinson, then hell, let's just go ahead and let's hold on to Jonathan Taylor and wait for the long-term upside. But in this league, if we lose Dobbins and now our running back 2 is Elijah Mitchell, fundamentally, we may not be able to afford to hold on to Jonathan Taylor for his long-term upside. We may be in a position where our hand is forced, where we may have to go out there and we may have to actually sell Jonathan Taylor and get someone that's going to produce in the short term. Now, Batman Gaming coming out says, in my main league, we start 3 wide receivers and 2 flex and 6 bench spots. We just switched to Fab, so how much is too much to spend? Obviously, it's very dependent on the player that we are going to drop. It's at the same time going to be very dependent on the amount of teams that are in our league. I would say in general rule of thumb for the majority of leagues right now, I'm probably not looking to spend any more between 10 to 15% on the waiver wire options this week, unless you have a player like Tyler Algier, unless you have a player like Puka, or unless you have a player like Kenneth Gainwell or Joshua Kelly out there, and then maybe we can push 20%. But I plan on being super active throughout the entire season, so I don't want to go below 50% of our fab budget week 1. Ryan says, trade Gainwell for Lawrence. We have 2 of... Oh, hell yeah, go do this, my man. It's just based off value. Aiden says, trade Walker for Higgins. I like Higgins as a buy low candidate. I'm trading Walker for him. Saram says, 0-1 in a 12-team league where we have Hurts, Hall, Javonte, Dalvin, Hunt, Mitchell, AJ, Hopkins, JSN, Gabe, Boyd, Kelsey. Thoughts, and is Gainwell a good pickup? Yeah, I think we drop Kareem Hunt to go get Gainwell if we can. And I think overall thoughts that we have with this team is if you wanted to go through and try to upgrade from Breece Hall, that's definitely going to be something I'm looking to do. Breece Hall looked great. He's an elite level talent, but fundamentally it's going to be such a bad situation overall that if we could go through and take, say, Breece Hall and maybe package him together with, I don't know, a depth wide receiver like Gabe Davis to go get Travis Etienne, go get a running back we can confidently start every single week because his offense is just going to be significantly better. I think that'd make a lot of sense. Samuel says, should I look to sell London? If so, for who? Me telling you to sell Drake London right now is going to do you no favors. Nobody's going to buy Drake London right now. Now, if I would have been smart enough to tell you to sell Drake London a week ago, then maybe I could have helped you out. But I'm sorry, my friend, it's too late to sell London. Nobody's going to go for him. D. Jones has just traded Jalen Hurts for Aaron Jones because I was smart enough to draft Jordan Love and I need a running back. Go, Pat, go. Division champs, easy peasy. Not going to lie, I think the Packers have a shot to win the division. But with that being said, trading Jalen Hurts for Aaron Jones is not good. Sean says, traded away Breece for Gibbs, full PBR format. Did I win? If you look at my rankings on flockfantasy.com right now, I do have Gibbs over Breece. I think it's close. I would have assumed we could have got a little more value. Manuel says, trade CMC Wilson for Bijan, St. Brown, James Cook. I like the idea. I'm not going to do it, though. Based off the usage that we saw with Christian McCaffrey this week, he literally had his prime 2019 usage in split, now on a top 5 team in the NFL. Christian McCaffrey looks like he is just going to dominate this next season, my friend. And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, make sure you go through and check out the new pick'ems that they have on Underdog Fantasy for this week. If you are new to Underdog Fantasy, you will get an additional special pick'em more than less than half a passing yard for Jalen Hurts in the Thursday night game against the Minnesota Vikings. And on top of that, it doesn't matter if you're new to Underdog or if you've been on Underdog for a while, they're going to give away $100,000 every single Sunday for someone who includes a special player in their pick'em slip. Just to let you know, that player is Tua this week. So if you include Tua more than less than half a total yard in your Sunday pick'em slip, you will be entered. I believe they're going to give away $10,000 to 10 different people. And if you're not on Underdog already, promo code FLOCK, they're going to match your first deposit dollar for dollar up to $200. Plus, you'll get our 2023 fantasy football rankings. Plus, you'll get a free trial to flockfantasy.com where, I mean, hell, you can find all of our premium content. Jackson says, Garrett Wilson for Keenan Allen. Very tough spot. I probably hold on to, I don't know. I probably hold on to Garrett Wilson for one more week. I don't know. It's so hard to sell a player at that kind of loss. It is hard, even if we should. Now, Loop says, Breece and Higgins for Bijan. Hell yeah, go get Bijan Robinson. Perfect price point to sell Breece at. Now, Manuel coming out says, PBR team, we have CMC, Aaron Jones, Jonathan Taylor, Pacheco, Herbert, Dillon, Mike Williams, Wilson, Pitts, Addison, Dotson, London. Help any traits. I would personally be seeing if we can get off of Khalil Herbert. Reason being is if you look at Roschon Johnson going out there and getting the role immediately in this offense, I do think that you're in a difficult spot when it comes to how Khalil Herbert turns into a quote-unquote league-winning player. We have CMC and Aaron Jones. If we could sell, say, Khalil Herbert and Mike Williams to go get a long-term upgrade at wide receiver, I think that'd make a lot of sense. Or if we could go Khalil Herbert and like Garrett Wilson and gets like the Amon-Ra St. Brown range, I'd really like that as well, my friend. Now, Cody coming out saying 1-0 in a 12-team full BBR format. Etienne for A.J. Brown. Still prefer A.J. Brown here. We have Lawrence, Pollard, Etienne, Gibbs, James Cook, P. Ryan. Wide receiver, we have Diggs, Williams, Johnston, Elijah Moore. Yeah, especially with this team. And then the best waiver wire claim at 11. Honestly, I don't think they're going to 11 players deep or even 8 players deep to be too interesting for you here. But yeah, definitely go out there and make that trade. Give Etienne and get back A.J. Brown, my friend. Now, Chris Cap coming out saying 10-team at BBR League where we only start 2 running backs, wide receivers, 1 flex. We have Fields, Bijan, Pollard, Higgins, Ridley, Evans, Hawkinson. And then on the bench, we have Gainwell, JSN, Addison, Brian Robinson. Oh, great team. Great team. The only thing that we're going to look to do is wait until we get Christian Watson and Jonathan Taylor back in. At that point, we'll have the kind of depth overall where we could look to trade maybe like Brian Robinson and Mike Evans, get into an elite level wide receiver. But yeah, phenomenal team there, my man. Now, Metro Boomin coming out says, got sent a trade in a full PPR format. I have Waddle, Pittman, James Conner for Saquon, Ayuk, and George Pickens. My other running backs are Breece and Etienne, and wide receiver is Jefferson and Cooks. Okay, I honestly would say Ayuk versus Pickens, give me Ayuk. Ayuk versus Pittman, give me Ayuk. Pickens versus James Conner, who the hell cares? Saquon versus Waddle, give me Saquon relatively easily. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take the Saquon side here, my friend. Matt says Dalvin, Terry, Madison for Goddard and Najee in a 1 flex league. Madison versus Najee are kind of the same. Would I rather have Goddard or Dalvin and Terry? Probably Dalvin and Terry. I think if you're going to look to trade for a tight end, you're probably going to be looking at Hawkinson at this point. I mean, at least at that price point. Now, Muhammad coming out saying 12-team full BBR format. We have Watson, Jordan Love, Javonte, Taylor, Charbonnet, Jamar Chase, Waddle, Olave, Amari, JSN, Bateman, Zay, Ingram, and the tight end in Tennessee. I don't love having 2 quarterbacks and 2 tight ends, but with this roster, I think we can get by. Fundamentally, we just are in a very tough spot at running back right now. We don't have Taylor. Javonte's a long-term option. Charbonnet's a long-term option. So really our only running back, we don't have a running back we're excited about. Like, we're starting Javonte and Charbonnet at this point. You have to go out there and sell Amari with one of these running backs to go get a running back we're excited about playing right now. You really don't have another option, my friend. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are 1 like away from hitting 400 likes on this live stream. Please go down there and drop a like on the stream. Help us out. And now Jake coming out saying 10-team PPR format trade Chubb, Zay, Deontay, Brian Robinson for Chase and Kenneth Walker. Hell yeah, go get Jamar Chase. Hell yeah. Oliver says, flex, I have Jahan Dotson with Romeo Doubs, Gabe Davis, Deion Jackson. Who should we start? Probably Jahan. And then Pitts at tight end, should we look to trade or keep? I think we're going to keep this roster as is. Just go Jahan Dotson. Don't overreact to the Romeo Doubs game unless Watson were to miss again. If Christian Watson misses again, maybe it's different. Caleb says, is Kelly a start over Pierce? If Eckler were to miss, yes. If Eckler were to play, no, you go Dameon Pierce. Embry says, traded Tua and Khalil Herbert for Etienne to the Rodgers owner. We have Watson, so I got lucky and it worked out perfect. Oh my gosh, that is beautiful, my man. That is awesome. Super happy for you. And let me go ahead and pull up the most up-to-date injury reports that we have just to see if there's anything that's come out over the past hour that maybe we're missing on. Okay, Evan Hall placed on IR. Kenneth Gainwell did not participate in today's walkthrough. And then Deontay Johnson expected to miss a couple weeks. Greg Dulcich expected to miss a couple weeks. No big time news over the past hour or so. Now, C4 coming out says, hey, Mason, 12-team PPR format. We have Lawrence, Gibbs, Javonte, Algier, Mitchell, Jefferson, Ridley, DJ Moore, Puka, Quentin Johnson, Goddard. Any suggestions? Great team. I mean, love the Ridley and Lawrence stack. We even have Justin Jefferson with the squad as well. Long-term, Gibbs, Javonte are going to improve their roles. So overall, love the squad, my man. I think we're just probably going to be sitting still and waiting until we get Gibbs and Javonte, hopefully expanding overall. Now, Cole, always happy to see us in 10-team PPR with one flex. Quarterback, we have Justin Herbert. Running back, we have Bijan, James Cook. Wide receiver, we have Higgins, Keenan, Evans. Tight end, we have Kelsey. And then on the bench, we have Lockett, Zay, Gabe Davis, Raheem Mostert, Khalil Herbert. Any advice or traits? I think we have enough depth here where we can afford to go out there and trade like Tyler Lockett and Mike Evans to get the best wide receiver we can, or Tyler Lockett and James Cook to get the best running back we can. Just overall, when we've seen so many people decimated by injuries across the entire fantasy football landscape. And we have Tyler Lockett, Zay Flowers, Gabe Davis, Raheem Mostert, and Khalil Herbert. We have 5 startable players. We probably want to go through and see if we can sell someone that will make a difference. Sell someone to get an upgrade in our starting lineup because we have the depth where we can get it done. Now, Chris G coming out saying 12-team super flex, double RB, double wide receiver, tight end, and a flex. Grab Kelsey for Geno. Keep in mind it's super flex. We're going to go Kelsey. Andrews and Javonte. I have, Geno, Andrews, and Javonte. Never mind. And need some star firepower after the bust. Probably not. I think this is a little bit too much. Maybe if it was just Geno and Andrews, then we could talk. But to go through and throw in like Geno, Andrews, and Javonte in a super flex format, it's going to be too much, my man. Ryan says 12-team PBR double keeper format, no longer a 2 QB league. No need to have both Allen and Mahomes. What value should I look for selling Allen and Montgomery? No, my man, we're not doing this. Oh, no longer a 2 quarterback format. Okay. What? If y'all transition from a 2 QB league to a 1 quarterback format halfway through the season, that is the worst thing I've ever heard in my entire life. If you went out there and quote unquote overpaid for Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes because it was a 2 quarterback league, and then your league mate said, you know what? Yeah, we actually would rather this be a 1 quarterback format. And then y'all switch over to 1 QB. I hate that, my friend. I mean, with that being said, if we're selling Josh Allen and David Montgomery, I do want to get to a running back that would be going in the top 2 rounds of drafts right now. Obviously, if we can get to Pollard, if we can get to Chubb, if we can get to Barkley, that's a no-brainer. If not, if we want to go a little bit deeper, I think Travis Etienne would be the other guy that we would be looking at. Okay. Now, iProdigen coming out saying, would you trade Allen for Devonta Smith and Deshaun Watson? 12-team PBR format, or do you trade Garrett Wilson for any of T. Higgins or Ramondre or Devonta Smith? Thanks, man. Thank you. I probably would rather have Smith over Garrett Wilson, if I'm going to be honest with you. But I think if we were going to be making a trade, Josh Allen for Devonta Smith and Deshaun Watson's a fair deal. You know, I love having me the elite level quarterback, but I mean, if we're going to get both those players, I think we should be excited. Now, Joe Su coming out says 12-team PBR league, double flex. We have Burrow at quarterback, Running back, we have Chubb Montgomery. Wide receiver, we have St. Brown, Devonta Smith. We have Pat Freiermuth at tight end, Keenan Allen, Brandon Ayuk. And then on the bench, we have Ford, Gallup, Elijah Moore, Dobbs, and Quentin Johnson. Am I too thin at running back? I would say no. I still think we potentially have a sell-high running back on our roster, considering the fact that we have David Montgomery in a full PPR format after Montgomery looked phenomenal on Thursday running behind an elite offensive line. The reason you're not too thin at RB, though, is because it's a double flex league where we are a little bit more incentivized to go out there and build around wide receiver depth than we would be, say, in a league with only one flex spot. Okay. Now, Sam coming out with our next question says, got offered Gibbs for Javonte and Godwin. My running backs are Mixon and Herbert. My wide receivers are Devontae Adams, Ridley, Flowers, Sutton, plus, oh my gosh. Go get Jahmyr Gibbs here, my man. Easily going to take Gibbs in a full PPR league. He is going to be the pass catcher over David Montgomery. We saw it week 1. I mean, he's going to be the guy that continues to expand his role as well. Love that. Love that, my friend. Now, the True King coming out says 10-team PPR format, 1 flex. Looking to ship Gainwell and DJ Moore for Christian Watson. Trying to improve the team. We also have Fields, Pollard, Bijan, Amari, Ridley, TJ. Is the Gainwell injury serious? It's a rib injury. It's very hard to know right now. I will say I don't love this trade specifically for the reason that we have Justin Fields. If you're going to roster Justin Fields and already make a bet on that Chicago Bears passing offense, the way that this team's good is if Fields hits. So it's probably not the spot I want to be selling DJ Moore, my friend, even if I'm not a big DJ Moore fan. Now, Cordy Boyd coming out says Superflex PBR, 2 wide receivers, 2 running backs, 2 flexes. We have Fields, Eckler, Stevenson, Olave, Higgins, Kmet, DJ Moore, Evans, Geno, Rice, Flowers, James Cook, Mitchell, and Musgrave. Any moves? So we have a quarterback we can start every single week regardless of matchup. We have a couple running backs we really like in a full PPR format. We have 2 wide receivers that should be much better going forward with T. Higgins bumping up. The fundamental question I have surrounding this team is the production we should expect from Geno Smith going forward. Like, is Geno Smith going to look better than he did week 1? If so, we can probably be excited about this. If so, maybe everything's going to be fine. But at the end of the day, right now, that is a question that we just don't have answered. If we could somehow sell, say, Mike Evans and Geno Smith to go get an upgrade at QB2, I would really like that in a Superflex league. Now, Roberto says, I need a flex. Should we trade Samaje Perine and Van Jefferson for Zay Flowers or Hollywood Brown? I would trade Samaje and Van Jefferson for Zay Flowers. I would do that. I don't want Hollywood, though. Okay. Now, Mike says, standard of 1 flex. We have Lamar at quarterback. Running back, we have Bijan, Chubb, Tony Pollard. Oh, my gosh. That's nuts. Olave, Kirk, Pitts, Odell, Zeke, London on the bench. I really need a better wide receiver. What's the best plan? No, I don't want to make any trades. I know wide receiver looks tough. We have Christian Kirk / Drake London, wide receiver 2, wide receiver 3. God knows how this works out for us. But fundamentally, at the end of the day, if you are in a spot where we have Nick Chubb, Tony Pollard, Bijan Robinson, Lamar Jackson, we can piece it together. We can work the waiver wire. Go out there, try to find the next Puka. I don't think we are making a trade. That is a phenomenal, phenomenal team. Isaac says, should we trade away the Dallas defense for running back or wide receiver? We drafted Dobbins and Kupp. If you drafted Dobbins and Kupp, yes. Obviously, the question is, like, what are we looking to do here? I mean, what kind of price are we getting? Scotty says, why don't you enter in any of the weekly tournaments on Underdog? It's going to sound very like, oh, poor me, look at me. In reality, the answer to the question is I'm working 80 hours a week right now. I'm sleeping about 6 hours a day. I have not left this room in weeks. Takes a lot to get y'all multiple videos, multiple live streams, post on flogfantasy.com, running the business in general. So I just simply do not have the time at the moment, my man. Take Kim says, traded Lawrence for Lamar. I have Andrews. Did I win? Hell yes. Love to see it. Joey says, are we going to go with the Browns D or the Colts D? Thanks. So thank you. I mean, you have the you have the Colts going up against the Texans, which will be a great matchup this next week. You have the Browns going up against Pittsburgh. I mean, right now, the Steelers have a 19-point implied team total. I mean, the Texans are right about there as well. I don't know. Probably Browns defense based off what we just saw when it comes to what they did against the Cincinnati Bengals. Now, Raul says Tyler Algier and Juwan Johnson for Barkley. Oh, hell yes. No, that's the most laughable trade I've ever seen. Go get Saquon Barkley, my friend. Young Visionary, always happy to see us, says Goddard and Zay for Zay, trade candidates for Zay. You probably could get more for Zay right now than Goddard. So if you really wanted to make this move to then flip Zay, I'm going to be fine with it. If you wanted to then parlay like Zay in another depth wide receiver and go get a tight end like Hawkinson, good look to do that. Cole says, JT's also on my IR spot. What advice do you have for trades or waiver wire? I have the Cowboys defense as well. Tyler Algier is taken. Okay, let me go ahead and pull up your team again. Just give me 1 second, my friend. And as I pull this up again, please, ladies and gentlemen, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this live stream, subscribe to the channel. I saw we just hit 185,000 subscribers. Thank you so much for everybody going down there and supporting the channel. You know, I definitely appreciate y'all. So give me 1 second to find Cole's team, and we will get right back to the questions. And as I do this, we'll answer the next one. Naheem coming out saying, 12-team full BBR format. Do I target Kelly or Puka, and how much fat? Team is Tua, Brees, Madison, Tyreek, AJ Brown, London, Andrews. And then the bench, we have Kamara, Tank, JSN, Devon Achane, and Jalen Warren. If that is Tank Bigsby, the worst player on our team would be Devon Achane, and he would be the player that we are looking to drop. If that is Tank Dell would be the worst player on our team, and that's who we'd be looking to drop. So I think that here we're probably going to end up looking to drop Devon Achane for either Puka or Joshua Kelly. I think based off the team, kind of in the same boat. I mean, obviously it'd be nice if we had a little more clarity on the Austin Eckler ankle injury, but if we could go through and possibly say drop Devon Achane and pick up Joshua Kelly if Eckler is seriously injured, spend 10 to 15% of our fab on that. I'm not going to fault you at all there. But let's go back to Cole's previous team. It's going to be a 10-team, 1 flex, where we have Bijan, James Cook, Higgins, Keenan, Evans. Okay, this was the great team. Great team. This is a team where, I mean, we don't really make any waiver wire moves. The worst player on this team is Raheem Mostert. Are we dropping Raheem Mostert for Kenneth Gainwell? Probably not. So I'd say nothing there. I mean, this is a team where we have enough running back and wide receiver production where we don't need to go through and we don't need to trade away the Cowboys defense like the team previously. I think you're in a good spot. I think you just sit on your hands. Now, Caustic coming out says Etienne and Charbonnet for Stevenson, Pierce, and Elijah Moore. Super fair trade. I'd probably go Travis Etienne, but I'm a massive Etienne fanboy. Okay. Caesar says 19 PBR, 1 flex. On the bench, we have Javonte, Raheem Mostert, Drake London, Johnson, Judy, Kamara, Cup. And then on the waiver wire, we have Puka, Algier, Gainwell, Kyron, Swift, Jones, Addison, Davis. Who do we drop and pick up? I would say the worst player down on our bench right now, I'm assuming that's Deontay Johnson, not Juwan Johnson. So the worst player on our bench is going to be Raheem Mostert. The best player off the waiver wire would be either Tyler Algier or DeAndre Swift. Actually, and also we have Jordan Addison available. I would drop London for Addison. I would drop Mostert for either Algier or DeAndre Swift, up to you. Most likely looking at Tyler Algier between the two. Cole coming out says a 14-team PPR 1 flex league. The team is Deshaun Watson, Nick Chubb, Kenneth Walker, Stevenson, Amon-Ra, London, Komet. And then on the bench, we have Hunt, Pittman, Flowers, Kincaid, Van Jefferson. What moves can I make / start? Okay, so our starting lineup will be Watson at quarterback, running back, Chubb, Walker, wide receiver, Amon-Ra, Pittman, and then our flex spot will be Ramondre Stevenson. 14-team format. It's a great team overall. We're a little bit less inclined to go through and sell depth for an upgrade in the starting lineup. I think we actually probably sit on our hands if we could go through and potentially sell like Zay Flowers high and go get Amari Cooper to stack with Deshaun Watson. That could be interesting, but I doubt you can do that in a ton of leagues. Overall, I do think that now, if you really wanted to, based off the usage that we saw from Kincaid this week, you could go ahead, you could play Kincaid over Cole Kmet if you really wanted. Now, Cody coming out saying 12-team PPR double flex format. We have Lamar at QB. Running back, we have Ramadre, Kenneth Walker. We also have Adams, Lamb, Ingram, Algier, Zay Jones, Drake London, Swift, Burks, Zeke, Bigsby, and Puka. Phenomenal team in a double flex format where wide receiver is going to matter a little bit more. The wide receiver depth that we have here is definitely questionable. It is nice having Puka. I think Puka is actually the rare start on this team, maybe even in a tough matchup going up against the 49ers. This guy's clearly yoked, so I'm trying to do anything I can to not say anything negative. I'm trying not to get beat up. But outside of that, if we have Evan Ingram, if we really wanted to roster a backup tight end, you could. But ultimately, the bench is too good to roster a backup tight end here. Hopefully, Drake London is a little bit better this next week, though. Now, Lana Thick coming out says 12-team full BBR format. We have Lamar, Chubb, Dobbins, Chase, DK, Amari, Kittle. The bench is Romeo Doubs, Zay, Nico Collins, Raheem Mostert, and Kareem Hunt. Do I trade Chase and or Nick Chubb? Hell to the no. Keep Jamar Chase. Keep Nick Chubb. They're going to be a good spots. If you really wanted to trade Chubb for like Bijan Robinson in a full PPR format, that could be a move. I think DK maybe is going to be the guy that I'm looking to sell here if you were to sell a player. The reason being is I'm a little bit nervous about what we saw week 1 with Geno Smith. Like, Geno Smith did not look good. He did not look good. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Michael, who says, have BBR format. We have Fields, Bijan, Gibbs, Olave, Watson, Goddard, Brian Robinson, Algier, Charbonnet, Chubb, Kirk, Sky, Bateman, Boyd. Do I need a ball and fab for Puka? General advice. Thanks, Flying Dog. No, thank you so much, my man. The thing is, and why I'm being very hesitant with Puka, and maybe I'm wrong with this, maybe we should be a little more aggressive, is what does it look like when Cooper Kupp's back in? Cooper Kupp 2 years ago led the NFL in receptions, in receiving yards, and receiving touchdowns. Puka looked great week 1, but I don't know if there will be enough production in this offense for him to overcome a talent like Cooper Kupp to maintain his level of production. I don't know if we can start him this next week because he goes up against the 49ers. So we may only get like 2 startable weeks from Puka. Sky Moore would definitely be the guy that I'm looking to drop. And I would look to go like 10, 15% on Puka. I'm imagining one of your league mates are going to do a little bit more. But like I said, I just want to be very realistic on what we have at the moment when it comes to, the long-term outlook once we get Cooper Kupp back in here, right? Once we get Kupp back in. Now, our next question coming out from Jordan, who says, full BBR format, Sky, Charbonnet, Nico Collins. Which of these would you feel comfortable dropping to pick up Puka or Kelly off the waiver wire? I would drop Sky and Nico Collins. Please keep Zach Charbonnet, premium handcuff running back, but those 2 other guys would be easy drops. Now, Heinz Lee coming out says 10-team at BBR format with only 1 flex and an IDP. Don't really care about an IDP. If you only have to start 1, you're always going to be able to go to the waiver wire if we need to. We have Deshaun Watson, quarterback. Running back, we have Bijan Montgomery. Wide receiver, we have Ridley, Olave, D. Jackson. I'm assuming maybe Deion Jackson in the flex. Then we have Waller, Kupp, JT, Zeke, Taysom, cut Taysom Hill, Mitchell Spears. Looking to drop Deion, Taysom, and the defensive IDP for Puka, Algier, Kyron, and Joshua Kelly. I would say Deion, you probably look to hold because, you have Hull hitting the IR. Zach Moss may not play either. So if you have Zach Moss and Evan Hull both out, Deion is going to get, a pretty safe workload this next week. I guess you can cut him because you're not going to start him almost regardless, right? But yeah, those would be the drops. I would say the top priority drops would be Taysom Hill and the IDP player, my man. Those would be the number 1 and number 2 priorities. And the number 1, 2, 3 waiver wire priorities would be Tyler Algier 1, Puka 2, then Joshua Kelly 3. Kelly could move up depending on the injury that we have with Eckler. Now, Robert coming out saying, traded away Jacoby Myers for Najee and Mike Williams. A beautiful deal. I saw it traded for Najee. I was about to say horrible trade, but awesome trade here, my man. Wide receiver, we have Chase, Sutton, Deontay. Running back, we have Mixon, Gus, Akers, Brian Robinson. We have Mark Andrews and Anthony Richardson at quarterback and tight ends. Yeah, great team, great trade. We needed another running back with Akers flaming out. Makes a lot of sense. Caustic coming out saying, should I trade Etienne and Charbonnet for Ramondre Pierce and Elijah Moore? We actually just answered this previously. Let me be clear with everybody on the live stream. I'm very sorry if it's taking us a little bit of time to get you to your donation question. I promise you, I will never miss your donation question. I will get to it. We go in order. So please just give me a little time. Don't think, okay, I donated 5 minutes ago. It's off the screen. He's not going to answer it anymore. Let me donate again. I feel very bad when we see people donate multiple times to get the same question answered. I promise you, you'll have to do it once. I will get to it. Just please be a little bit patient with me. I'm trying my best to go as fast as I can here. Now, Sam says, 10-team BBR format, I was offered Godwin and Ramondre for CeeDee Lamb. I lost Dobbins and Jonathan Taylor. You need more for CeeDee Lamb. I know Lamb didn't really give you anything this week, but Lamb is still ultimately an elite level wide receiver. It was a super weird game where, I mean, at the end of the day, you're not expecting Dak Prescott. You're not expecting CeeDee Lamb to be productive when the Dallas Cowboys go out there and win by 40. G Medina says, full BBR, some waiver options for my bench. Do we drop Elijah Moore for Puka or Atwell? Yes to Puka, no to Atwell. And drop Dion for Roshan or Kyron. Yes to Roshan, no to Kyron Williams. So yes, I'd say a little bit of mixed bag, but thank you for being a long-time member of the flock, my man. Now, our next question coming out from Matt says, 10-team BBR format, we have Deshaun Watson at QB. Running back, we have Bijan Robinson, Tony Pollard. Wide receiver, we have St. Brown, Ridley, Pittman. Tight end is Darren Waller. And then on the bench, we have Daniel Jones, Lockett, Dotson, Brian Robinson, Jamal Higbee, Elijah Mitchell. Should we pick up Love? If you really wanted to drop Daniel Jones, go get Jordan Love. You can. By no means is that a move you have to make. I do think you get a bounce back for Daniel Jones here. Ultimately, I think the trade we're going to look to make in this league is I would love to take like Michael Pittman and package him with one of these depth options, whether that's Jahan Dotson, Tyler Lockett, Brian Robinson, Jamal Williams, Tyler Higbee, and go get an elite level flex player. We have so much depth, and we're not dealing with any injuries, so we can't afford that. Now, Isaac says, 12-team app BBR format. Do I trade away the Dallas defense? Okay, we already answered this one as well, my man. Yes, obviously it's going to depend on what kind of return that you are looking at. But if you drafted Dobbins and Kupp, I think you can trade away Dallas if you're going to get, I mean, a running back or a wide receiver you can start with confidence. Justin coming out saying, 10-team full BBR format, what moves should I make? We have Justin Herbert at quarterback. Running back, we have Derrick Henry, Miles Sanders. Wide receiver, we have Tyreek, Lamb. We have Kyle Pitts at tight end. We also have Gabe Davis and John Dotson. And then on the bench, we have Goff, Mitchell, Montgomery, Javonte, Burks, Hyatt, Singletary. Drop Hyatt. He doesn't have the ceiling to make a difference in this league format in particular. I think David Montgomery could be a potential sell. He looked great week one. He is a great running back. He's playing behind a great offensive line in a pretty damn good offense. But the fundamental issue is in a full PBR format, you're going to have Jahmyr Gibbs as the back that's seeing the majority of the receiving down work. Montgomery had a total of 0 targets week one, even with as many snaps as he saw. So he's really kind of going to be a touchdown or bust type option. So if we could take David Montgomery with how good he looked on Thursday night, package him with, say, Jahan Dotson, and go get a wide receiver we're super pumped about every single week, I'd really like that. Now, Frighten says Mike Williams or Zay in the flex. We're going to go Mike Williams over Zay. Go Bill says PBR for the flex. We're going to go Walker, Hopkins, Godwin, and then we're going to drop Gabriel Davis for Jacoby Myers. I probably keep Gabe Davis, especially if your name's Go Bills, my man. And then for the flex spot, we are going to go ahead. We will be playing Kenneth Walker here. Hopefully, Gino's better this week. Easy Eddie, a long time member of the vlog, always happy to see us saying, hey Mason, 12-team format, 1 quarterback, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, a tight end, 2 flexes. We have Josh Allen, Josh Jacobs, Ramondre Stevenson, James Cook, Samaje Perine, Roshan at running back. Wide receiver, we have Kupp, Deontay, Dotson, JSN, Sky Moore, Jaden Reed. We have Dalton Kincaid at tight end. First pick on the waiver wire. Are we going to go Puka or Gainwell in any trades to make? Okay, so if we're going to be looking at potential trades, I don't really see many. We definitely need help at wide receiver. I think our cut here will most likely be Sky Moore. And I think we're actually going to go after Puka on the waiver wire. Reason being is this team obviously loses Cup for a month. This team now also loses Deontay Johnson for multiple weeks. JSN is a long-term play here. Jaden Reed's a long-term play. So we really need a wide receiver we can start right now. Now, Donovan says 10-team PPR format, 3 wide receivers, and a flex. We have Lamar at quarterback. Running back, we have Bijan, Pollard, JT, JK, and Moss, Dion. Drop Zach Moss. Wide receiver, we have Godwin, Hollywood, Ayuk, Cooks, Johnston, Rondale. Drop Rondale Moore. We have Andrew Schultz. Should we trade Hollywood and JT for a wide receiver? You can if you really want to, given the fact that we have the elite level running backs at the very top, while at the same time we have to start 3 wide receivers in this league. I wouldn't say this if it was a league where you only started, say, 2 wide receivers and 1 flex spot, but I think a deal like this possibly makes sense in this specific league format. Now, 2 Shots says Anthony Richardson on the bench. We need a running back. Who do we target in trait? You're not going to get someone great. If we could just pivot over to like a Javonte Williams level player, I think that would make sense. Now, Jahone's coming out, says PPR super flex. We have Purdy, Lamar, and Bryce Young at quarterback. Running back, we have Bijan, Khalil Herbert, Bigsby, Javonte. Wide receiver, we have Tyreek, Zay, Amari. Tight end, we have Higbee and Musgrave. How are we improving the team? I really don't see anything for now. The primary thing is we're just going to have to be waiting until we get Javonte Williams, hopefully expanding his role. I mean, if you're going to be looking at what we have, say, with a running back like Khalil Herbert, would be really nice to go through and upgrade over Herbert. But, I mean, we're just simply not going to be able to do so at the moment whenever we don't have the wide receiver depth. Our wide receiver 3 here is Zay Jones. Nobody's paying for Zay Jones. Now, Sam says I traded Gabe Davis and Jalen Warren for Jahan Dotson. Also, should I pick up Nico Collins or Puka? Definitely Puka. And for my empty running back slot, should I go Algier, Roshan, or Joshua Kelly? I'll rank them in that order. I'll go Algier, Roshan Johnson, and then Joshua Kelly, my friend. But ladies and gentlemen, we are 2 likes away from hitting 700 likes on this live stream. Please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on the stream, help us get to 700. It's day 137 in a row of live streaming. Streaming every single day until 2024. So if you're not subscribed already, make sure you go down there and subscribe to the channel. And of course, if you want to check out any of these week 2 pick'ems on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat. You can find it in the description. You can find it in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 100% deposit match up to $200. You're also going to get a Josh Allen special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard against the Minnesota Vikings on Thursday night. And also, if you're new to Underdog or have been on Underdog, make sure you include Tua in one of your pick'ems this weekend. And Underdog, I believe it's definitely a $100,000 giveaway. I believe they're giving away $10,000 to 10 separate people who include Tua in any pick'em that they use this weekend, more than less than for his total yards. Promo code FLOG, 100% deposit match, our rankings, free trial at flogfantasy.com, and all of that. Now, our next question coming out from Philifan, who says 10-team PPR format, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, and 2 flex spots. We have Hurts, Bijan, Chubb, Herbert, Moss, Zeke, Hopkins, Evans, Lockett, Hollywood, Sky, Thielen, Andrews, Laporta. We have the number 1 waiver wire claim. We're going to go Puka or Gainwell in any traits. It's a team where we can afford to upgrade wide receiver. I'd love to go through and see if we can package together, say, Khalil Herbert and a wide receiver like Tyler Lockett to get to an option that we're very excited about starting every single week, specifically in a league where we can start up to 4 wide receivers in a full PPR format. And then I probably will go ahead and go with Puka off the waiver wire over Gainwell, just given the fact that Gainwell is dealing with a rib injury. Now, Hottie Body Scotty, always happy to see you, my man, says, Hurts, Gibbs, Mixon, Walker, Algier, Gainwell, Mitchell, Kupp, Ridley, Lockett, Dotson, Watson, Sutton, Bourne, Kelsey, Hurst. Best players on waivers are Roshan and Allen Robinson. It's a 10-team format. Trying to trade Lockett and Sutton, but no luck. Yeah, so essentially we're playing with smart league mates here. That's the thing. Honestly, I'd rather have all the guys that you have on your team right now over Allen Robinson. I didn't include Allen Robinson in the waiver wire video this weekend because if Allen Robinson was ever going to do anything, he had his chance to last year. Allen Robinson is toast at this point. I would love to get Roshan, though. I mean, Roshan would be high priority for me. I would rather have Roshan over Elijah Mitchell. I would rather have Roshan over Kendrick Bourne. And I would rather have Roshan over Hayden Hurst, assuming Kelsey's good to go this week, which I am assuming Kelsey will be good to go, my friend. Now, our next question coming out from Nikki Piss, who says 1-0, 10-team PPR format, double flex. We lost JK and Jonathan Taylor. We have Justin Herbert, A.J. Dillon, Stephon Diggs, A.J. Brown, Ridley, Mike Williams, London, Addison, JSN. Gibbs owner wants A.J. Brown. Chubb owner wants Calvin Ridley. You're telling me we can go through and we could trade Calvin Ridley for Nick Chubb? Especially with this roster where we're sitting with, elite level wide receivers and not much at RB, my man, hell yeah. Let's go ahead and let's trade Calvin Ridley and let's go get Nick Chubb. Not interested in trading A.J. Brown for Jahmyr Gibbs, but if we can trade Ridley for Chubb, we do it. Sobe says, Robert Woods and DeAndre Swift for Breece Hall, yes or no? Oh yeah, definitely give me Breece Hall here. In general, I feel like Breece Hall is way more value than this. Ryan says, 10-team PBR format, 1 flex. We have Josh Allen, Kelsey, Gibbs, Jacobs, Montgomery, Mostert, Brian Robinson, Keenan, Mike Williams, Mike Evans, Watson, Sutton, Quentin Johnston. Last waiver wire pick, do we make any moves? Well, the worst player that we have on our team here is Quentin Johnston. Johnson still has a ton of upside for the long term, even if currently he's the wide receiver 4 for the Los Angeles Chargers. Hell, he can go out there and he can end up expanding his role. So I would say no, we're not going to make any moves. If you're telling me our slot with the waiver wire pecking order is dead last, there's nobody dead last on the waiver wire we're getting that's going to be better than Quentin Johnston, my friend. Okay, so I believe we're going to have to swing this back around most likely to the other screen to keep on showing these off. So let me refresh this. And as I do, make sure you drop a like, make sure you subscribe to the channel, and let's get this going, ladies and gentlemen. I think our next question. We just got one from Ryan. Our next one's going to be coming out from Patrick Hill. This says, looking to trade away Madison. Is Christian Watson a realistic / good target? I would like to get a little bit more if we could. Now, if this is the best price point we're going to get, this is the best price point that we're going to get. But overall, if we're selling Madison, Madison does get every single touch in this backfield this week. So, fundamentally, I feel like we could get a pretty damn good wide receiver with the Jonathan Taylor as well as the J.K. Dobbins injuries. Now, next switch coming up from Tony says, we have Christian Watson on the IR. Would you target Dobbs on waivers for the duo handcuff and bet on one-team offense, or target someone like Puka for the breakout? I'll probably still go Puka over Dobbs. I really hope Christian Watson is back this week. If he's not, RIP. Now, Isos Selena coming out says, 14-team double flex league. Would you trade Waddle and Javonte for Calvin Ridley? Hell no. I have Algier on the bench and Saquon, or trade Waddle and Algier. No. Waddle and Ridley are about the same for me. I'm not going through it. I'm not adding to Waddle to get Calvin Ridley. Waddle's still a great option, ladies and gentlemen. I actually have Jalen Waddle right now listed out as a buy low candidate. Can everybody in the chat let me know what they think? Can you let me know in the live chat? Who would you rather have? Would you rather have Calvin Ridley, or would you rather have Jalen Waddle? Please let me know in the live chat right now, ladies and gentlemen. I would assume these guys would be super close. Every single person in the chat, Ridley. Let me see where I had these guys in the rankings we just updated on flockfantasy.com. Give me a second. If you go back, I have a video coming out talking about why Jalen Waddle is a buy low candidate. I feel like we make some pretty strong points there. I have Ridley at 17. I have Waddle at 21. We have them back-to-back in our wide receiver rankings. So, yeah, I agree. I do have Calvin Ridley ahead of Jalen Waddle. But I don't know if we want to be adding to Ridley to go over to get to. Adding to Waddle to go ahead and get to Ridley, right? I don't know if I want to be trading Javonte and Waddle to go get Ridley. Now, Jacob says, 12-team PPR format. We have Fields, Saquon, Sanders, Watson, Wilson, Ridley, Andrews, Pickens, JSN, Quentin Johnson, Charbonnet, Devon Etienne, Bigsby. Advice, should we sell Garrett Wilson? Honestly, my friend, I don't think you sell Garrett Wilson. If you were going to sell Garrett Wilson, you have to get a little bit creative with it. You have to go through, you have to package him with someone else. We have to go through and we have to try to sell Wilson and George Pickens in a package and go get a player like Amon-Ra St. Brown, go get Olave, go get Jalen Waddle. That's the move that you can potentially make. The issue is if you go through and if you try to sell Garrett Wilson straight up for anybody, you're just going to have no luck whatsoever getting a wide receiver in return that you like straight up. Now, Scully coming out says 10-team full PPR format. We have Jalen Hurts at QB. Running back, we have Saquon and Swift, Pacheco, Jamal, JT. Wide receiver, we have Diggs, Keenan, Terry, Flowers, Deontay, JSN. Tight end, we have Pitts. Traded Allen for Javonte and Godwin. That's Keenan Allen. Great move. We traded Keenan Allen for Javonte and Godwin, my man. Phenomenal trade there. Okay. Now, J Money coming out says Eckler, RB1. Who's our RB2? Between Justice Hill, Jalen Warren, Roshan, Zach Moss. Oh, dear God. Oh, my gosh. Probably Justice Hill if they don't sign anybody? That is the grossest question, my man. Now, Julian says, should I accept this trade? 12-team app PPR. I get Garrett Wilson, Josh Jacobs, Tyler Algier. I give Diggs, Madison, and DeAndre Swift. Team would be Burrow, Garrett Wilson, T, Jacobs, Dalvin, Algier, JSN, and Cup. So going Diggs to Garrett Wilson, massive downgrade. Let's not even look at that. Let's go Diggs to Josh Jacobs, slight downgrade. Madison to Garrett Wilson, slight upgrade. Swift to Tyler Algier, lateral move, slight upgrade. I think it is a very fair trade, and it's going to be up to you. I would really be interested to see what the people in the live chat think on this one. Can everybody in the chat spam? What side would you want? Just say the name of the wide receiver so it's easy to follow along. Would you rather have Garrett Wilson, Jacobs, Tyler Algier? If you want that side, you type Garrett Wilson. Would you rather have Stephon Diggs, Alexander Madison, and DeAndre Swift? I personally would probably prefer Stephon Diggs because I am very much worried about this Jets offense. But I don't know. I'm going to go Diggs. Let me know what y'all are doing. We got Diggs, Wilson, Wilson, Diggs. It looks pretty split. Diggs, Wilson, 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 Diggs. Yeah, it looks like it's honestly kind of personal preference and up to you. Now we have a bunch of Diggs coming through, but at the beginning, before we said where we were going, everybody, it was kind of split 50-50. Now, OK Red coming out saying 10-team PPR, 4 bench spots. We have Tua at quarterback. Running back, we have Barkley, Mostert, Breece Hall, A.J. Dillon, Jonathan Taylor. Wide receiver, we have Calvin Ridley, Deebo Samuel, Mike Evans, Deontay Johnson. Tight end, we have Kelsey and Everett. Any moves? We cut Everett if Kelsey's going to be back this week. I'd honestly be interested in a league where we only have 4 bench spots to go through and see if we can sell high on how damn good Breece Hall looked last night. If we can go through and sell Breece Hall in a package and possibly get up to like Travis Etienne, I think that make a lot of sense. Just in general, I'm kind of panic selling any Jet right now. Now, Gage says 12-team 1 flex league where we have Lamar, Bijan, Bryan, Charbonnet, CD, Watson, Godwin, London, Odell, Bateman, Laporta, Kincaid. Had Dobbins, what's the move? Want to trade London, but yeah, I'm sorry, my man. You're not going to get anything for London. I think the move is we wait for Christian Watson to come back. Once Watson comes back, we have a lot of depth. I mean, we still are able to start Bijan Robinson, Brian Robinson. It's not like we're completely lost at RB. I will say if you wanted to go through and move on from one of the wide receivers at the very bottom end of the bench, whether that's Odell and Bateman, if there's an interesting waiver wire pickup at the running back position, that could be something. Now, Nolan says, just lost J.K. Dobbins in a 10-team league, had Cam Akers at RB2. Which running backs should I target on the waiver wire this week? I think that we're going to go through. We're going to be looking at Tyler Algier, Kenneth Gainwell, and Joshua Kelly as the big 3 names, my friend. Now, Jordan coming out says, full PPR, would you trade Godwin and Zach Charbonnet for Jahmyr Gibbs? Yes, I would. We have Bijan, James Cook, Brian Robinson, and then Lamb, Higgins, Godwin, Judy. Yes, let's go ahead and let's do this, my man. Really like Gibbs as that buy low candidate, particularly in a full PPR league. Now, Peep Sylvia says, Dynasty 10-team PPR format. We have Lawrence, Young, Bijan, Walker, Najee, Javonte, Herbert, Pacheco, Warren, Bigsby, Devonta Smith, DJ Moore, Godwin, Pittman, Jacoby Myers, Michael Thomas, Mike Williams, Addison, Pitts, and Juwan Johnson. Any recommendations for a deal? We want a number one wide receiver. The thing is, with this team, we are in a position where we can go out and contend right now. If it's going to be a shallower dynasty league where possibly it doesn't matter for us to go through and have like a wide receiver 4, 5, 6 that we really like you would need some deeper leagues. If you wanted to see if we can trade, say, Michael Thomas and Michael Pittman and go out and get a wide receiver that we like a little bit more for the long term, I think that make a lot of sense. If you wanted to sell, say like Michael Thomas, try to go get George Pickens right now, I think that make a lot of sense with the Deontay injury, as well as the fact that, you get the long-term value with Pickens as well. I agree. We have a lot of wide receiver depth. It's a great team overall. We don't need to do anything with this dynasty team. It's a great team. Now, Time Skull, always happy to see you, says, you're a freaking champion, man. Thanks for putting as much work as you do. No, thank you so much for being a member of the flock. And obviously, I say I work 80 hours a week, but ultimately, I'm sure 99.9, I'm sure everybody here in this live stream, if they could go through and just talk fantasy football for a living, everybody would do it. So it's not real work, obviously. Aaron says, hey, Mason, 12-team full BBR format, 6-point passing touchdown. We have Mahomes, Tyreek, Olave, Godwin, Ramondre, Madison, Goddard, Sky, Burks, Elijah Mitchell, Quentin Johnson, Deion Jackson. Any moves to make? I think we're going to cut Sky Moore. There are about 4 names off the waiver wire that I'd prefer right now. Even if we have Mahomes, hell, we have the elite level wide receivers with Tyreek and Olave. I think running back depth down there on the bench is actually going to matter a little bit more. But particularly in a full PPR format, I'm actually going to be fine with this team, fine holding on a running back like Ramondre Stevenson. I feel like this team is going to be optimized for that full PPR format, which I like, my friend. But now Jake coming out says, pick 2 in a PPR league. We have Joshua Kelly, Karen Williams, Harris, Mitchell, and Roshan. I'm going to assume that this is Damian. If it was Najee, it would be easily Najee. And I think the other guy we're probably going to go with at this point is Joshua Kelly, right? Even if, you have Austin Eckler good to go. Joshua Kelly put, 100 rushing yards and a rushing touchdown last week. Obviously, it doesn't mean he's going to do it this week. But still, nonetheless, looks interesting. Batman Gaming says Osborne or London. Oh, my gosh. This is brutal. This is tough. I still go London, and maybe to say if the Falcons are losing a game, they have to throw a little bit more. Aaron saying it's a league with 3 wide receivers and 1 flex. Yeah, even there, I'd still be looking to let go of Sky, even if it's a little bit more important to have wide receiver depth. Big Verd coming out says, hammy issues at wide receiver with Johnson and Christian Watson. We have Ayuk, Dotson, and Brandon Cooks on the bench. The waiver wire options are Puka, Zay, Myers, or Romeo Doubs for help. I'd rather have all these wide receivers over, I'd rather have Ayuk, Dotson, Brandon Cooks over the waiver wire guys. The only play that you would make is if you wanted to drop Brandon Cooks and go out and get Puka, that's going to be something that we're fine with. The issue is if you go out there and make a play for like Jacoby Myers, Myers may have long-term upside, but he's dealing with a concussion right now. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from Dane says, 10-team full BBR format, double flex. We have Mahomes, JT, Kamara, rough. Khalil Herbert, Mostert, Gainwell, Rashad White, Jefferson, DK, Debo, Pickens, Juju, Jameson. Any trade ideas? Thanks. So thank you, my man. And I am very sorry to give you this really crappy answer. We can't afford to make a trade. It's a team where we have 2 flex spots, so depth matters a little bit more. And it's a team where at this moment, we have no Jonathan Taylor and we have no Alvin Kamara. So fundamentally, it's going to be damn near impossible for us to go through and make any trades when we don't have the depth to do so right at this moment. And if we just wait 2 to 3 weeks, it'll be much, much easier to make a play. Now, Aaron coming out saying, 10-team app BBR league, 3 wide receivers, 2 flexes. We have Hurts, Barkley, Dillon, Tyreek, Mike Williams, and Evans, Watson, Andrews, Pittman, Christian Kirk. Since this is a league where we can start up to 5 wide receivers, I really like the wide receiver depth. If it was a league where we only started 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, here I'd say that we had dramatic things that we needed to be fixing. But, what can we even do with this team? If we really wanted to go through and see if we can move off of Michael Pittman in a package with a depth bench player and go get like Devonta Smith to stack with Jalen Hurts. Maybe we can do that. I don't know. I think this is going to be a spot where we just kind of sit on our hands, my man. I think we kind of have to sit on our hands. Great team for this format in particular. Now, Seth coming out says, PBR, we got to start 2 running backs. We have Hall, Pierce, Javonte, and Brian Robinson. I hate to say this. I don't know if we want to start Breece Hall this week. I actually probably start Brian Robinson and Dameon Pierce. The reason being is Breece Hall right now is supposed to be in the worst offense in the entire NFL for week 2. They have an implied team total of 16 points. Yeah, if they have an implied team total of 16 points, my man. Not necessarily a spot that I'm excited to go out there and play a player like Breece Hall. You still had more touches for Dalvin. You still had more touches for Breece Hall last week as well. I'm sorry, more receptions for Breece Hall as well. For Dalvin as well. I can't speak. Sobe says DeAndre Swift and Robert Woods for Breece Hall. Definitely would rather have Breece Hall here. Nick Gregory says 10-team PBR format. We have Lawrence, Mixon, Jamal, and Javonte, Jefferson, A.J. Brown, Amari, Pickens, McLaurin, Andrews. Should I trade Amari and McLaurin / Pickens for Calvin Ridley? Hell yes, I would do this, especially in a 10-team league. And this is coming from someone that probably would have drafted Amari over Ridley coming into the season. And it's the most embarrassing thing ever to admit. We're clearly willing to just take our L, move on. Ridley looks like he's him. Ridley looks like a wide receiver 1. But let's go out there and make that deal. Now, Joe says, PBR, players to trade are Evans, Deontay, Brian Robinson, JSN. Evans is my flex of the moment, but we would like to upgrade. Any players to target in a trade, or should we sit on our hands? The thing is, we can't afford to upgrade. Reason being is if you're going to be looking at Deontay Johnson dealing with the hamstring injury will put us in a position where we kind of have to fight a little bit more for depth, where it's going to be harder to make a 2-for-1 deal and just get an upgrade in the starting lineup. So I think we're going to sit on our hands for the moment. Once we get Deontay back in, then we can upgrade the flex spot. Now, Torin, longtime member of the vlog, coming out, says 8-team league. We're starting Mahomes, Eckler, Ramondre, Diggs, Waddle, Keenan, Goddard. Should we trade away Evans, Pierce, and Mahomes for JT and Josh Allen? Or should we take a shot on Etienne and trade Evans and Ramondre? Ooh, 8-team league. I am fine with both deals. Specifically because it's an 8-team league where the only thing that pretty much matters is going out there and getting the best player in the trade. Getting the player with the most upside. Like Dameon Pierce fundamentally in an 8-team format doesn't really have the upside to move the needle as he would in a 12-team league. Now, Sports coming out says, hey, 12-team full BBR format, 3 wide receivers starting. We have Justin Herbert at quarterback. Running back, we have Henry, Montgomery, Brian Robinson, Kamara. Wide receiver, we have Chase, Devonta Smith, DJ Moore, Dobbs, Elijah Moore. Tight end, Pat Frymuth. What changes should we be looking to make? As of now, I don't see a ton. We are going to be waiting until we get Alvin Kamara back in. Wide receiver, I still would really like to sell DJ Moore, but it's a league where we have to start 3 of them. So once we get Kamara back in, then at that point, if we can take like David Montgomery and DJ Moore and go get an upgrade at wide receiver, I'd really like that. But we're probably waiting until we get Alvin Kamara back in this offense. Simon says JSN or Zay Flowers. Rest of season, JSN. This week, Flowers. Bucket of Andrew says 12-team PPR format with 2 flex spots. We have Watson, James Conner, Gibson, A.J. Brown, Amon-Ra, Njoku, Amari, DJ Moore. And then on the bench, we have Elijah Mitchell, Jalen Warren, Zach Charbonnet, and Mike Evans. Any moves? This is a league where, I mean, we have the kind of depth where we could go out there and get an upgrade in the starting lineup if we really wanted to. I'd really like to see if we could trade like DJ Moore and James Conner to go get a better running back, or DJ Moore and Antonio Gibson, because at the end of the day, if you look at Gibson, Brian Robinson kind of took the Brian Robinson and Antonio Gibson role from last year, combined it into one and took it for himself. and kind of cast Antonio Gibson over to the J.D. McKissic role, at least in week 1. Now, Michael says got offered Kupp, DeAndre Hopkins, Scary Terry, and Khalil Herbert for Amon-Ra St. Brown and Jahmyr Gibbs in an 8-team league. Other wide receivers are Adams and Chase. Running backs are Bijan and Mostert. Khalil Herbert does not matter in an 8-team league. Scary Terry does not matter in an 8-team league. Would I rather have Kupp and Hopkins or Amon-Ra and Gibbs? I'd rather have Amon-Ra St. Brown and Jahmyr Gibbs, my friend. If that was like a 12-team league with multiple flex spots, then at that point, we could potentially look to do something. Now, Brendo Carlson says 12-team PPR1 flex, start Addison or Flowers week 2. Flowers if Andrews were to miss, Addison if Andrews were to play. Mike says, Yo Mason, start 3. We have Higgins, James Cook, Michael Pittman, Cortland Sutton in a full PPR format. We're going to go ahead. We are going to start T. Higgins, James Cook, and Michael Pittman, regardless of if Cortland Sutton's good to go or not. Cole says, wanted to say congrats on 185,000 subs. Thank you so much, my man. Nobody deserves it more. Thanks for all the time you put in the videos and streams for the flock. Go Pats and Bijan. Yes, go Bijan. I'm not going to say go Pats, but yeah, thank you for being a member of the flock for so damn long now, and I really do appreciate you, my man. And yeah, if y'all have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on this live stream. I mean, hell, we are closing in on 1,000 likes on the stream right now. We are about 50 likes away. We can get there if you go down there and hit that like button. And also, subscribe to the channel. I mean, like we said, we had 185,000 today. Super cool mark. We're closing in on 200. And we're going to stream every single day until 2024 to make sure that we get that job done. You know we will. And if you want to check out any of these pick'ems on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat. You can find that link in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK on Underdog. They're going to match your first deposit dollar for dollar up to 100. Plus, you will get a Jalen Hurts special pick'em for Thursday night, more than less than half a total yard against the Minnesota Vikings. And on top of this, you can go and get entered in to win 100,000 this Sunday. They're going to do a Sunday special every single week from here on out, where they give $100,000 away to 10 people, 10,000 to each person. If you want to be entered to win, you have to just use Tua, his total yards in your pick'em slip for Sunday. Now, going over to our next question. This one coming out from, I believe, Afro Boy says, should I trade Garrett Wilson for Jahmyr Gibbs straight up? Am I allowed to ask the live chat this? I probably would. I am a sicko. I am an idiot. I am full-blown panicking with this Garrett Wilson New York Jets offense. I'll go ahead. I will pull up my rest of season rankings and let you know where I have these guys. These are updated on flockfantasy.com this morning. I have Garrett Wilson at 41. And I do have Jahmyr Gibbs ahead of him. So I personally would do it. Let me know what y'all think in the live chat. We got yes, hard, no, yes, 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 no, yes. It looks like people are a little bit hesitant to go out there and make that trade in some cases. I don't know. I really don't want to be betting on the New York Jets offense. Now, Mars says 10-team 0-1 PPR format. Traded Ridley for Kupp. Tough spot, my man. Now we have Mahomes, Etienne, Stevenson, Ridley, Hopkins. Oh, no, we traded Kupp for Ridley. Okay, great. Ridley, Hopkins, Andrews, Connor. And then on the bench, we have Lockett, Warren, Addison. Great team. We have the long-term upside of Addison. Let's go ahead. Let's trade Tyler Lockett and James Conner. Get the best flex option we can. Makes a lot of sense. Love to see it, my man. Now, IB Russ says 10-team PPR format, double flex. I have Lawrence, Geno, Chubb, Stevenson, Pirine, Algier, and then wide receiver Diggs, Ridley, Evans, Lockett, Addison, Burks, Mooney, Hawkinson. Any improvements? Since it's a 10-team format, I mean, we could still go and look to make that 2-for-1 deal if we really wanted to. If we could take maybe like Samaje Pirine and Tyler Lockett to go get a wide receiver 4 that we're a little bit more excited about for the flex, I think we would do that when we have this kind of running back depth. But if we were to make a 2-for-1 deal like that, then at that point, we will go ahead and we will look to pick up another running back off the waiver wire. Now, Baham coming out says 12-team full PPR format. Last pick, we have Dak at QB. Wide receiver, we have Lamb, Metcalf. Running back, we have Barkley, Lockett. We have Daniel Jones, Charbonnet, R-Riv. Who's R-Riv, ladies and gentlemen? Who is that? Right here. Who is this? R-Riv. Deonta Foreman. I'm assuming Jamal Williams, Devin Singletary. We lost Dobbins, first available waiver wire. We're going to go Gainwell, Edwards, Joshua Kelly, Justice Hill, Kyron Williams, and am I screwed? I don't think you're screwed, my man. I mean, it's nice to be able to pick up either Gainwell or Kelly. Those would be my top options. I'd wait. Hopefully we get some more clarity. I guess we're not going to get more clarity on the Austin Eckler injury, right? If you think the ankle injury is serious for Eckler, I think we go with Joshua Kelly. If not, we go with Kenneth Gainwell. And who I don't know who R is, my man. Now, nobody in the chat knows either. I don't think you're screwed. We still have Lamb. We still have Barkley. If you wanted to go through and see what we could get for Metcalf, I think Metcalf could be a potential sell high guy. Now, Josh coming out says, full BBR, one flex. We have Allen, CMC, Walker, Waddle, Amon-Ra, Kittle, Keenan, Puka, Dalvin, Swift, Pirine, Addison, London, Kincaid. Was offered Chase for Waddle and Walker. If not, then what's the move? One flex league with this roster. Yes, we're going to go ahead and do this. Go get Jamar Chase. The Cincinnati Bengals will be much better going forward. I'm not going to sit here and panic. I think that you're going to be in a fine spot. Even if I really like Jalen Waddle and Kenneth Walker, kind of have to make that deal. Now, Dylan coming out says, we have Bijan, Chubb, Charbonnet, Warren, and Elijah Mitchell, DK, McLaurin, Judy, Addison, Algier, Gainwell, and Puka are available. Who are we going to grab? I think Algier is probably going to be my top option. I would drop Elijah Mitchell for Tyler Algier. Outside of that, I'm not going to be dropping Jordan Addison for Puka. I'm not going to be dropping Jerry Judy for Gainwell. So really the only thing I'll do here is I'll drop Elijah Mitchell for one of these options. Top dog would be Tyler Algier if we get to choose. Teresa, really happy to see you, says, Mason, I have DeAndre Swift on the bench. Should I bid on Gainwell and drop Swift, or drop someone else and have both, or just keep Swift and not bid at all? I would probably rather have Gainwell over Swift at this point, but would I rather have Swift and Fab dollars or Gainwell? Gainwell also dealing with the rib injury. I would probably prefer to hold on to Swift and the Fab dollars overall. So I probably sit on my hands, but I'm lazy. Matt says, yes, no, been offered Garrett Wilson and Brian Robinson for Tua and DeAndre Hopkins. I'd rather have Garrett Wilson over Hopkins, but they're not that far off. Current running backs are Mixon, Pierce, just lost Dobbins. I think you can get more for Tua. I don't mind the idea of Tua's on your bench for us going out there and trying to trade him for an upgrade at RB since we lost Dobbins. But I don't know if that's the price point we want. Now, Vincent says, 12-team Dynasty at PBR, double flex league. We have Mahomes, Bijan, Eckler, Olave, Pittman, Musgrave, Burks, Javonte. And then on the bench, we have Sutton, Warren, Love, Dobbs, Rondale, Juwan Johnson. Spend third of Fab. I would spend about a third of our Fab on Gainwell in Dynasty in particular. Because obviously in Dynasty, we're going to have much deeper rosters. This is a team that doesn't have a lot of depth as well. I would be aggressive with, Fab dollars are just worth way less in Dynasty than they are in your regular fantasy football league. Like your regular 2023 league, you're going to have great waiver wire options all season. Dynasty, when the rosters are a lot deeper, you have no idea who you're going to be looking at. Chase says, 8-team at BBR format, one flex. What's the best move? We have Mahomes, Gibbs, Walker, Tyreek, Diggs, Ingram, Amari. And then on the bench, we have JT, Hall, Roshan, DJ, Pacheco, Mitchell, DJ Moore, and Michael Thomas. First thing is, would love to see if we can get an upgrade at tight ends in an 8-team league with only one flex. We could trade DJ Moore and Evan Ingram to get to TJ Hawkinson, or Michael Thomas and Evan Ingram to get to TJ Hawkinson. That's going to be a no-brainer. The second thing is, I think it would potentially be interesting to see if we could go through and sell high on Breece Hall. If you wanted to sell Breece Hall and the other wide receiver we have on the bench to go get a running back like Travis Etienne, that's also something I'd look to do in an 8-team format. Breece Hall will be a sell-high candidate for us. Love the talent. Looked great last night, so you're going to be able to actually get something for him. But I still am very much worried about the overall offense. Now, Jetson says, trade away Hopkins in 45% of fab budget for T. Higgins. Depends on how many teams are in the league. Depends on exactly what that fab's worth. I'd rather have Higgins over DeAndre Hopkins straight up. But it's hard to know without knowing how many teams are in the league, how many bench spots we have. I mean, and determining the accurate value of what that fab is actually worth. Now, Chris says traded Thomas and Judy for Brian Robinson and London. What are your thoughts? If you really needed a running back, I'm fine with it. If you went out there and lost J.K. Dobbins, sure. Now, Joseph says, 14-team PBR format. We have 2 wide receivers and 2 flexes. We have Justin Herbert at quarterback. Running back, we have Travis Etienne. Wide receiver, we have Jefferson, Lockett, Musgrave at tight end. We also have Dobbins, Brian Robinson. And then I'm assuming that was actually Justin Herbert. Then on the bench, we have Andrews, Brees, Gainwell, Reed, Johnson, Carr, and Randall Cobb. Don't have a lot of depth. There's absolutely no reason to be rostering Randall Cobb, though, even in a 14-team format. Let go of Randall Cobb. I would have said it before the Rodgers injury, but definitely after the Rodgers injury. You're going to have to go ahead and do that, my friend. I mean, outside of that, if you wanted to go through and potentially look to I don't know. I mean, sell Brees Hall for the reasons we were mentioning previously, we can. The issue with the team, however, is it's a 14-team full PPR format where there are 2 flex spots. So depth is going to be very hard to come by. In a league like this, I'm actually not going to be looking to do 2-for-1 deals to upgrade inside the starting lineup. Now, Travis coming out says, half PPR where we start 1 quarterback, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, a tight end, and 2 flexes. We have Chase, St. Brown, DK, Juju, Kirk, Myers, Elijah, Rojo, Pollard, Etienne, Pierce, Mac Jones, Dak, Njoku, or Gerald Everett. Okay, so if we're looking at this double flex league, wide receiver depth matters a little bit more, but for the love of God, cut Ronald Jones. Cut Ronald Jones. Juju's on the chopping block as well. The only reason we haven't cut him yet is based off the Jacoby Myers injury. Having Pollard and Etienne, we're in a really good spot. I pray to God Mac Jones is not our starting quarterback. Actually, we have Dak. I'm fine if you wanted to roster 2 QBs. I guess you can roster my. I like the team. Let's just make sure we cut Ronald Jones. For the love of God. Move on from Ronald Jones. I don't see your waiver wire, but I can guarantee you'll have a better player on the waiver wire than Rojo. Nicholas says DJ Moore for T. Higgins. I'd definitely rather have Higgins. Or DJ Moore, Montgomery for Olave. Ooh, that one's also interesting. I think just get the clear upgrade. Just go DJ Moore to T. Higgins. You can keep the running back depth. 12-team league where we have Chubb, Hall, Montgomery, Brian Robinson, Waddle, DJ, Thomas. Oh, this is a great team. And claim JSN with the 7th. Oh, hell yeah. I mean, if we're in the 7th waiver wire claim, we can get JSN. Let's do it. Let's do it. But please, yeah, sell DJ Moore for T. Higgins. Brody says 12-team at BBR 1 flex. We have Lamar, Bijan, Montgomery, Hall, Lamb, Higgins, Henry, Lockett, Flowers, Addison, London, Zay Jones, Charbonnet, Devon, A-Chain, start and traits. I mean, we're going to be starting Bijan and David Montgomery at running back. Wide receiver, we're going to be starting, we're going to go Bijan and Derrick Henry. That's Hunter Henry. Never mind. We're going to go Bijan, David Montgomery at running back. We're going to go Lamb, Higgins, wide receiver. For the flex spot, we're most likely going to end up going Brees Hall, even if I'm not too pumped about it. Overall, I would see if we can go like Brees Hall, Tyler Lockett, go get Travis Etienne. I mean, just get out of this New York Jets offense where we can. You're not really going to be able to with Garrett Wilson. Nobody's going to trade for Garrett Wilson. But a Brees Hall looked so damn good last night. You can find someone for a Brees Hall. Derek says 12-team at BBR format. We have Jackson, Lamb, Olave, Barkley, Jamal, Pitts, Hopkins, Gibson, Bateman, Mitchell, Johnston, Thielen, JT on the PUP. Number 1 waiver wire claimer, we're going to go Joshua Kelly or Puka. So, I mean, right now we're sitting pretty at wide receiver if we have Lamb, Olave in the starting lineup. I mean, I think running back depth is maybe a little bit more of a concern, especially if we have JT on the PUP. I think it's going to depend on the Eckler injury. If you're worried about the Eckler ankle, go out there and get Kelly. If you think Eckler's going to be fine, go get Puka. The last report that we have with Austin Eckler, this is what I can find. Chargers, Austin Eckler is dealing with an ankle injury, and his status for practicing this week is uncertain, per Adam Schefter. So it is, I don't know, weird spot. Now, Cogent coming out says, should I drop Zeke for Gainwell? Also, should I drop Tyler Boyd? And if so, what wide receiver should we look to pick up? I'm sure Puka is already taken. Puka's already taken. No, keep Boyd. Can everybody please spam the chat? Who would you rather have? Would you rather have Zeke or Kenneth Gainwell? I probably would rather just have Ezekiel Elliott, but please let me know in the live chat right now. Who would you rather have between the two? Zeke or Gainwell? Spam the chat. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. John says Eckler will play. He was always questionable last year, so not super good info, but still, nonetheless, we got an opinion. We got Zeke, Gainwell, Zeke. Gainwell, Zeke. Gainwell. Looks like most people are taking Gainwell. I'd probably go Zeke, to be honest. I don't know. But our next switch coming out from Marion Man says 12-team double flex full PPR league. We have Herbert, Chubb, Sanders, Wilson, Higgins, Schultz, Connor, Lockett. On the bench, we have Pickett, Cooks, Sutton, Nico, Shaheed. We can't be rostering this many wide receivers. I mean, here we have Wilson, Higgins, Cooks, Sutton, Nico, Shaheed. We have 6 wide receivers. I would love to see if we could go through and package together maybe like Cortland Sutton and James Conner, go get a running back upgrade. Just go get someone that's going to be in a better offense overall. Now, Kier coming out saying, should I trade Keenan and Gibbs for Jamar Chase? Hell yes, go get Chase. Thomas coming out says, 12-team BBR format. Should I trade Evans, Pickens, Taylor for Amon-Ra St. Brown? We have Ridley, DJ at receiver if we do that. Running backs are Saquon, Kamara, and Dylan. If you really wanted to, I'm fine. I would try to at least keep one of the wide receivers. If you could trade like Evans and Taylor for Amon-Ra St. Brown, let's do it. If you can trade Pickens and Taylor for Amon-Ra St. Brown, let's do it. Trading all 3 seems a little aggressive. Nika says, would you trade London for Elijah Moore? Probably still keep London, even if it's gross. Devonta Smith's coming out saying 10-team BBR format. We have Deshaun Watson, Joe Mixon, Josh Jacobs, Jefferson, Amari, Njoku, Aaron Jones. Thinking of trading Aaron Jones, James Conner, Tyler Lockett, Schultz off the bench in waivers for Roschon Johnson. Yeah, if we could trade, say, Aaron Jones in a package with like Tyler Lockett to go get an upgrade at running back and then get Roschon off the waiver wire, that'd be nice. I don't think we can pick anybody up there. But Danny's saying we skipped him. Let me go ahead and let me move this down. I'm sorry, my friend. This is a 14-team league where we traded DK, Ramadre, Brian Robinson for Saquon Cup. We got Burrow, Hill, Addison, Mostert, Henry, Bourne, Frymuth at tight ends, Joshua Kelly, Chuba, Pirine, Gabe, and Allen Robinson on the bench. Bottom end of the bench looks gross, but it's a 14-team league. Everybody's going to look gross in a 14-team format. So going from DK to Tyreek, massive upgrade. I'm trying to figure out, like, are we reading this correctly? Now for Saquon and Cup. Going DK to Cup, I like it. Ramondre, Brian Robinson for Saquon, it's a no-brainer. A great deal. I don't know if I'm reading that correctly. Looks like a great, great deal. Love that. And let's move this over. And I promise you in the chat, that was the one time we have skipped someone the entire time. And everybody noticed because we just scrolled by on the list. You're not going to get skipped. You see, we just go in order of this list. People say, but I skip Miller. Where is Miller? I just hit Control F. I did not skip Miller. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Colin, who says, 10-team full BBR format, double flex, any moves. We have Tua, Bijan, Miles Sanders, Calvin, Waddle, Kittle, Garrett Wilson, Montgomery. And then on the bench, we have Deion Jackson, Deontay Johnson, Drake London, Jordan Love, and Luke Musgrave. We don't need a backup quarterback if we have Tua, with how damn good Tua looked, obviously. But, I mean, it's not like we need to go out there and cut our backup. I would like to get an upgrade over David Montgomery to full PPR format if we can. If we could go like Drake London and David Montgomery to go get to a running back that we like a little bit more in the long term, I think that'd make a lot of sense. I think the only real sell I candidate we have there is Montgomery. He looked phenomenal on Thursday with literally every single person on the planet watching him. I really like him in a non-PPR league. I am okay with him in a half PPR format, but based off the receiving down usage that you should have for Jahmyr Gibbs, I'm probably looking to sell him in a full PPR league. Jared says, 18-team guillotine league. How much of the $1,000 fab should I spend on JJ? Not Justin Jefferson. Can y'all please let me know who JJ is here? We also have Pickens, Kittle, Christian Watson on the waiver wire. What? If this is, who is JJ, not Justin Jefferson? Let me know in the live chat. Okay, people saying Judy. I don't see if we have Pickens, Kittle, and Christian Watson. I can't answer this question. If you're telling me you have Pickens, Kittle, Christian Watson on the waiver wire, we should go pick up JJ. If it's Juwan Johnson, I have no interest in it. Go get Kittle. Go get. I don't know what kind of league you have Pickens, Kittle, Christian Watson on the waiver wire in an 18-team format. Okay, so you're saying the guillotine leagues that I've been in, the players don't actually get dropped into the player pool. If the players are getting dropped into the player pool, it's going to be so damn hard to answer this question. If that is Justin Jefferson, the thing is you don't want to blow all your fab because you're going to have other elite level options getting dropped into the player pool, right? I'm very sorry, my friend. Don't go out there and treat this as if it's a regular league where Justin Jefferson is on the waiver wire and we are going to spend 100% of it. If you're saying in this guillotine league that the team that gets knocked out, their players go to the waiver wire, you have to be conservative. What, we're spending 25% on Justin Jefferson? There'll be other round one guys that get dropped to waivers as well. I'm sorry, I've never played in a guillotine league with that aspect to it, my friend. So I don't really have the experience to be able to help you out there. And Lev says, should I be worried about Josh Jacobs and Amari Cooper not producing? I'm not. Also, should I play Christian Watson over Chris Godwin or Amari Cooper once we see Christian Watson back and healthy? I think we do need to wait a week, but I think long-term there's a chance that Christian Watson does get more value there. Now, Rudy says 12-team PPR format where we have Fields, Bijan, Chubb, Keenan Watson, Pat Frymuth, Damian Pierce, and then the bench we have Mooney, Javonte, Bryce Young, Tank Dell, Gibson, and Romeo Doubs. Definitely need to cut Tank Dell. I promise you'll find a better option off the waiver wire. I honestly can't think that Bryce Young possibly could be cut as well. If we could go through and take like Romeo Doubs after scoring a couple touchdowns, send him with Damian Pierce and go get a slight upgrade at the running back position for the flex, I think that'd be interesting, but much easier said than done, right? I just don't like the bench here. I feel like we need to be churning the bench. The starters are solid. Now, Adrian coming out says, Hook 'em Horns, baby. Hook 'em Horns, top 5 team in the country now. 8-team at PBR, rip Garrett Wilson. Do I use the number 1 waiver wire priority on Puka or hold that? Kind of need a wide receiver. 8-team league, I'm going to hold it. 10-team format, 12-team league, spend your number 1 waiver wire priority on Puka. There's no reason to save it. 8-team format, I'm fine if you want to. Trey says trade Sanders for Jahmyr Gibbs. 8-team league where we have Etienne and Walker. Hell yes, go do this. Ashley Pods coming out says, we have Jefferson, Olave, DK. What do I do with Garrett Wilson at the flex? Should we package him with Dalvin, Gibbs, or Kamara and go get a guy? We have Zay and Dotson. If you could package Garrett Wilson with like Dalvin and somehow get to like the Jalen Waddle, Chris Olave range, I think that'd make a lot of sense. If you could go get Ridley, Olave, Waddle, let's do it. Carlos says 10-team full BBR format. Richardson, Hall, James Cook, Garrett Wilson, Hunter Henry, DK. And then on the bench, we have Addison, Dotson, Herbert, Sanders, White. Any moves we're looking to make? Should I look for Hall, DK for Saquon? I would definitely rather have Saquon Barkley here. I think if you could trade Breece Hall and DK Metcalf for Saquon Barkley, that'll be an absolute no-brainer trade with the Aaron Rodgers injury. Love that, my friend. Love that. Now, Lord Vader says number 1 target this week on the waiver wire. Not too high on anyone. Number 1 waiver wire target this week will be Tyler Algier if he is somehow up there for you. After that, it's Puka. After that, it's Kenneth Gainwell. After that, it's Joshua Kelly. Those are going to be the big 3 or 4. But ladies and gentlemen, if you have not hit that like button, please go down there, drop a like on this live stream. We have live streamed for 137 days in a row at this point, so make sure you subscribe to the channel if you have not done so already. We're closing in on 186,000 subscribers. And of course, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems on Underdog Fantasy, these are the week 2 pick'ems that they have. If you use promo code FLOCK, they're going to match your first deposit dollar for dollar up to $100. Plus, you're going to get our 2023 fantasy football rankings, a free trial to flockfantasy.com where you can find all our premium content. And also with promo code FLOCK, you're going to be getting a Jalen Hurts special for Thursday night, more than less than half a total yard against the Minnesota Vikings. And if you are on Underdog, if you're new to Underdog, it doesn't matter. Make sure you include the Tua total yards special pick'em in your player slip this week, or your pick'em slip. That way you're able to go through, and that way you're able to get entered in to win $100,000. I believe they're giving away $10,000 to 10 separate people that include the Tua total yards in their pick'ems this Sunday. But let's go ahead and let's refresh this, ladies and gentlemen. I believe our next question, if we can find this, is going to be coming out from Lloyd, who says 12-team PBR Superflex starters are Lawrence, Daniel Jones, Gibbs, Connor, Jefferson, A.J. Brown, Ayuk, Waller. The bench, we have Akers, Rice, Mingo, Quentin Johnston, John Dotson. What are your thoughts and any trade recommendations? Thanks. So thank you so much, my friend, for being a member of the flock. I am honestly really liking this team. I will say I understand that this week it was probably super gross with Daniel Jones just completely falling flat. Now, at the same time, I think that you are most likely going to be in a much better position going forward when it comes to what you have with Daniel Jones and what he gave you this week. And obviously, that's kind of something that we're going to need considering the fact that this is a super flex league. I would really like to upgrade over James Conner, though, because I don't really see the upside with Conner. I mean, the two guys that were sell-high candidates for us coming into the season are still going to be those players that we're looking to sell. If we could go ahead and we could package together, say, Cam Akers and James Conner and go get a running back that we like in a much better offense long-term, I would really like to do that. But, I mean, Conner and Akers right now are just players I don't really have much interest in. Now, Dylan says 10-team PBR format, no tight end, double flex. We have Burrow, Derrick Henry, Gibbs, Amari, JSN, Hall, Dotson. Just picked up Puka, Zay Algier from the waiver wire. What are we doing, boss? Thanks. So thank you so much. I mean, here, if we could trade Amari and go get T. Higgins, get the Burrow stack, I think that'd make a lot of sense. And also, if we could take Breece Hall and maybe a depth wide receiver like Puka or John Dotson and go get to Travis Etienne, I'm also going to look to do that as well. I just think that now is the time to sell Breece Hall. Now's the time to sell Hall before people realize how bad this offense is. And he's not going to be able to just carry himself over the situation every single week going forward. Iggy Biggie coming out says Lamar, Gibbs, Madison, Akers, Pacheco, Roshan, Warren, Diggs, Judy, Cup, JSN, Mooney. What's the moves? Looking to pick up Puka and Musgrave. Cup and Akers kill me. I still think that Akers is an intriguing sell. Maybe you can get someone to go get him, given the fact that he did score points this week. He did have a rushing touchdown. But yeah, I'm going to be fine holding on to Cooper Kupp. Stafford looked pretty damn good this week. If you wanted to go through and sell maybe like Isaiah Pacheco and Cam Akers and get any startable running back, I think that make a lot of sense. I mean, both guys are operating in running back by committees. In the case of Pacheco, he's in a 3-man split backfield, which is gross. And in the case of Akers, he's on the Los Angeles Rams, which is gross. Bridget says, sell high on Olave, Breece Hall, Montgomery, Pittman, and Addison. Not on Chris Olave. Yes on Breece Hall. Yes on David Montgomery, only in full PBR formats. I don't think you're going to get much for Pittman. And no, do not sell Addison. Demetrio says, hey, Mason, please start 2 in a 10-team non-PBR format. Mostert, Jamal, Breece Hall, Joe Mixon. We're going to go Joe Mixon and honestly, probably Raheem Mostert, just given the offense he plays in. We're just looking for a touchdown upside in non-PPR league. And then start 2 between Jefferson, Flowers, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Mims. We're going to be going with Justin Jefferson and Amon-Ra St. Brown. And start 1 between Goff and Fields. Thanks. And thank you so much, my man. And we will go Justin Fields, and hopefully he's a little bit better this next week. Okay. So now our next switch coming out from Tilted Hippo says, happy BR trade Etienne and Mike Williams for Kenneth Walker and AJ Brown. I love Etienne, but yes, I would make that deal. Big B says, Hurts, Bijan, Gibbs, Hall, Hill, Allen, Frymuth. The bench, we have Richardson, JT, Collins, Kirk, Johnston, dropping Tony and Williams. Should we trade Richardson and Hall or Jahmyr Gibbs? I really like the idea on a Jalen Hurts team. Let's send Anthony Richardson and Breece Hall, and let's go get Travis Etienne. Full BBR format, I'm going to be looking to hold Jahmyr Gibbs, though. AZ says, Mason just traded Cooper Kupp for Keenan Allen. Do we like it? Very much dependent I believe, Easy you were saying that you were having a very hard time finding wide receiver depth. If that's the case, if you need someone to start this week, then sure, let's do it. Now, Dylan coming out says, sorry, forgot to add this. We have Cup on the IR. So that's going to be the team. That's the double flex format where we have Burrow, Henry. Okay. Yeah, I don't think that changes anything. We're still going to be looking to sell high on Breece Hall. Just like the long-term upside a little bit more now. Now, John coming out says 10-team format where we have only one flex. Herbert, Andrews, Bijan, Sanders, Tyreek, Amon-Ra, Lockett, Evans, James Cook, Khalil Herbert, Zeke, and Penny. Should we take Tyler Algier? Yes, I would drop Rashad Penny for Tyler Algier. And I would also look to trade Khalil Herbert and hopefully Tyler Lockett and get the best wide receiver we can in return. Now, J-Doll Music says drop Ferguson or Elijah Moore for Puka. I drop either guy for Puka. I drop Ferguson first if we have a tight end that we like. Nicholas says 12-team PPR format. We have Lawrence and Anthony Richardson at QB. Running back, we have Chubb, Gibbs, JT, Herbert, Warren. Wide receiver, we have Wilson, Godwin, Addison, Kirk, Elijah Moore, Quentin Johnson. Tight end, we have Andrews. Any trades? Thanks, brother. No, thank you so much, my man. Overall, I think that we're in a really good spot. I mean, if we could find someone to buy Garrett Wilson, by selling like Garrett Wilson and Khalil Herbert, to go out there and get like Chris Olave, Jalen Waddle, Monroe St. Brown, Calvin Ridley, anybody in that range, that'd be a no-brainer. I think it's going to be very hard to do that straight up. I think our only shot is packaging a depth running back there to possibly get it done, and still, it's probably not likely. Now, Chris says, should we trade Tua for Josh Allen? Hell yes, my man. Go do that right now. And the cash money coming out says, limited bench space. Can we drop Swift or Akers for Kenneth Walker, Roschon, or Kyron Williams? No. Running backs are Henry, Gibbs, spending 50% on those running backs and 20% on Puka. Yeah, there's no reason to be that aggressive when we're possibly getting the worst player off the waiver wire. If you were going to go through and make a drop, you would drop DeAndre Swift for one of those running backs, and it would be 1%. There's no reason to spend 15 to 20% to drop Cam Akers or DeAndre Swift for one of these players. And by no means am I going to want to spend 20% on Puka here if we have those players as well. Like, those are great. I don't want to drop those players. Now, Rigo Mortis says, trade Hopkins and Godwin for Waddle. Hell yes, I'm doing that, my friend. Anthony says, send Flowers and Anthony Richardson for Jahmyr Gibbs. I have Lamar. Yep, let's go ahead and let's do that in a full PPR league. Joseph says, have Etienne and Dobbins is hurt. The bench, we have Breece Hall, Kenneth Gainwell, or the waiver wire, Roschon or Justice Hill. I would definitely drop Dobbins, go pick up Roschon Johnson if we can. Breece Hall is going to be a running back that I'm still looking to sell if we can. If we can take like Breece Hall, Mike Evans, and go get like a Nick Chubb, and go get a Tony Pollard level player, I'm doing that in a heartbeat. Like, there's someone that's going to try to go through and there's going to be someone that tries to convince themselves that Breece Hall is still going to be productive in this offense. I really wish it's true. I would love to convince myself, but Breece Hall is a sell for me at the moment. He was a massive, massive buy for us last year, if y'all remember. Trenton says, would you trade Jefferson for Lamb and Ridley? No, I wouldn't. Let's like a 14-team league with multiple flexes. To the Max says 12-team PPR league. Should we try to sell Miles Sanders for Jahmyr Gibbs? Hell yes, full PPR format. Starters are Dak, Mixon, Sanders, Chase, Waddle, Zay Jones. We have Taylor Lockett on the bench. First waiver wire pickup. Jordan Love, Edwards, Joshua Kelly, Darnell Mooney, Elijah Moore, Shaheed, and the Dallas Cowboys. Probably go Cowboys defense. Cowboys defense probably going to drop another 35 points this week. They're going up against Zach Wilson. Now our next switch coming out from Loop, who says 12-team app PPR double flex. We have Fields, Diggs, Lamb, Devonta Smith, Waddle, Judy, Akers, Gainwell, Dylan, Devon, A-Chain, Charbonnet, Dalton Schultz. What is the move? Double flex league. Depth's going to matter a little bit more here. I'd still like to sell Akers, but we can't package a wide receiver here since it's a double flex format, 12-team leagues as well. Specifically in this kind of league, I'm probably just going to be sitting on our hands. We're probably going to be waiting. If you really wanted to sell Jerry Jeudy and go out there and get like DJ Moore to pair him up with Fields, you can. You know, I'm not a big DJ Moore guy, though. Now, Shady coming out says, should I start Keenan Allen over Garrett Wilson this week? And should we try to sell Wilson? Are we panicking? If you can package Wilson with a running back to go get to like the Waddle or Olave tier, yes, we sell Wilson. The issue is, while I think you can sell Breece Hall and still get someone to give you a considerable amount for him, I don't know if you're going to be able to sell Garrett Wilson for anything reasonable. So I would if we can, and I would start Keenan Allen over Garrett Wilson this week. Brian says 12-team full PPR format, one flex. We have Lamar at QB. We have Jacobs, Ramondre running back. We have Kupp, Lockett, London, Andrews, Pickens, Algier, and picking up Puka. Should I try trading for a wide receiver like Calvin Ridley? What kind of trade package makes sense for him? I mean, if we could go through and possibly package together, say like one flex league, I don't want to be selling a running back here. I don't think we can afford Ridley. If we can sell like Lockett and Algier, if we can sell Lockett and Puka, if we can sell London and Algier, London and Puka, if we can sell Pickens and Algier, Pickens and Puka, we can go with one of those combos and go get Calvin Ridley. That make a lot of sense. In reality, I think you probably get rejected. In reality, you probably can't afford it. Now, Kupp coming out says 10-team PPR format, one flex. We have Lawrence at QB. Running back, we have Pollard, Etienne. Wide receiver, we have Diggs, Higgins. The flex, we have Gibbs. Tight end, Darren Waller. And then on the IR, Cooper Kupp, bench, Terry, Flowers, Montgomery, Mitchell. Wanting to trade Montgomery plus for an elite level wide receiver. Hell yeah, let's go Montgomery, Zay, Flowers, and let's see if we can get a wide receiver that we really like. Let's do it. Montgomery, Zay, let's see if we can get to Ridley. Now, Montgomery, Terry, let's see if we can go get that same package. I really like that idea. I don't want to sell Diggs or Higgins, though, but Verdict says, it's real work, and we appreciate you for it. No, my man, I mean, this job is not real. There are people watching this who have real jobs. There are people watching this who go out there and, I mean, are electricians, are plumbers, get their hands dirty, and I have real jobs. I am not one of those with a real job. We sit here and talk fantasy football for about, 18 hours a day at this point. So, not 18, probably 16 hours a day at this point. But, yeah, thank you again, my man, for being a member of the flock. I appreciate the kind words, but I'm not going to come out here and pretend like this is a real job. Now, Sergio says, have the first pick in waivers. Should I get Gainwell, Puka, or also potentially trade? We have Justin Herbert, Bijan, Jamal, Christian Watson, Mike Williams, Andrews, Lockett. And then on the bench, we have Khalil Herbert, Cooper Kupp, Zach Charbonnet, Bateman, Goff, Laporta, Tank, Bigsby. So the question is, if we were to go through and if we were to cut someone here, who do we cut? We probably cut either Rashad Bateman or Sam Laporta. Or maybe you could make the argument Jared Goff. Those would be the three guys that we're looking to go. Do we want to cut one of those players? Probably not. So I think we would much prefer making a 2-for-1 deal. If we can sell Khalil Herbert and Tyler Lockett to go get a player like T. Higgins to upgrade in the starting lineup, I think that'd make a lot of sense. If we could go Khalil Herbert and Tyler Lockett to go get a wide receiver like Mike Williams, Keenan Allen to pair up with Justin Herbert, I think that would make a lot of sense. There we'd also open up the roster spot, and then we can go ahead and we can pick up another player. If this is a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, there I think you can go ahead. I think you can get away with picking up Gainwell if you really wanted to. In reality, if you wanted to sell one of these guys right now, I don't want to guarantee it, but I'd say there's a high probability that the most value you would get from one of these players would actually be Puka. I think if you were going to sell someone off the waiver wire, he's who holds the most value. He's who has the most hype at this moment. Now, Austin says running backs I could get for Anthony Richardson. We lost Herbert and JK. Let me go through and pull up where I have Anthony Richardson ranked in my rest of season rankings to hopefully give you a realistic idea of what you can expect. Richardson. I have Richardson in a range of Cam Akers, Brian Robinson, Rashad White, James Conner, James Cook, David Montgomery, Javonte Williams, Damian Pierce. That's about the range that you're looking at with RBs, my man. If you wanted to go through and sell Anthony Richardson for a depth running back there, you can go ahead and do it. Now, our next question coming out from Colin says, start Swift over Montgomery RB2 or for the flex if Gainwell's out in a full PPR format. We're definitely starting David Montgomery. And we're going to go, if Gainwell's out and Rashad Penny is a healthy scratch and DeAndre Swift is the only guy, you can go with DeAndre Swift there in the flex. But the thing is, if Gainwell's out, they probably play Penny. It's probably a split backfield. If that's Elijah Moore, we'll go Swift if Gainwell's out. If it is DJ Moore, it'll be much tougher, and it's going to be a lot closer to whatever you want, my man. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Tommy says, was offered David Montgomery for Mike Evans. Do we take this? I have Calvin Ridley, Waddle, Evans, Lockett, Addison. Running backs are Madison, CMC, JT, and Raheem Mostert. Thanks. So thank you so much, my man. I think you take David Montgomery here based on us having JT and also based on the fact that I know we could sell David Montgomery for more. So I actually probably look to go ahead and still sell David Montgomery in a full PPR format afterwards. But this seems like a pretty damn good price tag to grab him and see if we can flip him for more. Now, Bro Moment says 12-team PPR format. We have Kirk, Ramondre, Madison, Diggs, Lamb, Kittle, Ayuk. And then on the bench, we have Hopkins, P. Ryan, Laporta. Thoughts and recommendations. Fine rostering 2 tight ends here if we really wanted to. If we really wanted to try to package together, say, like P. Ryan and Brandon Ayuk to go get maybe a player like Calvin Ridley. Let's do it. I think you have a lot of upside, and you have a strong team there as well. Now, Beast Mode coming out saying, pick up Roshan or Joshua Kelly, Ertz or Hayden Hurst or Luke Musgrave. I go Zach Ertz out of these guys, and I go Roshan Johnson, assuming the ankle injury for Austin Eckler is not serious. Of course, if Eckler's going to miss time, Joshua Kelly's like the most premium pickup this week. The tall guy you know says traded Swift and Tyler Higbee for Darren Waller. Good or bad move? Phenomenal move. I would even then look to flip Waller for Hawkinson if we can. Lane says Algier's handcuff for Bijan or waiver pick. I would rather have Tyler Algier, regardless if we have Bijan Robinson or not. The Notorious One says, should I drop Zeke? And if so, who should we pick up? I'm not dropping Zeke right now. Ramondre goes down. Zeke's probably a top 15 running back in New England. Now, Mark coming out says, accidentally skipped me earlier. I don't think we did. 12-team map PPR league, 3 wide receivers in a flex. Hurts at quarterback and desperate at running back. Should we trade Kelsey and Gabe Davis for Miles Sanders, Montgomery, or I don't remember this. I'm sorry if we did, my friend. And I mean, I understand that you're desperate for a running back, but we can't do this. We can't do this. If we're selling Kelsey, I want Pollard. I want Chubb. I want Bijan. I want CMC. I want an elite level running back, even in a format like this where depth's going to matter a little bit more. We can't do that, my friend. Okay. Now, Jason says, should I drop McKinnon in a full PPR format? I honestly probably would. Looks like a 3-man split backfield. McKinnon could have value if it was just going to be, say, Isaiah Pacheco and Jarrett McKinnon. But if it's Isaiah Pacheco, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, and McKinnon, then at that point, what's the real upside? Now, Dylan coming out saying, PBR, we have Hurts, Jacobs, Walker, Chase, Ridley, Goddard, Jacoby. Should I trade Kenneth Walker and Jacoby Myers for Travis Etienne? Hell yes. I have Sutton replace Jacoby and JT's coming back. Yes. Go get Travis Etienne here. Jacoby Myers, I mean, we kind of know who he is. He had a great week. I definitely think he's worth the roster spot. But I mean, if we can go through and if we can sell him and fundamentally upgrade somewhere in our starting lineup, that's a no-brainer. Now, Aiden coming out says, a full PPR, we have Tua, Tyreek, Ridley, Hopkins, Pollard, Ramondre, Juwan Johnson. And then on the bench, we have Rashad White, Madison, Hollywood, Tony, MT. Can I get a wide receiver 1 and RB2 in pieces? What's the move? I'm here if you really wanted to sell someone. I'm still looking to sell Hollywood Brown just based off how bad this offense is. Obviously, having the Tua Tyreek stack, we're starting off the week. I'm starting off the season 1-0. Hell, we have Calvin Ridley here as well. We're in a great spot. Really, the only thing is if you wanted to sell, say, like Hollywood Brown and Juwan Johnson to go get an upgrade at tight ends, I think that could make a lot of sense. I think we could do that, my friend. Okay, now our next question coming out from, I believe, Riley, who says, thanks for the hard work, Mason. I had Bijan and Tyler Algier. Traded Algier and Dotson for T. Higgins. Hell yes. Full PPR 12-team league. What do you think about the move? I think it is a great spot. Like selling Dotson. I mean, Ed McLaurin came off the turf toe this week, and I mean, Dotson still couldn't get the job done. So I don't know. I think it makes a lot of sense to sell the running back depth there. But Boomer coming out says 10-team PPR format, 1 flex, number 1 overall pick, Mahomes, CMC, Mixon, Keenan, Hopkins, Godwin, Ingram. And then on the bench, we have Terry, Lazard, Gallup, Mitchell, Swift. Any moves? Cut Allen Lazard with no Rodgers there. There's absolutely no reason to roster him. The only guys that are rosterable in New York now are going to be Brees, Dalvin, and Garrett Wilson. I think we should be looking to sell a couple if we can. So cut Lazard. Outside of that, love the team. And I'm not going to lie, I was not drafting a lot of Christian McCaffrey this year. I was drafting Justin Jefferson, Tyreek Hill, and Jamar Chase over CMC. And it looks like it was a massive mistake based off the CMC usage week 1. Now, Trix coming out says 12-team app PPR format. We have Hurts, Montgomery, Dobbins, Chase, Waddle, Hawkinson, Mike Williams. No starters on the bench. How much fab on Gainwell to stack with Jalen Hurts? Don't really care about having Hurts here if we're going after Gainwell. Not going to make a big difference for me. Now, I will say, when we have Dobbins going down, obviously it's going to be a high priority to go get Gainwell. If it's a league where we have probably like 7 bench spots and Gainwell's like going to be one of the only interesting waiver wire options, then maybe we can say let's go out there and let's spend 20%. It's very hard for me to say exactly what percentage we should be spending of our fab without being able to see the bench and who we're going to be dropping, though. Can I be great? Long time no see. Says, what's up, Mason? Full PBR 10-team league. I have Fields, CMC, Gibbs, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Waddle, Komet, Christian Watson, Dylan, and Pat Frymuth. I also have Cup on the IR right now. Any place we should look to improve, or should we wait for Cooper Kupp? I honestly think that we wait for Cooper Kupp. A lot of these players I love. I think Gibbs is a buy low guy. I think Waddle's a buy low guy. Frymuth looks like he's going to be kicking ass now that you have no Deontay Johnson. So I think this is a great team. I think we actually just sit on our hands and wait for Cooper Kupp. I'm sorry. I wish I had more for you. I wish we could go out there and say that there was a clear move to be made, but no, this is a great team. I love this, my man. Now, Kelvin says, do I start T. Higgins and Joe Burrow this week? Oh, yes, please. Do not panic. I mean, right now, Vegas Sportsbooks have the Cincinnati Bengals as like a top 5 offense this week. The Bengals are going to be fine. Now, Roy says, is it safe to now start Brees Hall? I mean, Brees Hall is an elite level running back. Talent-wise, we already knew that. But ultimately, at the end of the day, Dalvin still had more carries. Dalvin still had more targets. Dalvin still had more receptions. And now they're supposed to be the worst offense in the NFL. The implied team total when it comes to the Dallas game is 16 points. Vegas is telling us the Jets will score 16 points this week. That's the worst in the NFL. That's behind the Arizona Cardinals. The absolute worst. And if you're in the live chat, I promise you, I did not skip your question. We don't skip any questions. You can see on the list that we're going in order. We are backed up right now. I'm trying to go as fast as I can here. So please bear with me. Do not think I skipped your question. Promise you I did not. Now, our next question coming up from Alex says, PBR, 1 flex. We have Deshaun Watson at QB. Wide receiver, we have Amon-Ra St. Brown, Deebo Samuel, Chris Godwin. Running back, we have Pollard, Jones, Rashad White. We have Hawkinson at tight end with Luke Musgrave. And then on the waiver wire, we have Myers, Dobbs, and Joshua Kelly. Any potential trades? Would be really nice to go through and pick some of these guys up. But, I mean, I don't really know who we're going to drop outside of Luke Musgrave. So, I mean, I would say 1, drop Luke Musgrave. I'd pick up any of these guys over Musgrave. 2, I mean, we would go ahead and see if we can make a 2-for-1 deal where we don't have to make this drop if we don't want to. If you wanted to go through and try to sell, say, like Rashad White and Deebo Samuel to go get an elite level wide receiver in return, to go get someone like Chris Olave or Jalen Waddle, or obviously if we go higher than that, if we can go get Devontae Adams, we get Adams, we do it. But I think that could be something we're doing, my man. I think that would be. Now, Gavin coming out says 12-team PBR format. We have Burrow, Pollard, Gibbs, Tyreek, Mike Williams, Dallas Goedert, Michael Thomas. The bench is James Cook, Khalil Herbert, Cortland Sutton, and Sam Laporta. Thoughts on who to start and if we should make any trades to improve the team. I think we actually start James Cook over Michael Thomas at this point. Really like what we have at the very top end. The only thing I'd say is if we could potentially go through and sell Mike Williams and send him to go get T. Higgins, even if that meant we had to package together like Sam Laporta or Cortland Sutton to go get it done. I think that makes a lot of sense to just go through and kind of double down on the Cincinnati Bengals offense. I'm expecting a big bounce back this week against the Baltimore Ravens. I think that could be interesting, my friend. Now, Quinn says 14-team full BBR format, 1 flex. We have Lamar, Bijan, Chubb, Olave, Godwin, Komet, Brian Robinson, Mike Williams, Jameson Williams. Advice on what to do. I mean, I'd like to upgrade tight end, but particularly in a 14-team format, it's going to be a little bit harder to find depth. So if we were to do so, we're definitely going to make someone overpay for a wide receiver or running back like Brian Robinson, Mike Williams. Very fortunate in a 14-team league where we're not having to deal with any of the injuries right now. We have a phenomenal team. If you could sell Mike Williams and go get like TJ Hawkinson, I think that'd make a lot of sense. And like I said, if we are going to be making that trade, we need to go through and we need to make sure that the other team is overpaying since it's a 14-team format. But ladies and gentlemen, real quick, if you have not done so already, please go down there. Drop a like on this live stream. We have live streamed for 137 days in a row. We're live streaming every single day until 2024. Closing in on 186,000 subscribers as well. So if somehow you are not subscribed to the channel, make sure you fix your life. Make sure you subscribe. And if you want to check out any of these pick'ems on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat. You can find it in the description. You can find it in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK is going to get you a 100% deposit match up to $200. Plus, you're going to get our 2023 fantasy football rankings, a free trial to flockfantasy.com. And also, if you are new to Underdog, you're going to be getting a special Jalen Hurts pick'em, more than less than half a total yard for the Thursday night game against the Minnesota Vikings. And also, make sure if you are on Underdog, you include Tua's total yards pick'em in your pick'em slip this weekend. That way you get entered in to win the $100,000 prize pool. They're giving away $10,000 prizes to people who include Tua with their pick'em slip this weekend. So make sure you are taking advantage of that, ladies and gentlemen. But let's go through and let's find our next question. This one coming out from, I believe, Sean, who says, 12-team, 3-wide receiver league where we have Deshaun Watson at quarterback, Anthony Richardson as well. Running back, we have Barkley, Gibbs, Hall, Gainwell, Mostert. Wide receiver, we have McLaurin, Addison, Davis, Kupp, Dobbs. How much fab do I spend on Puka? So who's the cut here? We cut Romeo Dobbs. Dobbs is the worst player on this team. So the question is, how much better is Puka than Romeo Dobbs, realistically? Now that Dobbs is 100% good to go, now that Dobbs is healthy. Can y'all let me know in the live chat, what percentage of your fab budget would you spend to upgrade from Romeo Dobbs to Puka? Because it's not necessarily about like, okay, I love Puka straight up. It's about the opportunity cost moving on from Romeo Dobbs as well. People are just saying keep Romeo Dobbs. See, this is the thing, right? I'm not saying Romeo Dobbs is someone you want over Puka, but make sure we're not going out there and spending a ton. Like, I would spend 10 to 15% on Puka if you were going through and if you were dropping, say, Sky Moore. You were dropping someone that you had really no interest in long term. But if you have someone that you like, I mean, you're sometimes better off. Like if I offered you, say, a trade, I was going, hey, man, I'm going to give you Puka and 20% of the fab budget for Romeo Dobbs. I'm sorry, Dobbs and 20% of my fab budget for Puka. Maybe you go ahead, maybe you take the Dobbs side, you know. Okay. Now, Joey coming out says 10-team, non-PBR, 1 flex. We have Lawrence, Richardson, Jacobs, Walker, Madison, Dillon, Waddle, Watson, London, Pittman, JSN, Tony, Kelsey. I'm fourth in waiver wire priority with Tua available. Oh my gosh. Okay, so we are going to go ahead. We're going to get Tua if we can, especially if Lawrence are quarterback. I mean, obviously we want to pick up Tua and see if we can just flip him. I'd say here we are going to be aggressive with our waiver wire moves because we have an easy cut in Kadarius Toney. I would cut Toney for Tua. I'd cut him for Puka. I'd cut him for Algier. I'd cut him for Gainwell. I'd cut him for Kelly. So 100% that we're going to be making a move here. And outside of that, love the team. There aren't really any trades we can make at this moment. Outside of if we do end up getting Tua, then at that point, we're definitely going to be looking to sell Anthony Richardson or Trevor Lawrence or Tua. Now, Jackson coming out saying 12-team PBR format, 2 wide receivers, 2 flexes. We have Hopkins, JSN, Garrett Wilson, Hollywood Brown. Christian Watson got dropped to the waiver wire. What do I spend out of our $200 fab? Obviously, it depends on who we're cutting. This is something we were talking about previously. It's hard to really know this without knowing that answer. I mean, if it's a 12-team league with 7 flex spots, I'm going to be aggressive. I'll spend 40, 50% of our fab budget. Christian Watson is significantly better than any waiver wire option that's sitting out there right now. Now, Giannis coming out says 12-team non-PPR format, double flex. We have Lawrence, Ramadre, Chubb, White, Olave, DK, Devonta Smith, Waller. And then on the bench, we have Jerome Ford, Roshan, Tajay Spears, Nico Collins. Any improvements? I like Ramadre in a full PPR format. Ramadre in a non-PPR league, I don't have much interest in. I would go ahead. I'll try to pivot off of Ramadre. I'd see if we can package him together with, I don't know, maybe someone like Roshan. Roshan's like the third down back. I think he's less appealing in a non-PPR format as well. And see if we can pivot over to someone like Kenneth Walker. I think Walker's the guy who won that non-PPR league. Texas Snimpy says, thoughts on Melvin Gordon? I mean, hell, maybe Melvin Gordon makes it where Justice Hill and Gus Edwards aren't super viable, but we'll see. We'll see. Dolkin says, hey, Mason, looking to add a solid running back to pair with Etienne. I have Javonte at RB2 at the moment. Wanted to package DK and Mostert as you suggested. Any ideas? So if you're going to go DK and Raheem Mostert, some running backs I think you can be looking for. If you can get back Aaron Jones, get back Joe Mixon, get back Josh Jacobs, you already have Travis Etienne. I don't think we're going to get anybody above that. I think that's going to be about the range that we are looking at, my friend. Now, Luca coming out saying 12-team PPR league, one flex. We have Travis, Pollard, Madison. Algier, wide receivers, we have Cup, Amari, Brandon Cooks, Adam Thielen. What moves could we make wavering more wide receivers? I think the primary thing is you cut Adam Thielen for a high upside player off the waiver wire. Go get Kenneth Gainwell. Go get Joshua Kelly. Go get Puka. If you're looking at Adam Thielen, this was his shot to do something. Yeah, no DJ Chark. It was Jonathan Mingo's first game ever. I understand he was dealing with the ankle, but he did play. I mean, going back to what we were talking about coming into the season. Like, we really don't have, I mean, an upside case for Adam Thielen, right? Thielen can be okay in best ball, but from a regular fantasy football perspective, I don't see how he really ever moves the needle. Now, Bubman says, our Reeve was a typo for Rashee Rice. Appreciate you, my friend. Yeah, definitely Rashee Rice, not going to change anything there. I mean, I was thinking, I was like, okay, is this Rivers? Is this something that's really interesting? But talent's always happy to see it, my man says. Full BBR. Quarterback, we have Fields. Running back, we have Saquon, Bijan, David Montgomery, Damian Pierce. Wide receiver, we have Diggs, Ridley, Olave, Watson. Tight end, we have Evan Ingram. We traded Cam Akers, Brian Robinson, and David Njoku for TJ Hawkinson, like you said. What should the regular lineup be with this team? Running back, we're going to go Bijan Robinson, Saquon Barkley. Beautiful. Wide receiver, we're going to go Diggs and Calvin Ridley. Full BBR format, flex will be Chris Olave. Quarterback will be Fields. Tight end will be Hawkinson. Phenomenal team. We can afford to overpay for an elite level tight end, specifically because how good our team is there. Isaac says, any trades or waiver wire pickups? It's a 10-team full PPR format where we have Mahomes, Jefferson, Keenan, Pittman, Jacobs, Walker, Andrews, Cam Akers, and Brian Robinson. So if we're looking at this, I mean, if we wanted to have a waiver wire pickup, our worst player is Cam Akers. I don't want to cut Cam Akers for like Joshua Kelly. So I think that it would be really nice for us to like package together, say like Cam Akers, Michael Pittman, and go get a long-term upgrade at wide receiver. Brian Robinson and Keenan Allen, go get a long-term upgrade at wide receiver. That way, at that point, we actually have some open up roster spots where we can make moves off the waiver wire. Because if those two guys are like the best options, I mean, the worst options on our team, we are just going to be in such a tough spot in making waiver wire moves this year. Now, Brady says 10-team BBR format, 2 wide receivers, 2 running backs, and a flex. Should I put Harris or Tyler Algier in the running back 2 spot? If it's Najee, I will go Najee Harris. If it's Damian, I will go Tyler Algier. Now, Justin says, do I trade Breece Hall, Romeo Doubs, and Nico Collins for James Conner, Damian Pierce? Need depth at RB 12th on the waiver wire this week, so no Gainwell sweepstakes. Breece Hall to Damian Pierce. Probably rather have Hall, but it's probably pretty close. Dobbs and Nico Collins for James Conner. If you're telling me we need running back depth, if we have like JT, if we had, say, I don't know, J.K. Dobbins, let's go ahead and let's make the move, my man. You may just have to. Now, Splashy Malley coming out says, PBR, we have Mahomes, Jones, Pacheco, Chase, Jefferson, Waller, Lockett. JSN. I want a better RB2. Is selling Patty for Herbert, Kenneth Walker, and Zach Charbonnet smart? I don't think so. I think if you're going to be making this move, you need a better running back than Kenneth Walker. If you want a better RB2, I don't mind the idea of selling Mahomes, getting another quarterback that we really like, while at the same time, I mean, going out there and just getting the upgrade of the starting lineup. I just don't know if we can sell Mahomes for essentially Kenneth Walker. Jonathan says, hey, brother, full BBR. We have Geno, McCaffrey, Connor, Lamb, Olave with Javonte at the flex, Keenan, Godwin on the bench. Any changes? Definitely play Keenan over Javonte in the short term. Long term, I think if we really want to, if we can package together either Keenan or Godwin with James Conner and get an upgraded RB2, I think that's appealing. Or if we can sell one of these depth wide receivers and go get an upgrade at quarterback over Geno Smith, that's also another thing that we can look to do. I mean, at this moment, I am pretty worried about what we have when it comes to Geno. Geno did not look good, ladies and gentlemen. Did not look good. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's find our next question. This one coming out from, I believe, Craig, who says, hey, Mason, hook 'em horns. Thank you, Craig. I agree. Hook 'em horns. Depressed about the Garrett Wilson news after denying trade after trade for him this offseason. Michael Thomas or Brian Robinson over him this week. Oh, that is a tough spot. The interesting thing is, I mean, with Wilson, you don't want to give up immediately, but he's going up against the Dallas Cowboys where they have an implied team total of 16 points. Like, I think we still start Garrett Wilson here in a full PPR format, but yeah, that is brutal. I'm sorry, my man. And Calvin coming out says, 12-team map PPR league. We have Lawrence at quarterback. Wide receiver, we have Diggs, Ridley, Debo. Tight end, we have Hurst. And then at running back, we have Bijan, DeAndre Swift. And then on the bench, we have Mike Williams, A.J. Dillon, Anthony Richardson, Elijah Mitchell, Odell, Tank Bigsby. Any moves that we should make from here? I don't necessarily think that there's anything we're looking to do in terms of trades. However, if you were looking at the starting lineup, I'm definitely going to want to change things around here. If we could instead go through and start Mike Williams over DeAndre Swift in the flex spot. Actually, no, hell, DeAndre Swift's our RB2. Okay, if DeAndre Swift's our RB2, we need to trade for a running back too, my man. We need to sell Debo and DeAndre Swift and get the best running back we can in return. We need to sell Williams and Swift and get the best running back we can in return. I'd rather wait for the Gainwell injury news, though. Because, I mean, if Gainwell misses, then maybe DeAndre Swift's the starter this week, and maybe we can actually get a bump in value. But Doug says, my running backs are bad. How much do I spend on Gainwell? $200. Please, everybody listen closely, because this is going to be something I need to set the precedent of for the entire season. If y'all notice, I answer a lot of questions with some people in 8-team leagues, some people in 10-team leagues, some people in 12-team leagues, and some people in 14-team leagues. It is impossible for me. It is irresponsible for me to go out there and put a percentage of your fab budget you should spend on an individual player off the waiver wire unless I know the very specific details of your exact situation, the amount of teams that are in the league, and the player that we are going to be looking to drop. So, I'm sorry, my friend. I can't answer your question. I'm sorry. Now, 50 Shades of Trey coming out says, got offered Garrett Wilson and Zach Charbonnet for Algier and Godwin. Yeah, we have to do this deal. Seems like an easy accept, but Wilson being at quarterback, yes, it is very scary. But ultimately, like we can say, okay, Garrett Wilson is in a very bad spot because he has bad quarterback play. Chris Godwin has Baker Mayfield as his quarterback. So it feels like it would be a little bit hypocritical if I were to go through and say, you can't trade Chris Godwin for Garrett Wilson because of Zach Wilson. I kind of flip it around as well. Cheeky Opson says 113 drafts, 33% Puka, 43% Tucker, all last rounds. Oh my, I am jealous, my man. I probably have 400 drafts on Underdog this year, and I probably have 0% Puka. Probably the worst call I made. Probably the worst call I made this year. One of the worst. I made a lot of bad ones. Now, Brody coming out says, Amari in a third / maybe a second for Brandon Ayuk. I would trade Amari in a third for Ayuk in Dynasty. I mean, Ayuk's younger too. Tilted Devo says, Hall and Miles Sanders for Joe Mixon We have Chubb and Etienne. I like the idea of selling Hall for Mixon. I don't know if we want to be going as high as Miles Sanders in that package. Travis says, hey, Mason, Rojo was Roshan. Okay, thank God. I mean, we don't have to cut him in that case. Please don't cut Rojo if Rojo is Roshan Johnson. I've heard that before. I don't know why that hasn't stuck with me, but for whatever reason, every time I see Rojo, I still think, okay, this is Ronald Jones. But Tom says, do you think Kupp will come back 100%? I don't think it's 100% certain that Cooper Kupp will come back, but I do think that, I don't want to say it's likely, it's 100% a possibility. I would say it's probably a 85-90% chance we get Kupp back. Avery says, trade Breece Hall and EJ Moore for Calvin Ridley. Hell yeah, I would. I mean, with the Rodgers injury, I would. Theo says, hey, Mason, just subbed to the flock and joined Discord. Hell yeah, submitted the roster this morning. Was hoping to get the answer before the waiver wire tomorrow. Discord, this is embarrassing, my friend. Let me see if I've gotten a response back. I've used Discord for years. That Discord server we've had has been live for years. I don't know if we had too many people join. I don't know what happened, but I got banned from Discord for 24 hours today. For the love of God, hopefully this gets sorted out soon. I can't deal with this again. I'm assuming it's because I'm going through in direct messaging everybody with their overall podcast. I send a .wav file. Maybe they flagged me as a bot or something. So I am very sorry. I literally just can't. I can't get to it for you, my friend. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, the Giants Rock says, should I try to send David Montgomery and Drake for Kenneth Walker? Yes, I would. Yeah, give me Kenneth Walker over David Montgomery and Drake London, my friend. Nima says, that's hilarious. Hopefully, I'm only going to be banned for 24 hours. I just sent them an email. I just said, hey, this better not happen again. For the love of God, make sure this does not happen again. As we do a lot for flockfantasy.com on Discord. Slick Rick says, Bijan owner 10-team league. Is Tyler Algier worth the stash or Puka? I would rather have Algier. I mean, if Bijan goes down, Tyler Algier is a top 10 running back, and Tyler Algier is a league winner. I mean, Puka is definitely useful. I don't see Puka being a league winner, though. Now, Dave says, 10-team non-PPR format, 6 point per passing touchdown. We want an elite level quarterback in this format. We have Watson, Javonte, Akers, Tyreek, Amari, and Njoku, Olave, Dotson, Elijah Mitchell, Juwan, CEH. I traded Garrett Wilson for Dameon Pierce. Was this a good deal? I would say no in a in a full PPR format. Non-PPR league, obviously, running back's going to matter a little bit more, and your overall wide receiver depth isn't really going to matter as much. You're going to have a lower percentage of the elite level players coming from the wide receiver position in non-PPR, and also you're going to be less inclined to play a wide receiver in the flex spot at the same time. But ladies and gentlemen, we're about to hit 1,400 likes on this live stream. Please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on the stream. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. Hell, we have live streamed for 137 days in a row at this point. We're going to be live streaming every single day until 2024. And of course, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems on Underdog Fantasy, you can find the link in the live chat. You can find the link in the description. You can find the link in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK is going to get you a 100% deposit match up to $200. Plus, it will get you our 2023 fantasy football rankings, a free trial to flockfantasy.com where you can find all our premium content, and a Jalen Hurts special pick'em, more than less than half a passing yard against Minnesota on Thursday night. And on top of that, you can enter in the Sunday Scaries giveaway. If you go through and take the Tua total yards pick'em, more than less than either side, it is up to you. You're going to be entered in to win $10,000. They are giving away $10,000 prizes for people who include Tua in a pick'em slip this weekend. So please make sure you get in there, even if you only throw in $10 or whatever the hell it is. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, we're going to need to speed this up a little bit, ladies and gentlemen. I need to talk a little faster here. Yeah, we are way further than I thought, okay? Mason, you need to speed way the hell up. Oh, my gosh. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going fast here. All right, rapid fire. It's 10:30. I don't want to make y'all stay up any later than you don't want to. Okay, but our next question coming out from, I believe, Beans, who says, Deshaun Watson and Elijah Moore for Josh Allen. Hell yes, go get Josh Allen. Elite Henry says 12-team at PBR, start 1 quarterback, 3 wide receivers, 2 running backs, a tight end, and a flex. We have Watson, Williams, Higgins, Evans, Kupp, Saquon, Gibbs, Walker, Burks, and Puka or Gainwell. Great team overall. If we could sell, say, Mike Evans and go get Amari Cooper to stack with Deshaun Watson, I'd really like that. Ultimately, I think we just have to sit on our hands. I mean, we're going to get cut back in the long term. I think Gibbs will expand his role overall in Detroit. I like Gibbs as a buy low candidate. Now, Arinth coming out says 2-team. I'm assuming you meant 12-team BBR 1 flex. We have Lawrence Montgomery, Brian Robinson, Olave London, Andrew Sanders, Dylan P. Ryan, Addison, Tutu Atwell. Cut Tutu Atwell. I know he was as productive this past week as Puka, but Atwell's not going to have any volume. Atwell weighs 160 pounds soaking wet. Isaiah Likely, for the waiver wire, we're going to go Puka, Gainwell, Kelly, or Roshan. We're going to go Roshan, cut Atwell. I mean, hell, drop Isaiah Likely as well. Go pick up Puka or Joshua Kelly or Kenneth Gainwell. Really up to you, but 100% drop Atwell, drop Isaiah Likely. These other guys are more appealing. And then I don't really think we need to make any trades. If we could go through and possibly move, say, Olave for Calvin Ridley to pair up with Lawrence, I would like that. If you wanted to go London and Miles Sanders, get an elite level player or a better player at the flex spot, I'd like that as well. Easy says 10-team BBR format. We have Lamar, Bijan, Akers, Wilson, Watson, Judy, Frymuth, Kirk, Gallup, Tucker. And then on the bench, we have JT, Warren, Devon A. Chain, McKinnon. I'm being offered Pollard, Elijah Moore, and JSN for Bijan Robinson and Christian Watson. Christian Watson to JSN and Elijah Moore, slight downgrade. Bijan Robinson versus Tony Pollard. I still would rather have Bijan Robinson, even with the role that we had week 1 for Tyler Algier. So yeah, I'm going to go the Bijan Robinson side. Now, Joel coming out says P. Ryan, Stafford, Higgins for A.J. Brown and Derek Carr. Oh, definitely give me A.J. Brown there. Stafford doesn't really matter. Rose says trade Chubb and London for Etienne, Amari, and Mostert. I'll probably keep the best player. Keep Chubb, even if I like the idea of trading for Etienne. Justin says, do I start Dak or Geno? We're going to go, my gosh. We're going to go Dak. It's gross. They're going to score more points, though, even if it's the Jets defense. Purdy, Goff, and Love on the waiver wire. Actually, I'd probably drop Geno and go get your favorite guy between those three and play the matchups. Yeah, I would look to avoid starting Dak if we can this week. We're not going to be able to everywhere, but if we can, knowing that he's going up against the New York Giants. Braden says 12-team at PBR Superflex. Quarterback, we have Herbert, Goff, Ritter. Running back, we have Bijan, Javonte, Montgomery, Dillon. We have Olave, Smith, Odell, JSN, Myers. Tight end, we have Waller, Schultz. Any thoughts or changes? Second most points in the league? Hell yes, my man. I mean, overall, if it's a half PPR format, I'm looking to hold on to Montgomery. I think he is a buy in a non-PPR, hold in a half PPR, sell in a full PPR. Wide receiver, I think we're chilling. We're going to be waiting for JSN in the long term. We're going to be waiting for Myers to clear concussion protocol. I'm fine if you want to roster 2 tight ends, given the news that we had with Waller dealing with the hamstring earlier in the week. So, yeah, fine. Great team. Now, Eli says, number 1 on the waiver wire, should we grab Gainwell, Puka, or Kyron? Definitely not Kyron. It's going to be down between Gainwell or Puka. Up to you. I'd say most people would say Puka. Joel says, Garrett Wilson for Alvin Kamara. I still would rather have Garrett Wilson there. Yakov says, love your work, Mason. Thank you, my friend. We have Pollard, Dalvin, Edwards. Should we look to trade Gus for Gibbs? If you can trade Gus Edwards for Jahmyr Gibbs, it's going to be a no-brainer, regardless of if it's a full PPR format or a non-PPR league. But to be honest with you, I doubt you can. Zach says, heading to bed, but you rock, dude. Thank you so much, my man, for always coming in and hanging out with us in these live streams. Get Flocked coming out says, back with my 0 RB team, looking to flip Pickens and Khalil Herbert for Alvin Kamara. Other running backs are Mostert and Javonte. Wide receivers are Waddle, Lockett, Higgins. 12-team PPR, 1 flex. Thoughts on the deal? 1 flex league, I'm fine making this trade. I mean, like we were talking about in the video today, this is about the time frame that you would want to go out there and potentially make a play for Alvin Kamara, because he's far enough away where people aren't going to be thinking about him. I mean, coming back right around the corner, it still seems like the suspension is, about the same as it was last week, when in reality it's 33% less. So yeah, I'm fine. I think now's the time to go out there and get Kamara. Obviously, we're not trading Garrett Wilson for him, though. Now, DeShields says, thoughts on Herbert's role and also flex one between Herbert, Puka, Kyron, or Robert Woods. Probably Puka. And with Khalil Herbert, I'm worried. I mean, day one, Roschon Johnson came out here and Roschon Johnson took the third down role in this offense. That's something to be concerned with. Now, Cameron says 12-team PBR Superflex. We have Lawrence Richardson, Eckler, Pacheco, Brian Robinson, Rashad White, Gainwell, Olave, Amari, Kirk, JSN, Njoku, and Juwan Johnson. Who do I start at the second running back and flex, and how's the team? We're going to go Brian Robinson over Pacheco. And then for the flex spot, we are going to go ahead and we are going to take Rashad White. Overall, I like the team. Obviously, we got bad news with Pacheco. We got bad news with Christian Kirk week one, given their overall roles. We have a lot of upside with the squad, though. I think we primarily need to see Amari Cooper go out there and Amari Cooper to just be better this next week, which is definitely a possibility. It definitely is. Nate, and I think YouTube actually glitched out. And Nate, please let me know your message in the live chat. Don't feel like you have to donate. Let me know. I'd be happy to get that for you. But I saw YouTube like stuck your message to the top. I don't know what happened there. I'm assuming maybe like the payment failed or something, but I don't want to look into it right now. So just let me know. Let me know what your question is. And Padawan says, Jordan Love, Richardson, Kamara for Jalen Hurts. What are your thoughts? Oh, go get Jalen Hurts. Not even close. Justin says, 10-team PPR format, 2 wide receivers, and a flex. We have Fields, Bijan, Gibbs, Ridley, St. Brown. Who the hell is this? Ingraham. Maybe you meant to say Evan Ingram. Mike Williams sitting on the bench. We have James Cook, John Dotson, Quentin Johnson, Zach Charbonnet. Great team. I think if we're looking to flex anybody, we already have him with Williams. If you wanted to put someone else in there, it would be James Cook. Since we have Taylor coming back in the long term, if you wanted to sell James Cook and you wanted to go package him with maybe Mike Williams and get a long-term upgrade at the flex, I think that would be very interesting, just so we could go through and we could capitalize on it being a league where depth doesn't really matter. 10-team league with only one flex spot, and also the fact we're going to get JT later on. Now, DeShields says, forgot to add my team 12th pick in a 16-team league. We have Burrow, Chubb, Jacobs, Keenan, Godwin, Herbert, Puka, Odell, Juju, Woods, Laporta, and Kincaid. I think this is a great team overall. I think if we can sell Godwin and go get T. Higgins, I mean, yes, week one was probably brutal. Brutal. But ultimately, at the end of the day, I mean, you have the Las Vegas sportsbooks going out there and telling us the Cincinnati Bengals will be a top 5 offense this next season. They know more than we do. I'm going to operate under the assumption that we most likely get the Cincinnati Bengals bounce back. And if we already have Burrow on this team, if we could sell like Godwin for Higgins, I think that makes so much sense. Now, Nawfall says Javonte and Judy or David Montgomery and Judy for Josh Jacobs. Hell yeah, I'd make either deal. Have BBR format, either deal. Really up to you. Anthony coming out says, I got offered 2 different trades, Stevenson and Mike Williams. And the other trade is Higgins and Algier for Olave and Wilson. What do you think? So Olave and Wilson versus Higgins and Algier. Give me Olave and Wilson. Stevenson and Williams versus Olave and Wilson. Give me Olave and Wilson. Thing is, like, Wilson is kind of the same as Mike Williams, probably a little bit better. I'd rather have Olave over Higgins. I'd rather have Garrett Wilson over Tyler Algier. So I'm probably going to go with the Olave and Wilson side there. Justin says, I have Tua as a backup quarterback as well. Okay, let's go through and let's pull Justin's team back up. Okay, so this was the team with Fields. Okay, yeah, honestly, nothing changes here. I mean, if it's a 6-point passing touchdown format, then honestly, I think we sell Fields. I actually kind of want to keep both quarterbacks. I think you can play the matchups and just feel very comfortable. I think you could. Now, Nate coming out, and let me answer this real quick, ladies and gentlemen, saying full BBR 10-team league. And Nate, first off, my man, thank you so much for being a long-time member of the flock. Full BBR, 10-team, 3 wide receiver to flex. Do I trade Kamara, Montgomery, Higbee, Dillon, Johnson? Oh, my gosh. For Andrews and Judy. 10-team league. It's a little bit more appealing. Our running backs are Pierce, Taylor, Stevenson. Wide receivers are Kupp, London, Cooks, Ayuk. In the short term, we're getting Jerry Jeudy over Deontay. We're getting Andrews over Higbee, Montgomery, Kamara. I like the overall thought process. We cannot do this right now. The reason we cannot do this right now is if we are currently sitting with Jonathan Taylor and Cooper Kupp, we don't really have the flexibility. We don't really have the depth where we can be looking to make like a 5-for-1 deal, essentially, you know? This is a deal that we can explore once we get back those players and once we have the depth overall, but not right now, my friend. But ladies and gentlemen, please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this live stream. And also, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems on Underdog Fantasy, you can find the link in the live chat, find it in the description, find it in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% deposit match up to $200. Plus, you are going to get our 2023 fantasy football rankings, a free trial to flockfantasy.com, and also a Jalen Hurts special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard for Thursday night against the Minnesota Vikings. And if you're on Underdog, please make sure you include Tua Sunday night game in your overall pick'em slip. That way you can be entered in. They're going to give away $10,000 to 10 separate people. They're going to do this every Sunday going forward. But this week, the guy you need to include will be Tua in your pick'em slip if you want to be entered. Now, going back over to our next question. This one coming out from Sahil, who says, trade Hall and Amari. No, I think we already answered that one, right? Yeah, we already answered that one. I mean, Hall and Amari, Fort Mixon, I like the idea. I think that we can get a little more value, though. Now, Milan says, Pittman and Ayuk for Olave. I actually would take Olave. Or else, who else can we try to get? I mean, if you want to go get Ridley instead, get Ridley. 2 for 1, we have Hill, Keenan, Flowers. Probably pick up Puka after. Yeah, 100%. So if it's like Pittman and Ayuk versus Olave and Puka, I think that makes a lot of sense. And yes, I'm going to get to everybody who donates. I just go in order. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit behind right now, trying to go as fast as I can. But as you can see, I'm just going through and scrolling on this list. So you will not be missed. I promise you I'm going to get to everybody. I'll stay up for 5 days if we have to. Hunter says, Mason, I scored 60 points last week. Be patient. Do I need to go out and make a move? Josh Allen, he'll get better. Gibbs, he'll get better. Pierce, I am worried. Chase, he'll get better. Piggins, he'll get better, especially no Deontay. Andrews, he'll be healthy. The only real question marks that I have are regarding, like Isaiah Pacheco and Dameon Pierce. We have a depth wide receiver we can package with Pacheco to get an upgrade at the flex spot. I would. Outside of that, I think you have to be patient with those other guys, my man. Dylan says, someone dropped Aaron Rodgers in my Dynasty Superflex League. Our FAB is 250. How much of it do you think we should drop for Rodgers? I'd probably go out there and drop, what, 40%, 50%? I probably would, my friend. Now, Jordan says, sell on Ayuk, Higgins, or Brands and Ayuk. Can everybody please spam the chat? Who would you rather have? Would you rather have Brandon Ayuk or T Higgins rest of season? You look at my rankings this week, I'm going Ayuk over Higgins. Ayuk, Higgins, Ayuk, Higgins. It's a tough spot. And Atrophied says, someone dropped Tony. Should I bother picking him up? If you want to lose, yes. If you pick up Kadarius Toney off your waiver wire, I don't know what kind of nonsense you're bringing into your locker room. Russell says, start Garrett Wilson or Pickens this week. I will go Garrett Wilson still. Tyler says, trade A.J. Dillon, Lockett for Zay Flowers and Gibbs. Hell yes. I'd rather have Flowers, Lockett are about the same, but Gibbs over Dillon, not even close. James coming out says, 10-team at PPR format. We have Lamar, Bijan, Etienne, Lamb, Evans, Hawkinson, Ayuk. And then on the bench, we have Watson, Charbonnet, Quentin Johnston, Lockett, Brian Robinson, Nico Collins. Any weakness? Should I hold? Thank you. No, thank you, my friend. Great team, top to bottom. The only thing I would do is if we can take a depth piece like, say, Tyler Lockett, package with TJ Hawkinson, get an elite level tight end in either Kelsey or maybe Andrews to pair with Lamar. That'd be appealing, but you don't even have to. I still love Hawkinson. I mean, those are like all my guys. Now, Nick coming out says, managed package Pittman and Richardson for Amon-Ra. Oh, beautiful. 4th season with the flock. Stoked for the season, sir. No, thank you so much. My man, 4th season with us. That is freaking, it's hard to believe that we've been doing this that long. But thank you so much. I really appreciate you, my man. Troy says, week 2, are we going to go Kincaid or Musgrave? I'm going to go Kincaid. Stealthy says, need a tight end target Hurst or Ertz off the waiver wire. I'm going to go with Zach Ertz, assuming Chark's going to be good to go. Hollis says, would you trade Sutton and Frymuth to receive Drake London? Hell to the no. Give me Pat Frymuth. Amaji says, 10-team league. Is it okay to drop Hollywood? Probably not. Hassan says, 12-team full BBR, 3 wide receivers. We have Bijan, Hall, Kamara, Najee, Adams, AJ, Metcalf. I'm getting offered Saquon and Keenan for AJ Brown and Najee. Accept or decline. Oh, dear. Very interesting. I'd probably rather have Saquon and Keenan, even in a league where you start 3 wide receivers in a full PPR format. I still probably rather have Saquon over AJ Brown. I mean, probably rather have Keenan over Najee. Najee looks like he may not be startable right now. I mean, you have Jalen Warren splitting this backfield 50-50. Obviously, it was a very bad matchup, but still. Now, Santos coming out says, you're highly underrated. My man, I mean, a lot of people tell you that we are highly overrated. They're probably a little bit more correct. But nonetheless, love the content. Congrats on the growth. Keep it up, and you'll see 1 million subs in no time. It would be cool, my man, but in reality, I don't think 1 million people play fantasy football, or at least not 1 million people care enough about fantasy football to go out there and watch YouTube videos on it. But thank you so much, my man. I really, really do appreciate you. Ray says, had Aaron Rodgers, backup is Bryce Young. Trade offer Lamar for Amon-Ra, DeAndre Hopkins. We have Goddard and Jefferson, sleeper at PPR redraft. I'm probably going to go with the Amon-Ra St. Brown and DeAndre Hopkins. I'd rather go through and play the waiver wire, stream the quarterback position. If it's a super flex format, then hell yeah, let's go get Lamar. But selling Amon-Ra St. Brown and Hopkins for Lamar is a very difficult proposition in a 1 quarterback format. Now, Brandon says, should I take DK and Flowers for Jalen Hurts and John Dotson? I'd rather have the Jalen Hurts side here. I feel like 2 good examples of 2 trades where one, someone's dramatically overpaying for a quarterback and one's selling them too low. Now, Cody Bryant says, should I try to pick up Jacoby and Isaiah McKenzie off the waiver wire for A.J. Dillon and Treylon Burks? It's a 10-team double flex, double wide receiver league. Been here for a long time. Go Flock. Hell yes, my man. Thank you. And honestly, Isaiah McKenzie, not interested in the slightest. I honestly would rather have Burks and Dillon over Jacoby Myers as well. I think we stick with our guys. I think our guys have the most upside, even if Myers looked great this week. Now, Bradley says, Lamar, Walker, Pierce, Adams, Smitty, Goddard, Hopkins, Brian Robinson, Zeke, Jamal. Should we go Pierce for Kamara or what? Want to upgrade at running back too. I'm fine if you wanted to trade Dameon Pierce for Alvin Kamara, assuming it is a full PPR league, and we see 1 more week. Let's wait 1 more week to see if Dameon Pierce is splitting this backfield 3 ways. If he's splitting this backfield 3 ways, then at that point, I would be willing to make this trade going into week 3. Lord Farquaad, longtime member of the flock. Happy to see you, my man. Garrett Wilson, Miles Sanders for Pittman and Brian Robinson. Probably going to go Garrett Wilson and Sanders. I don't mind at all selling Garrett Wilson low, but it feels like this is maybe a little bit too low. Kevin coming out says, lost Dobbins at RB2 and only have Swift left. Kenneth Walker's RB1. How much fab should I spend for Gainwell, Kyron, or Justice Hill, or what else should we do? Fundamentally, my man, it's going to be super hard for me to answer this question. And I do want to reiterate, and I know it's the worst answer I can give. I will say we're going to rank these running backs in order of Gainwell, Hill, then Kyron. But I cannot give exact numbers when it comes to fab unless you let me know how many teams are in the league and what player that we are dropping. The answer is wildly different based on your league settings, wildly different based off your bench. And it's irresponsible, and it's honestly the opposite of helpful if I were to go through and try to give you an answer without that info. Now, Jeff says 10-team full BBR format, 3 wide receivers. We have Tua, Dak, Jefferson, Adams, Mike Williams, London, Michael Thomas, Jacobs, Walker, James Conner, Gainwell, Pirine, Zach Charbonnet, Andrews, Roschon. Should we go to the waiver wire or start sit? Okay, so if we're going to be looking to drop anybody, our worst player on this team probably would be, Samaje Pirine. I don't know if we have too many waiver wire options right now that are better than Pirine. For the quarterback this week, we're going to go Tua. Very tough matchup for Dak going up against the Jets. The wide receiver, we're going to be going with Jefferson, Devontae Adams, and Mike Williams. Our running backs, we're going to be going with Josh Jacobs and Kenneth Walker. And then for the flex between Drake London, Michael Thomas, James Conner, Pirine, and Gainwell, I actually probably go James Conner. Even if it's a nasty offense, at least he's getting the volume. Okay, now our next question coming out from, I believe, Benny, who says, do you think I can pick up Goff or Purdy and keep one as my QB1? We have Geno Smith and Daniel Jones as of now. If so, who would you prefer? Ultimately, all these quarterbacks are about in the same tier. I think out of these guys, Jared Goff's probably going to be my favorite long-term option, especially if you were going to be able to go through and potentially look to pick up like Jameson Williams later on, like Jameson Williams stretching NFL defenses. I think Goff can be very appealing. So I would go Goff over anybody else here. At 4-point passing touchdown format, I think you make an argument for Daniel Jones. But in reality, we're just going to be playing the waiver wire. This week, Daniel Jones should be a pretty good spot start against the Cardinals. MacBook says, who should we add with the number one waiver wire priority? Gainwell, Kyron, or Algier? I'm going to go Algier. I have Akers, Pierce, James Cook. Should I prioritize Kyron? No, don't worry about that. Just go Algier. Go best player. Zion says, I have Tyreek, Devontae Adams, Brown, Ridley. Only 3 spots. Who do we start? Oh my gosh, my man. Obviously, Tyreek's a start. I mean, this is an obnoxious team. I think you have to start A.J. Brown and Devontae Adams. I hate to say to bench Calvin Ridley, especially in a matchup where he's going up against the Kansas City Chiefs. Can everybody help me out? Can everybody go to the live chat and spam? Who would you rather bench? You have to pick one guy to bench between Tyreek Hill, Devontae Adams, A.J. Brown, Calvin Ridley. My bench is probably Ridley, but obviously we don't want to. We have Adams, Brown, Adams. My issue with Adams is if Myers misses this week, Devontae Adams is literally the only player that can be targeted in this offense. Now, Stelvey says, Mostert and T. Higgins for Kenneth Walker. I'm panicking on T. I think it's a very fine price point. I don't think you need to panic on T. Higgins, but if you were, this is a fine trade if you wanted to go out there and make it. Dev, always happy to see you, my man, coming out, says, at BBR, double flex. We have Kirk, Jefferson, Christian Kirk on top, Gibbs, Gainwell, Bateman, Gabe, Higbee, and then on the bench, we have Richardson, Zeke, Dylan, Zach, JT, Puka, Nico, Zay, Kelly, Williams on the waiver wire. This team's in a sucky spot where I don't want to cut any of these guys, but we definitely have a lack of overall production. If we could sell, say, I don't even want to sell Richardson if Kirk Cousins is our main QB. If we could go through and sell like Dylan with Christian Kirk to just get a wide receiver we actually feel comfortable starting. If we can go sell, say, Bateman with Ezekiel Elliott to get a running back upgrade, I would love to make a couple 2-for-1 deals. My favorite options off the waiver wire here would be Puka, then Joshua Kelly, Zay Jones, Nico Collins, and Kyron Williams. You are in such a tough spot because I don't even know who the hell we can drop. Cody says, I met Joshua Kelly in the original message. Okay, let me go ahead and get this pulled up for you, my man. Okay, actually, this is so far back, we may not be able to find it. Give me a second to do this, ladies and gentlemen. And as I do this, if you have not done so already, please go down there. Drop a like on this live stream. Subscribe to the channel as well. We've been live for 137 days in a row at this point. Should I big up Jacoby and Joshua Kelly on the waiver wire for Dylan and Burks? Okay, no, we still probably keep A.J. Dillon over Joshua Kelly, my man. Yeah, we still probably are going to go ahead and keep A.J. Dillon there. Now, Juicy says, Mostert, Algier, or Puka. We get first dibs. I honestly probably go Raheem Mostert. It looks like an elite level offense. Looks like he's going to have every single touch. Obviously, week 1, you just barely got a touchdown, but I doubt they're going to be able to air the ball out that often. Now, Alex says, PPR League, I have the number 1 priority on waiver wire. Do I take Puka or Gainwell? We have Bijan, Najee, Akers, Pirine, Adams, Williams, and Tony. If Tony is your wide receiver 3, we go Puka. If you only have Devontae Adams, Mike Williams, and Kadarius Toney, you drop Kadarius Toney and you go pick up Puka off the waiver wire. Dracuil says 10 teams starting. We have Hurts, Bijan, Walker, Lamb, Smith, Higgins, Goddard, Williams, Watson. And then on the bench, we have Brian Robinson, Charbonnet, Zay, Sutton. Number one waiver wire priority with Puka, Kelly on the waiver wire. Any moves or trades. So the worst player we have on this team would be Zay Jones. If we had to cut someone, I'm fine with us. If this is not something that we're going to lose our number one waiver wire priority, say we have the number one waiver wire priority because we are last place in this league right now, then at that point, let's go ahead and let's just cut Zay Jones for Puka. But in reality, if it's a league where if we make that waiver wire move, then next week we're going to be last in waiver wire priority, then I would probably rather just hold on to the number one waiver wire option. I think it's a great team. I think we're just waiting for Christian Watson to come back in. If we could sell like Sutton in a package to get an upgrade somewhere, I think that'd make a lot of sense. But I really hope that Higgins and Goddard do something for us. I love the Philadelphia Eagles double stack. We'll get to see them on Thursday as well. Now, Gary coming out says Dak, Pollard, Etienne, Amari, Waddle, Komet, Rashad White. And then on the bench, we have Richardson. I'll actually start Richardson this week. Warren, Deontay, Cup. Thoughts and potential Cup traits. If you really wanted to sell Cooper Kupp, if you could sell Kupp for Olave, if you could sell Kupp for Amon-Ra St. Brown, if you could sell him for obviously anybody ahead of that, we go ahead and we make that move. If you want to sell Kupp and go out there and here's what we could do. If you wanted to try to sell Cooper Kupp and Deontay Johnson in a package, if you're worried about falling behind right now and go all in on this Dallas Cowboys offense, potentially go out there and get CeeDee Lamb to pair up Dak, Pollard, and Lamb all together and make that one consolidated bet, I think that'd make a lot of sense. Also, it'd clear up some bench space for us, where I think if Cole Kmet is our starting tight end, we probably do want to be in a position where we can go through and we can at least roster 2 tight ends, my friend. At least that's what I'm thinking. Now, Will coming out says, 10-team full PPR format. League with 1 QB, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, a tight end, and a flex. We have Fields, Mixon, Walker, Tyreek, Adams, Laporta, Swift, JT, Hollywood, Roshan, Flowers. Any moves? Double flex league, depth's going to matter a little bit more, so I'm fine with us holding on to Hollywood Brown. I think, honestly, there are no clear moves that we can make at this point. If we could sell, like, Hollywood in a small piece like Roshan to get to DJ Moore and maybe just make the bet on the Chicago offense, sure. It's not necessarily something we really want to do. I think primarily we really just want to see if Sam Laporta can expand his role. I mean, if we could sell, say, Zay Flowers and Sam Laporta and go out there and get, like, TJ Hawkinson, then hell yeah, let's do it. But we need Laporta to expand his role, and hopefully we get JT back soon here, my friend. Hopefully we get JT back soon. Now, Saul says Evans for Gibbs. Oh, I'm definitely going to go with Jahmyr Gibbs there. Jahmyr Gibbs long-term. Neri says Myers or Scary Terry in Madison for Garrett Wilson. I currently have Amon-Ra St. Brown, Olave. Running back is Etienne and Dameon Pierce. I would probably have Garrett Wilson in a full PPR format over Myers and Alexander Madison. I do want to reiterate, I am not going to be the guy saying to go out there and buy low on Garrett Wilson. I think that this Jets offense is going to be horrendous. I'm not telling you to sell Garrett Wilson because you're not going to get a lot for him. But I will say, I think you should sell Breece Hall because I think you could get a lot for Breece Hall right now. People aren't pricing in how bad this offense may be. Now, Augustin coming out says Puka or Dameon Pierce in the flex. We're definitely going to go Dameon Pierce. Puka's going up against the 49ers this week. Blau says, full PPR 12-team league, what are we thinking? We have Goff, Barkley, Ramadre, Lamb, Williams, Hawkinson, Pickens. And then on the bench, we have Burrow, Kirk, Charbonnet, Thielen, Mingo, Conklin, and Joshua Kelly. Definitely drop Tyler Conklin. We don't need him whenever we have TJ Hawkinson. And this Jets offense just isn't interesting anymore with no Rodgers. So there's no reason to roster like a depth Jets piece. Let's drop Tyler Conklin. I really like this in a full PPR format. I mean, I will say, my man, don't overthink this. You are still playing Joe Burrow over Jared Goff. Please go put Burrow in the starting lineup. Get him in there over Goff. I understand he looked horrendous week 1, but if you look at Las Vegas sports books, I mean, right now they have the Cincinnati Bengals as the top 5 offense this week, and they have them as 3.5-point favorites over Baltimore. Now, Joseph says, on the waiver wire, there's both Roshan and Justice Hill. Hill had 2 touchdowns, but would you choose Roshan? Yes, I would choose Roshan. Full BBR format, I think Roshan's a much better player. Kenny coming out saying, you are the GOAT. Thank you, my man. Happy BR 10 Team 1 Flex League. We have Justin Herbert, Stephon Diggs, Chris Olave, Bijan Sanders, Freiermuth, Devonta Smith. And then on the bench, we have Rashad White, Pickens, Addison, Johnson, Algier, Kincaid. What waiver wire adjustments / trades are we making? Are we going to be going after tight ends or running backs? I actually think Freiermuth is going to be in a really nice spot now that you have the Deontay Johnson injury. We do have a lot of depth here, however, so if you really wanted to make a trade, I think you can. If we could sell, say, Jordan Addison and Miles Sanders and go get an upgrade at running back 2, that's going to be the primary move that we're looking to make. Not necessarily trading tight ends. I mean, maybe long-term, sure, but short-term, let's let Freiermuth increase his value a bit with no Deontay. Now, Angel coming out says, 10-team full BBR format. We have Burrow at QB. Running back, we have Mixon, Najee. Wide receiver, we have Chase, Waddle. Tight end, Pitts. We have Montgomery, Watson. And then on the bench, we have Kirk, Javonte, Bateman, Zeke, Mingo, Warren. Thoughts on who to start in any moves? Lost week 1. Is the Bengals stack a bad move? No, it's not. Bengals will be fine in the long run. Please don't be worried about it. I understand we went all in on this offense, and I understand we probably got crushed week 1 because of so. Considering the fact this is a full PPR format, I would be fine if we wanted to go through and see what kind of value we could get for David Montgomery. If we are going to be looking at David Montgomery here, this is a running back that I really like in a non-PPR league. But going back to a full PPR format, ultimately at the end of the day, the man saw 0 targets this week. He had an absurd amount of snaps. He had an extremely large role. He still had 0 snaps. It still all went to Gibbs. Gibbs will continue to expand his role. And Montgomery looked great behind a great offensive line in a great offense. So a lot of people would pay you for David Montgomery right now. Sawyer says, should I trade Kyren Williams and Garrett Wilson for CeeDee Lamb? Hell yes. If you can get that price point on Garrett Wilson, tell that Lamb owner, thank you for saving your season. Joshua says, hey, Mason got it for Garrett Wilson and Swift for DJ Moore and Javonte. Do I accept? Swift, not a big deal. It's like, would we rather have DJ Moore and Javonte or Garrett Wilson? Our other starters are Lamar, Brees, Aaron Jones, Waddle, Olave, Kittle, and Nico. I'm okay if you want to do this deal. Obviously, it's much better than like the CeeDee Lamb trade, but I don't know. Tough spot, my friend. Really tough spot to be in. The last thing I want to do is tell people to go out there and trade for Garrett Wilson, even if the value looks good. It's like I was saying, I mean, honestly, what you could do is you could wait a week. The Jets are going up against Dallas. They are about to get curb stomped right now against this Dallas Cowboys defense. And if you really wanted to buy Garrett Wilson, we could potentially do it at a discount a week from now. I mean, an even larger discount. Now, our next question coming out from Joshua says, hey, Mason, got offered Garrett Wilson and DeAndre Swift for my DJ Moore, Javonte Williams. Do I accept? My other starters are Lamar, Brees, Aaron Jones, Waddle, Olave, Kittle, and Nico. Actually, no, I'm sorry. We already answered that. Okay. So a little confused there. Chris coming out saying, full BBR, 10-team league. We have Watson, Richardson, Jacobs, Gibbs, Walker, Kamara, Swift, Olave, Zay, London, Pickens, Kelsey. Great team. I mean, obviously not looking too hot with Drake London, but outside of that, I think in the long term, you'll be in a very, very good spot. We just need Gibbs to continue to expand his role. We need Alvin Kamara to eventually come back. And most importantly, we need Travis Kelsey to be healthy, which I think he will be this week. Now, Brandon says just got offered Austin Eckler and Deebo Samuel for Calvin Ridley, Pittman, and James Conner. Pittman versus Deebo. Give me Deebo. Eckler versus Ridley and Conner. Give me Eckler. Have CMC, Olave, Montgomery, Terry, Dobbs. Do I accept? Noted I'm very high on Ridley. I mean, clearly your league mate is very high on Ridley as well. Assuming the Eckler injury is okay, I think we do it. I mean, if we can wait a day and possibly do it tomorrow once we get the practice report with Austin Eckler and maybe a little more clarity, I think that would make a lot of sense. Now, A. Munoz says, 10-team PPR format. We have Justin Herbert at QB. Wide receiver, we have Diggs, AJ. We have Madison, Javonte, Andrews, Pittman. And then on the bench, we have Sutton, Sanders, Swift, Dalvin, Gabe Davis. What moves do we look to make? Sutton would be an interesting sell I can. And if we could sell Sutton and Miles Sanders, get a long-term upgrade at running back, I think that makes a lot of sense. Specifically in a 10-team league with only one flex where wide receiver depth's not going to matter too much. I mean, the worst player on this team's probably, what? DeAndre Swift. Like, it's going to be very hard to make waiver wire moves. So I think we're primarily trying to go through and see if we can package together, say, like Sutton and Sanders and get that running back upgrade. Now, D. Ollie coming out says 12-team PPR, 1 flex. We have Fields, Ramadre, James Cook, White, Goddard, Hill, Amon-Ra. And then on the bench, we have Gibson, Gabe Davis, Elijah Moore, Burks, Jamison, Quentin Johnson. Should I drop Gibson or Burks for Kyron or Roshan? I actually think we should make a play for Roshan, but the drop's not going to be Gibson or Burks. The drop will be Jamison Williams. It would be different if we knew week 7 Jamison Williams was going to come in and Jamison Williams was going to be a league-winning player for us and he was going to make a difference. But at the end of the day, we've never seen Jamison be an effective player in fantasy. We've only seen 1 season of Jamison Williams' entire collegiate and NFL career where he showed anything. So, in reality, you are just in a spot where you are having to clog your roster and we can't go through and make too many waiver wire moves. I would probably go ahead. I'd probably look to drop Jamison. It's just going to make our life so much easier as the season goes on. Holding this guy for the next 6 weeks, it's going to be tough, my man. Now, Morph says 12-team PPR format, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, and 2 flexes. We have Burrow, Bijan, Algier, Gainwell, Swift, Wilson, Godwin, Pittman, Flowers, Andrews, Ertz. Offered Walker for Pittman. Oh, hell yeah. Go get Kenneth Walker here, especially if we need that RB2. That makes so much sense. Who the hell is trading Kenneth Walker for Michael Pittman? Adrian says 8-team at PPR format, double flex. We have Fields, Dak, Bijan, Mixon, Brees, Madison, Swift, Diggs, Wilson, Ridley, Mike Williams, Deontay, Goddard. We got the number 1 waiver wire priority. Addison, Dotson, Algier, Puka. Oh my gosh. My man, if I guess it's an 8-team league, so obviously waiver wire options are going to be great. Jordan Addison's going to be a must-add guy here. And honestly, with the hamstring injury to Deontay, I think Deontay's probably the worst guy on this team. You either drop Deontay or DeAndre Swift here, my friend. Just get it done. Happy to see you. Says flex Brees, Garrett Wilson, Moore, or Zay in a full PPR format. Gross spot, but we probably go Garrett Wilson in a full PPR league. Hate the matchup, though. Luke says was offered Mixon for Evans. We're definitely going to take Mixon. I'm betting on that Bengals bounce back. Jacob says 12-team PPR format. We have Hurts and Chino, CMC, Dobbins, P. Ryan, Charbonnet, Bigsby. Do I trade Hurts for Fields and James Conner? Bears fan, so biased. I can tell you're a Bears fan, my man. Don't make this deal. If you're going to be making this trade, you need a much better running back than James Conner. Mo says, how much fab would you spend on Puka? Please, everybody listen to me right now. We need to know this for the rest of the season. I cannot answer how much fab I would spend on a player unless I know the amount of teams in the league or the player we are dropping off the bench. If anybody tries to tell you the amount of fab you should spend on a player without knowing those 2 details, they have no idea what they are talking about. And at the end of the day, it is so specific to your exact situation in the exact league settings that you are in. If you're in an 8-team league where Jordan Addison is sitting out there on the waiver wire, how much fab should you spend on Puka? 0%. You shouldn't even add him. If you're in a 16-team format, how much fab should you spend on Puka? When you're going to go through and you're going to drop Ronald Jones, probably close to like 70, 80%. So I refuse to answer any fab questions unless you give us information where I can actually help you out and not just talk out of my butt. I'm not going to be able to help you if you don't give me that info. Now, Jacob says 12-team PPR, super flex. 3 wide receivers, 6-point passing touchdown. I have the number 1 waiver wire priority. Is it worth using after week 1? Top free agents in the league are going to be Mac. I would honestly, 6-point passing touchdown format, super flex league, I'd go get Mac Jones. I'd go get Mac Jones, sell whatever quarterback 3 we have currently in a package, go get an upgrade somewhere else. Let's do it. Now, Tomsky coming out says, need a flex, Judy or Addison? Honestly, tough spot, my man. Let's wait until we get the Judy reports. I mean, the issue is Addison goes on Thursday night. If you wanted to play Addison, have some fun on Thursday night, you can do it. I will say if you're going to play Addison, though, please make sure he's not in your flex spot. Put him at wide receiver 2 since we don't flex Thursday night, guys. Now, going over to the next spot, you're saying, I have Hurts and Jefferson playing Thursday as well. If you really want to go through and you really want to have some fun, you can play them. I think they're going to be close. It's going to depend on the Judy injury. JN says, Lamar, Pollard, Bijan, A.J. Brown, Olave, Hawkinson, Hall. The bench, we have Dak, Pierce, Walker, Flowers, Godwin, Watson. It's a 10-team PPR format. Who do we start? And we can also trade Pollard for Stephon Diggs. Honestly, probably going to hold on to Pollard here. I mean, based off all the running back injuries, it's just nice having someone that's good to go. I think we honestly kind of keep the starting lineup as is. If we were going to change anything, actually, no, we need to get Breece Hall out of here. Breece Hall going up against the Dallas Cowboys. Vegas is putting this as the worst team in the NFL this week, or at least the lowest scoring offense in the NFL. They have them at 16 points for the implied team total. We are going to be getting away from Breece Hall if we can. I would definitely go ahead. I'll definitely pivot over to a bench option such as Kenneth Walker. I think Walker would be much more appealing. Now, our next question coming out from Jacob says 12-team super flex, 1 flex, 3 wide receivers, 6-point passing touchdown format. We have Hurts, Lawrence, Ramondre Sanders, Devon Etienne. Wide receiver, we have A.J. Brown, Ridley, Ayuk. Oh my gosh, this is a phenomenal team. A ton of wide receiver depth. We can afford to roster wide receiver depth in a league like this. We can afford to punt tight end. Great team. I would say that this team is probably, the exact opposite of what we're wanting to do in like a 10-team league with only 1 flex. However, if you were going to be looking at a league where we can start 4 wide receivers on a week-to-week perspective, we get 6 points per passing touchdown, and it's super flex, where we have A.J. Brown stacked with Jalen Hurts. We have Calvin Ridley stacked with Trevor Lawrence. This is a phenomenal team. This is a phenomenal spot specifically for this format, my man. But Vader coming out says, took the L this week. What moves should we make? We have Hurts, Sanders, Javonte, Jefferson, A.J. Kittle, Amari, Breece, Akers, London, JSN. I honestly hate to say it, my man. I'm going to look to go ahead. I'm going to look to sell Breece Hall if we can. I think if we can go through, if we can look to package together maybe Breece Hall and one of these depth options like Drake London and just get a long-term flex option that we're going to feel very comfortable with, let's do it. Ultimately, if you're looking at Breece Hall, the Aaron Rodgers injury hurts him as well. I wish we could say it's only negative for Garrett Wilson. I wish we could say, he's going to be just fine, but no, Dalvin saw more carries. Dalvin saw more receptions last week, so he is a committee running back currently in the worst offense in the NFL. I love the talent, but Breece Hall is going to be someone that we have to go through and sell. Now, Steven says, so we just lost J.K. We still have Dameon Pierce, Josh Jacobs, Brian Robinson. Our receivers are Chase, Keenan, Olave, and Ayuk. Should we make a move for another RB? If you wanted to trade Ayuk and Brian Robinson and get an elite level running back, and we still have Chase, Keenan, and Olave left over, let's send it, my man. Let's go ahead and let's do it. Now, Scott says, a 14-team elimination league, 2 quarterback super flex. My QBs are Jones at Pickett, $250 free agent budget. Fields and Jackson are now available. How much? So the thing is, right, we have to understand that this is going to be a spot where we get elite level players available on the waiver wire each and every week. There will be first round options available to us every single week. And early on, you're going to have 13 teams bidding for these guys. So they're going to be the most expensive early on. So I don't want to overreact. I would say I would go, if we have Jones and Pickett, I would go like 20 to 25% on both guys. Each player. So maybe a total of 50% if we were able to overhaul the position with both Fields and Lamar. But it's not like we're going to say like, oh yeah, go spend 90% to go get Lamar Jackson, because next week there's going to be another Lamar Jackson available on the waiver wire. Now, Pitcher Rendon, long time member of the flock, happy to see my man coming out saying, 8-team league, need a wide receiver 2, Amari, Watson, Williams, Judy. We can also drop Addison or Swift for, no, we're going to keep those guys. And we're going to go ahead. We will start Mike Williams. Actually, I don't know. Mike Williams, Amari, really close spots for us. Let's go Mike Williams until we get confirmation that Amari's good to go. Amari didn't play all the snaps last week. I hope it's because he was dealing with an injury, but we'll see. At least we know with Mike Williams, he's in a great offense, right? I think they probably have to throw the ball a little bit more this week as well. Now, Kyle coming out says, 12-team PPR format. We have Hurts, CMC, Mixon, Olave, DJ Moore, Bateman, Frymuth, Judy, Watson, JSN, Charbonnet, P. Ryan. I can grab 2 off the waiver wire. What are your thoughts? Oh, yeah, we're going to go ahead. We will drop Rashad Bateman, get Tua, then immediately go through and see if we can flip Tua and maybe Jerry Judy and get an elite level wide receiver in that flex spot. But hell yeah, love that idea. Hell, if we can go like Tua and DJ Moore, maybe go get like Devonta Smith to pair up with Jalen Hurts, I would like that as well, my man. But yeah, go get 2 off waivers. I think you're going to be dropping either Bateman or Samaje Perine, whoever your least favorite player is. Okay. But let's go ahead and let's refresh this so I can continue to show you all the messages on the screen. And if you have not done so already, ladies and gentlemen, please go down there. Drop a like on this live stream. I mean, we are closing in on 1,700 likes on this stream. And also, I mean, if you're not somehow already, make sure you subscribe to the channel. I mean, we have live streamed for 137 days in a row at this point. We're not stopping until 2024. And it looks like we are about to, maybe we already hit 186,000. Have we hit 186,000? We've hit 186,000 subscribers on this channel. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. And if you want to check out any of these pick'ems on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, find it in the description, find it in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to get your first deposit match, dollar for dollar, up to 100. Plus, you'll get our 2023 fantasy football rankings, a free trial to flockfantasy.com, where you can find all of our premium content. And if you are new to Underdog Fantasy, you are going to go ahead and you are going to also get a Jalen Hurts special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard against the Vikings on Thursday night. You will get an additional opportunity for $10,000 on Sunday, where they are doing a new giveaway every Sunday, where they're going to have a special pick'em, where if you include that in a pick'em slip, then you are going to be getting access to a shot to win $10,000. They're giving away 10 $10,000 prizes this Sunday. So please make sure you include Tua total yards against Miami in your pick'em ticket slip, ladies and gentlemen. I'm actually probably looking for the fewer than total yards there. But let's go ahead and let's find our next question. This one coming out of Jason says, trade Garrett Wilson for JSN and Deontay. No, we need more for Garrett Wilson. Jero says, trade Mixon for Etienne or Gibbs. I would go get Etienne. AJ says, 8-team app EBR format, double flex, no tight end spot. Should I drop Andrews for Algier or Gainwell? No, I agree. Tight end's going to matter way less. But, I mean, we can't go through, we can't drop, Mark Andrews for Tyler Algier. And hook 'em horns, my man. Big weekend for us. And yeah, super happy to have you a member of the flock. Now, Mogan coming out says 10-team app EBR format. We have Burrow at QB. Running back, we have Pollard, Miles Sanders. Wide receiver, we have Jefferson, St. Brown. Tight end, Pat Frymuth. We have Ayuk, and then on the bench, Richardson, Connor, Amari, Gainwell, Charbonnet, Puka. We go to the Dobbins team and we go, hey man, I'll give you James Conner. I'll give you Brandon Ayuk. Give me an elite level wide receiver. Hey man, I'll give you Brandon Ayuk. I'll give you Miles Sanders. Give me an elite level wide receiver. Go offer that to the Dobbins team. Go offer that to the JT team. You'll find a team that's willing to pay a price that we like. And I definitely think it makes sense to go through and at least try for it, my man. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Amaji says, 10-team league, is it okay to drop Hollywood? We already answered this, and no, it is not, my man. Hassan says, 12-team full BBR format, 3 wide receivers. We have Bijan, Hall, Kamara, Najee, Adams, AJ, Metcalf. I'm getting offered Saquon and Keenan for AJ and Najee. Accept or decline, and why? I think we already talked about this. I'm going to go Saquon and Keenan over AJ Brown and Najee. I'd rather have Saquon over AJ Brown, and Najee is currently sitting in a 50-50 split, my friend. Actually, we've already answered these. You're highly underrated. We answered this one. Yeah, okay, we are way back on these questions. We need to scoot up, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we're not nearly as behind as I thought, so that is good news. Okay, so where are we really? Give me a second. I apologize that, ladies and gentlemen. I was sitting here going, why are people repeating questions? Unless, no, yeah, I think that's where we left off. I guess just all those people asked their question twice. Please never think that I missed your donation. I promise you I'm not going to miss your donation. We go in order. So I'm sorry if it takes us a little bit of time. I'm going through and I'm trying to get to as many of these as I can as fast as I possibly can. But Brandon says, should I trade DK and Flowers for Hurts and Dotson? Yes, I would do that. Craig says, non-BBR format, we have Lamar, CMC, Etienne, Ayuk, Waddle, Goddard. Who should we flex between Sanders, Mostert, Pierce week 2, Gainwell, and Puka on the waiver wire? Non-PPR format, I definitely think we're going to stick with one of the running backs that we have. I think we actually probably end up going with Miles Sanders, my man. I mean, I think Sanders is probably a little bit more appealing in a non-PPR league now than he is in a full PPR league, with Chubobber taking third downs. Devin says drop Dotson and JSN for Flowers and Puka. I dropped Dotson for Flowers. Definitely keep JSN. Ryan says Hurts, Kupp, Adams, Andrews, Miles Sanders, Williams, Montgomery, Sutton, JSN, Johnson, Tank, Warren, 12-team league, 1 flex. What moves should we make? I think we're just kind of waiting until we get cut back. When we get cut back in the long term, this is going to be a phenomenal team. Short term, we're going to be sitting on our hands. I will say if we were looking to sell someone, it would be David Montgomery, since this is a full PPR format with his limited usage as a pass catcher. I think that's what we would look to do, my friend. But our next question coming out from Eric says 14-team league. We have Geno, CMC, Gibbs, Samuel, Wilson, Frymuth, Watson. We have Dak, Gibbs, Bigsby, Swift, Downs, Moore, and Laporta on the bench. 9th on the waiver wire. Any moves we should make? Should we grab Gainwell? Hell yeah, I would drop Josh Downs for Kenneth Gainwell in a heartbeat. In reality, I don't know if we're going to be able to. Now, it's a very tough spot. I think that we are in a great situation because we have CMC, but we lose Rodgers with Wilson. I mean, Dak's in a very tough matchup against the Jets this week. Yeah, I think we go Gainwell, drop Josh Downs, and honestly, I probably agree with you. We probably start Geno Smith over Dak because Dak has the Jets matchup. Now, Tomsky says, what should I do with Dalvin? My team is Hurts, JT, Montgomery, Cook, Jefferson, DJ, Judy, Addison, Elijah Mitchell, Tank Bigsby, Schultz, and Tyler Higbee. I will sell Dalvin for anything we can get. If it's a full BBR format, we can go Dalvin and Montgomery and get up to like Mixon, send it. Etienne, send it. Gibbs, send it. I mean, Dalvin's not going to be startable. He's in a running back by committee in the worst offense in the NFL now. I mean, at least for this week. Obviously, bottom 5 offense going forward. Now, Ray coming out saying, 8-team league, PBR, top waivers are James Cook, Tyler Algier, Robinson, Gainwell, Jacobs, Puka. I have Madison, Sanders, JSN, London, Godwin. Not sure to drop for who. I think we would go ahead. I think if we can, I would drop Jackson Smith and Jig. Actually, no, I would drop Drake London before JSN. Like, the passing volume is just not there. I don't know what the upside is. I think we drop Drake London. We go out there and we get James Cook, my man. I mean, James Cook looked damn good last night. Now, Mason coming out and says, 10-team PBR format, double flex, 6-point passing touchdown league. We have Watson, Tyreek, Waddle, Watson again. Thomas, Flowers, Sutton, Gibbs, Walker, Madison, Herbert, Kamara, Deion Jackson, Kelsey. Any moves? If we could go through and sell like Michael Thomas in a depth piece like Cortland Sutton and go out there and get like Amari Cooper to stack with Deshaun Watson, I'd really like that. In reality, we're just waiting until Kelsey's healthy. Hopefully that's this week. We're waiting until Alvin Kamara is back. We're waiting until Gibbs breaks out. I think it's a team with a lot of depth. I know it's a double flex league rather than a 1 flex league, so it's not like we have to make that 2-for-1 deal. I'm still looking for a 2-for-1 deal where we can, though, just because we have so much depth. Sando says Aaron Jones for Debo and Michael Thomas. I'm going to go Aaron Jones here, my friend. Adam says, lost JK. The new RB2 is McKinnon, RIP. We have Allen, Tua. You better sell Tua. Close on a deal to sell Josh Allen. Give Allen Deontay and get Pittman, Kirk, and JT or Kamara. Which 2 to take? I would not want this deal. Josh Allen versus JT. Probably Allen. Deontay versus Pittman, Kirk. It's close. Who cares? Fundamentally, my man, if we're going to be, I agree we need a trade for a running back. I think the trade is sell Tua. And I think at the same time, the trade's to get a running back that's going to play right now. If Jarrett McKinnon is our current RB2, I don't know if Jonathan Taylor is the guy we want to be trading for. In the foxhole coming out says 10-team PBR format. We have Hurts, CMC, Walker, Williams, Zeke, Hunt, Pitts, Amon-Ra, Olave, Amari, Ayuk, Addison, JSN, Elijah Moore. Should we drop Moore for Gainwell or Joshua Kelly? I definitely would. I mean, obviously it's going to be dependent on the Austin Eckler injury, but I would at least go out there and get Kenneth Gainwell. I'd just rather have that last roster spot, be a high upside running back. That's an injury away, my man. But thank you so much for all the support. And Billy coming out says, would you trade Amari for Gibbs? Also, Jefferson or CMC for Chubb and Adams. Oh my gosh. 10-team league. PS, I got 3rd on Draft Palooza on Underdog. 3K win. Thanks. No, hell yes, my man. Congrats on the W. Happy to see it. I would trade Amari for Gibbs, full PPR format if we need a running back. If it is a 12-team league with multiple flex spots or a 14-team format or more, I think we can do the Jefferson or Christian McCaffrey trade. If it is a shallower format than that, we can't, my man. We can't. Okay, so now Billy coming out with our next question says, would you trade Amari? No, we just answered that one. And Mark says, would you trade James Conner and Amari for Gibbs and Deontay in a 12-team league? Give me Gibbs over Amari, James Conner versus Deontay. Give me James Conner. Fair deal, up to you. I mean, I don't really want to be trading for Deontay right now with the hamstring. Jacob says, Sanders and Myers/Pittman for Alvin Kamara. I would do it with Myers, not Pittman. Team is deep. We could also go for JT. I would definitely rather have JT. Yeah, if we can go sell Sanders and Pittman or Sanders and Myers and go get JT if the JT owner had Dobbins, I think it make a lot of sense, my friend. Nathan says, ESPN standard 10-team PPR format. We have Cam and JK. Should we trade Olave for Brees? Hell to the no. Hell to the no. Not with the Rodgers injury. If Rodgers was healthy, then sure. Would still have Watson, Jefferson. No, if you wanted to sell a wide receiver for Brees, it'd be Christian Watson. Do not sell Olave there. I think Brees Hall has to stay away right now. The offense is going to be so damn bad, my man. Now, Official Demon coming out says, full PPR, one flex. We have Dak, Bijan, Gibbs, Chase, St. Brown, Andrews, Keenan, Godwin, Brees, Pierce, Daniel Jones, Pickens. Should I pick up Anthony Richardson, and who should we start? The thing is, who would we? I would rather have Anthony Richardson over Daniel Jones. Yeah, drop Daniel Jones, pick up Anthony Richardson, and actually would start Anthony Richardson this week, my man, if he's healthy, which I'm assuming he is. Primary reason being is just hell. I mean, when Dak Prescott's going up against the Jets, probably a matchup we can avoid. Now, Vader coming out says, won this league. What moves should be made in a 10-team non-PPR league where we have Lamar, Bijan, we lost Dobbins, Diggs, Ridley, Goddard, Sanders, JT, McLaurin, JSN, Zay, Gibson, Quentin, and Tony. Okay. Non-PPR format, obviously running back production is going to be king. I wouldn't mind at all if we could go through and if we could sell a depth wide receiver like, say, Quentin Johnston and Calvin Ridley in a league where we lost J.K. Dobbins and see if we can get to a running back that we really like. See if we can go get to Nick Chubb. See if we can go get to Tony Pollard. Specifically in that non-PPR format where we lose Dobbins, I don't know if we can afford to go out there and try to stream running back two. I guess you can play Sanders if you really want to, but we just really don't have much depth. If you don't want to make a trade like that, then you drop Kadarius Toney, you drop Zay Jones, and you go pick up running backs off the waiver wire, and we'll have to roster a ton of running backs if we don't make a trade. Now, Mr. Lamb Jam coming out says, who should we pick up? We can only get one between Kelly, Edwards, Kyron, or Justice Hill. I'm going to go Joshua Kelly, my friend, with Austin Eckler's ankle looking banged up right now. Now, Chief Reefer, always happy to see you, says, 12-team map PPR format. We only have one flex. We have Tua, Chubb, Barkley, Mixon, Hopkins, Watson, Andrews. And then on the bench, we have Deontay Bateman, Geno, Sutton, Thomas, Musgrave. Should we trade Tua, Chubb, Hopkins for Herbert, Lamb, Cup? Going from Tua to Herbert, upgrade. Chubb to Lamb, lateral move. In this format, I'd probably rather have Chubb. Hopkins to Cup, lateral move. With this team, I'd probably rather have Hopkins. So honestly, no, probably going to keep Tua. I understand the thought process. Maybe if we could hold on to Hopkins, then sure, but I feel like we're probably paying just a little bit too much here. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from Simon says, should I start Gibbs, Pacheco, or in Pierce this week? We're going to go with Gibbs, Pierce, then Pacheco. Adam says, 10-team PPR Dynasty, Gainwell on the waiver wire. My running backs behind are Bijan, Ramondre, Khalil Herbert, AJ Dillon, Swift. We have $46 out of $200 left. Should we drop it all? Who's our drop? My man, the fundamental thing is, I'm sorry, everybody. I just want to reiterate, this is the first waiver wire Tuesday. So I want to be on record. A couple different things. One, I see people in the chat saying I missed their donation. I promise you I did not. I mean, we'll go through and we'll double check, but I do not think I did. Second thing is, if you're going to ask me a FAB question, please make sure that you go ahead and you include the player that you are dropping. If you do not include the player that you are dropping, if you do not include how deep your bench is, there's literally no way for me to answer. There's legitimately no way. Okay, but let me go through and let me see. Yeah, I mean, LOG saying we missed a question. No, my man. We are going to get to yours. Got to give me some time. Who else is saying we missed Justin, let's check Justin's. Nope, Justin's we are going to get to as well. You'll probably saw me zoom by, but right now we are down here on... Yes, I literally just checked on 3 people in the chat saying we missed their question. I did not miss y'all's. Zach, let me see if we missed yours. Y'all are coming around the corner, my friends. Zach, we did already answer yours as well. Actually, no, we didn't already answer yours. We're going to get to yours. Y'all got to give me some time here, ladies and gentlemen. John, you were not... Nobody was missed here. Y'all see me scrolling in order, ladies and gentlemen. Scrolling in order, please. I've done this for 4 years now. I think our system is getting the job done. Okay. Now, let's go ahead and let's try to figure out back where we were, because now we are having to skim around, and now maybe we lost track, but we'll see. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Just give me 1 second to find where we were. Okay, here, let me actually go to the bathroom. 1 second. I'll find where we were when we get back. Got all mixed up now that we were just going around making sure we didn't miss your questions. Okay, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. I do apologize for that, but okay. So let's go through. Let's find where we were. Definitely did not answer Sawyer's question yet. Okay, don't think we answered Augustine. I think we are maybe... Nope, yeah, we already answered those. Can y'all go back and rewind and tell me the last person we answered their question for? And as we wait for you to tell me that, we will start off here and we will answer these questions. Daniel says, I have the #1 waiver wire claim. What do I do? My man, I need way more information than that. I think Tyler Algier is probably the best guy if you're in a shallow league. Cole says 12-team full BBR format. We have Allen, Chase, Keenan, Pollard, Pierce, Goddard, flexes Montgomery, Godwin, Hollywood, Zay, trade Montgomery, and something else for Higgins. I'd love that in a full BBR format. Super small piece, though. I don't think you have to pay too much. Now, Anthony says Bijan, DK, DJ Moore for Lamb, Jacobs. Who won? Probably the Bijan side, but Hook 'em Lawrence. You know, I like my guy. Swaggin coming out says, who do we start at the flex? Gibbs, Myers, or Puka? Definitely Gibbs. Jamie says, 10-team at BBR Superflex. We have Richardson, Walker, James Cook, Hill, Higgins, Davis, Kirk, McLaurin, Kelsey, Tua, Swift, Pickett, Jameson. How much fab for Puka? So the guy that we would drop would be Jameson here. And honestly, if you wanted to go out there and get him, since it's a super flex format, I'm going to be super, super aggressive. Probably like 10, 15%. Now, our next question coming out from Jacob says, 10-team standard league. We have Burrow, Lamb, Dotson, Sutton, JSN, Cup, Chubb, Hall, Penny, Dalvin, Devon A-Chain, Deion Jackson, Ford, Taylor, Andrews. Need some start set advice. Wide receiver, we're going to start Lamb, Sutton if Judy misses. If Judy plays, we're going to go Lamb, Dotson. Running back, we're going to go Chubb and Breece Hall. Flex, we're going to go with the other wide receiver that we didn't start. I mean, my man, this is going to be a tough team until we get Taylor and Cup in. Once we get Taylor and Cup in, it's going to be phenomenal. But Jacob says 6-point pass touchdown league. We're going to go Matt Carr, Purdy, Baker, Zach Wilson, Sam Howell, Ritter, or Bryce off the waiver wire. I think Brock Purdy, based off his weapons, will be the best pickup off the waiver wire there. Swaggin says, should we start Burrow or Tua week 2? I'm going to go Burrow. Aaron says, waiver wire, Kyron Williams over Penny. Yeah, I don't think you want Penny at this point. Okay. So did anybody letting me know where we were? Okay, we were Adam Cook, y'all said. Adam Cook. Let's go ahead and let's find Adam Cook. We were just answering some random questions out of order there. So we did get a little mixed up. Okay. So we answered the Foxhole. We answered Billy's. Okay, so this is where we were, ladies and gentlemen. This is where we were. James Conner Amari Cooper versus Gibbs Deontay. We already answered that one. Up to you. Jacob says we already answered this one. We answered Official Demon. We answered Vader. Okay, we are up here at Lester's question. So what should we look to get for Brandon Ayuk / Garrett Wilson? If you wanted to sell Ayuk, if we can get to Olave, if we can get to Ridley, if we can go through and get to Amon-Ra St. Brown, or Jalen Waddle, those are the 4 wide receivers that we can possibly look to sell one of these options for. I don't think you're going to be able to pull that off straight up. You'd have to add in another bench piece. But if you could go like Brandon Ayuk and DeAndre Swift and go get Jalen Waddle, I would love that, my friend. Love that. Now, Mathis says, who should we look to start? Wide receivers are Brown and Evans. Flex would either be Gabe Davis, Elijah Moore, Bateman, Burks. Running backs are Pierce and Nick Chubb. Can I look to trade at all? Running back, we're going to be going with, oh my gosh, A.J. Brown, Mike Evans. Running back, Pierce, Chubb. Flex, we're going to throw a Hail Mary and say hopefully Gabe Davis is, in a spot where the Buffalo Bills are just better overall. Let's go ahead and let's actually take Gabe Davis there, my man. Allen was bad this week. I think he'll be better going forward. Jordan coming out says 12-team full BBR format with only 1 flex. We have Watson, Barkley, Jacobs, Dalvin, Pirine, Addison, Ayuk, Pittman, Kirk, Hollywood, Deontay, Njoku, Kincaid. Start sit week 2. Kirk and Deontay screwed me week 1. Running back, we're going to go Barkley, Jacobs. Wide receiver, we're going to be going with Ayuk, Pittman. Tight end, we're still going to go David Njoku. And the flex, we probably want to go back to, no, I don't want to go to RB. I actually probably flex Addison. But keep in mind, since Addison plays on Thursday, you don't actually want to put him in your flex spot. You'd move Jordan Addison to wide receiver 2 just in case something happens, and then move, Michael Pittman down to your flex, just so, if something happens with one of the other wide receivers before this weekend. See, tough spot to be in, though. That Deontay injury is going to hurt us. Now, Shady coming out says, should I change my team or try to make a trade? We have Burrow, Etienne, Mixon, Jefferson, Keenan, Kittle, and Breece, or lock into the flex. 10-team PPR format, we have Jonathan Taylor as well. I actually would look to go ahead and look to potentially package together, say, Breece Hall and Tyler Lockett. I mean, the thing with Breece Hall is he looked phenomenal last night. So you're actually going to get something for him. A lot of people think that Breece Hall is going to be able to overcome how bad this offense is. I think he's an elite level talent, but I still think this is such a bad offense overall that I would be capitalizing on the value that we could get for him at the moment. If we can go Lockett and Breece Hall in a 10-team league and go get like Travis Etienne, I would love that. Now, Anthony coming out says 10-team PBR double flex. We have Jones, Dak, Geno, Bijan, James Cook, Ramondre, P. Ryan, Charbonnet, St. Brown, Devonta Smith, Mike Williams, Watson, Pitts. Any thoughts? Cheers, man. No, thank you so much for coming out, my man. I don't think we can roster 3 quarterbacks in a 10-team league with 2 flex spots, no super flex. I would look to cut the least favorite quarterback out of the 3 of these guys for you. Obviously, it's going to be either Daniel Jones or Geno Smith. I personally would cut Geno Smith. At that point, I think we'd actually rather roster a backup tight end here when Kyle Pitts is our main guy. I think we'll still be fine. But overall, I really like the running backs in a full PPR format in particular. We have some great wide receivers. Just cut Geno Smith, pick up a backup tight end. Now, Abduram coming out. I should have written down how to pronounce your name. I'm very sorry that we're still getting this wrong, but we're not going to apologize for that anymore, okay? It comes to territory. I'm an idiot, and I apologize one last time. But this is saying, Gabe Davis and Khalil Herbert for DeAndre Hopkins. What about Javonte Williams? I think that this is a fair price point if you wanted to go out there and get Hopkins. With Khalil Herbert, I do not know if he is going to really be startable going forward based off the Roschon Johnson usage. And I do think that Javonte Williams is a player that we want to roster, and he's going to continue to expand his role going forward, my friend. Now, Justin coming out says 12-team full BBR format, double wide receivers. We have Allen, Godwin, Lockett, CMC, Pollard, and Njoku London. And then on the bench, we have Odell, Jamal, Thielen, Taylor. Should I wait it out with Taylor or sell for a wide receiver? So it's a league where we're going to start 2 wide receivers, right? We can start Lockett now, even if we're not too excited. I think we wait it out, my man. If we wait it out and we're somehow able to go through and able to bring on Jonathan Taylor with this team that already has this elite running back production, you are going to be in such a comfortable spot overall. Where, yeah, no, I think you can get by as is. You have an absurd team. We're sitting with CMC, Pollard in the starting line with Allen. I think Allen will get much better. Caleb says trade was Breece Hall and Debo for CeeDee Lamb, who won. I think you could have gotten a little bit more for Breece Hall. I at least imagine that Breece Hall's value is a little bit higher than this right now. Now, Daniel coming out saying what to do. We have Jalen Hurts at quarterback. We have JT, Jacobs, Garrett, Devonta Smith, Kittle, Dalvin, Jamal, Hopkins, Gainwell, Mostert, Christian Kirk, Brandon Cooks, Deion Jackson. Is it time to panic? It's a 10-team league with 1 flex. I think it is probably time to panic, my man. I mean, hell, the Aaron Rodgers injury to Garrett Wilson's going to put us in such a tough spot. At least we have the Devonta Smith, Jalen Hurts stack. At least we have Jamal to cover for Jonathan Taylor early on. I don't really see a trade that makes a lot of sense. I think the only thing that makes a sense is to go through and send up a prayer that we get JT back. I mean, and fundamentally, what can we do with this team? What kind of value do we have? I mean, if we can go through and we can take like Gainwell and Gainwell and Garrett Wilson and go get Olave, go get Waddle, then sure, let's do it. Or if we do that same thing with Mostert, then sure, let's do it. But in reality, I don't know if anybody's actually selling that. Okay, now our next question coming out from Mielinger says, 12-team at BBR format. We have Dak, Etienne, James Cook, Tyreek, Ridley, Komet, Christian Watson, Breece, Dotson, Bateman, Warren, Mims, Charbonnet. Ideas on moves to make. Overall, we are in a very comfortable position. Starting off 1-0 with this team whenever we add Tyreek Hill. We have Travis Etienne. James Cook looked great on Monday night. I mean, I would go and see if we can sell Breece Hall for an elite level tight end. If we can go Breece Hall and Cole Kmet and go get Mark Andrews, I mean, settle for Hawkinson if we can't get Andrews or Kelsey. I think that could be something that we look to do because you can find that team that has Taylor. You can find that team that has Dobbins. I mean, we are currently sitting in a very, very good spot. I mean, where we don't have those running back injuries on our own, right? So we can afford to sell some of that depth. Okay, so Max is screaming that his donation got skipped. Let's go through and let's see if it did. Nope, it did not. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, it's just a little frustrating to see the live chat spam. My question got skipped, my question got skipped, my question got skipped, and it did not. I've ensured y'all, I promised you. You just have to be patient with me. You can see me literally scrolling, and you see that it's not going to get skipped. So please, don't spam the chat over and over and over again that it's missed. I promise you it won't be. Okay. Now, going back to what we were saying. This team... It's coming out from John, who says, 10-team BBR format. We have Hurts at quarterback. Running back, we have Bijan Sanders. We have Diggs, Devonta Smith, wide receiver. We have Ingram, tight end. We have Evans, Deontay, Montgomery, Swift, JSN, Penny, Quentin Johnston. Any ideas? Overall, if we could upgrade running back too, I think that'd be really nice. In a full BBR format, I think we can afford it. If we can go like David Montgomery, Miles Sanders, and sell like the team who had J.K. Dobbins as their RB2, sell that pairing for their running back 1, bring in a running back like Nick Chubb, I'd love to do that. I mean, hell, if you wanted to go like David Montgomery, Mike Evans, get an elite level player in the flex, I think we could go ahead and make that move as well. Just fundamentally in a 10-team league where we are in a spot where we only have one flex spot, the running back depth's not going to be as important for us, especially when we haven't dealt with any injuries. And in a full PPR format, I think that we're probably also going to want to go ahead and see if we can take advantage of David Montgomery popping on Thursday, where he still doesn't have the role as a pass catcher. And I still would potentially be looking to go through and sell if we can. But let me just settle down real quick. And of course, please, if you have not done so already, ladies and gentlemen, go down there, drop a like on this live stream, subscribe to the channel. We're streaming every single day. We streamed every single day for 137 days in a row. Not going to stop until 2024. Drop a like, subscribe. We just hit 186,000 subscribers on this channel. And if you want to check out any of these pick'ems, you can still do so on Underdog Fantasy. Promo code FLOCK on Underdog is going to give you a 100% deposit match up to $200. Plus our 2023 fantasy football rankings, a free trial to flockfantasy.com, and also a Jalen Hurts exclusive pick'em, more than less than half a passing yard against the Minnesota Vikings on Thursday night. And also, if you're on Underdog, please make sure you submit a pick'em slip with the Tua total yards. You can go either lower than or higher than, but at least include Tua's total yards so you get entered in. Underdog's going to give away $10,000 to 10 separate people this Sunday that do go ahead and include Tua in that. But let's pivot this back over, ladies and gentlemen. Let's find our next question. This one coming out from Crixie, who says, new to fantasy, 10-team PPR format. We have Lamar, Lamb, DJ Pollard, CMC, and Njoku, Gibbs. And then on the bench, we have Charbonnet, Odell, Deontay, Johnson, Khalil Herbert, Sean, Sky Moore. Any advice? We're going to cut Sky Moore. I promise you can find some better options off the waiver wire. I mean, I think that Deontay Johnson's going to be a guy that we have to hold on to just based off his long-term upside. Does suck that we're going to be missing him, though. But love this team. If we're sitting with CMC, Pollard, just be patient with the rookie like Jahmyr Gibbs in a full PPR format. I think he will continue to expand his role. I actually really like this team. The only thing I'll do is drop Sky Moore and see if we can go out there and see if we can get a player we like a little more off the waiver wire. Now, monopolization coming out says Mike Williams, Drake, London for Hollywood Dots. Mike Williams, London, Hollywood Dots, and Brian Robinson, Algier. Keep 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we have to drop 1. Okay, so if we're going to be dropping 1 player here, I think the drop's actually probably going to end up being, I hate to say it, but Hollywood Brown. Hollywood Brown's had by far and away the worst offense here. I don't really know what the upside is. I mean, Hollywood could be a top 24 wide receiver, but could we ever go through and could we ever get a top 12 finish from him? Most likely not. Now, Contrell says trade Lamar, Hawkinson, and Stevenson for Etienne, Richardson, and Pickens. Lamar to Richardson, downgrade. Stevenson to Etienne, slight upgrade. Full PPR format, it is what it is. Hawkinson to Pickens, we're getting a downgrade there as well. I understand Lamar did struggle week 1, but please keep the Lamar side. Lamar is still going to be phenomenal. Dean says Hurts, Henry, Walker, Smith, Adams, Kittle, Amari, Williams, Dillon, Zay, Mooney, McKinnon, Charbonnet. Want to trade Flowers and Amari for A.J. Brown. I would love that deal in a 1 flex league, my man. Especially a team where we have Jalen Hurts, so we can pair up Hurts and A.J. Brown and get that stack. We have the depth overall with this format. I'd say also at this point, McKinnon is going to be cuttable based on them looking to split the backfield 3 ways in Kansas City. But I love this team, my man. I love this team. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Brandon says, Gibbs for Andrews, Khalil Herbert, or Ayuk and Khalil Herbert. I would sell Jahmyr Gibbs for Mark Andrews and Khalil Herbert if it was a one flex league where having the elite level tight end mattered a little bit more. But Ryan coming out says 12-team PPR format, double flex. We have Cousins, Pollard, Gibbs, James Cook, Mostert, Deion Jackson, Tyreek, Ridley, Watson, Sutton, Pickens, Nico, Elijah Moore, Dalton Schultz. Jefferson and Javonte was offered to me for Gibbs, Ridley, Pickens. Going from Pickens to Javonte, upgrade. Let's even remove Pickens. He's such a small piece in this deal. Would I rather have Jefferson and Javonte or Ridley and Gibbs? Give me Jefferson and Javonte, not close. Double flex 12-team league, depth's going to matter a little bit more. But I still think we want to go ahead. I still think that we want to be taking Jefferson. I mean, getting the overall 101 players, especially in this format where we can start up to 4 wide receivers. And it gives us the flexibility that we can be making those waiver wire moves early on in the season. I think it's a really nice spot, my man. I think it's a really nice spot. Now, Jamalai says 12-team PPR format, Watson, Ridley, Flowers, Pollard, Jacobs, Andrews, Rashad White. And then on the bench, we have Puka, Javonte, JSN, Quentin Johnson, Bigsby, Christian Watson, Anthony Richardson. Should we trade Jacobs and Ridley for Jefferson and Miles Sanders? Or wait till this is a very similar trade to the last one. Honestly, I'm going to go ahead and do this as well. I mean, understand if you are going to be looking at Jefferson, yeah, this past week, I mean, he didn't go out there and give you the Tyreek Hill level performance, but still, if you're looking at the consistent volume that he gives you from a week-to-week perspective, the floor-ceiling combo that you have with a player like Justin Jefferson, especially with the team that's going to look to push the pace of play and look to just have so much passing volume overall, it's very hard to quote-unquote overpay for Justin Jefferson. I don't think you can really do it. Brandon says, how much fab would you drop in a 14-team league on Tyler Algier, desperate at running back? I mean, thank you at least for letting me know how many teams are in the league. I really wish we would know who we're cutting here. I would say if it's a 14-team format, I'd be willing to give up to like 35, almost even 40% of our fab on Tyler Algier. But for the love of God, I don't think that's the same in a 10-team league. Fab percentages are so dependent on the exact format that you're playing in. Kate says, Garrett Wilson for T. Higgins. It's crazy. I'd rather have Higgins. Right now, Vegas has the New York Jets with the lowest implied team total of any team in the NFL this week. They're going to be a horrendous, they're going to be an atrocious, they're going to be a train wreck offense. I just kind of want to be pivoting off of Garrett Wilson if we can. Blind says Richardson or Deshaun Watson and Tyreek or Keenan Allen and, or Josh Allen and Christian. I'd way rather have Tyreek Hill and, give me the Tyreek Hill side. I'd rather Tyreek Hill over Josh Allen and Christian Kirk straight up. Brett says trade Diggs and Tyreek for Amon-Ra and Jacobs. I would rather have Diggs over Amon-Ra St. Brown, but at least they're close. Jacobs like 3 tiers ahead of Rashad White. So yeah, let's go get St. Brown and Jacobs here. We have Brees, Madison, Algier, Kupp, Pittman, Flowers, Nico. Trying to get Puka off the waiver wire. Okay, the guy that we would look to cut in that instance would be Nico Collins, my man. Now, Max coming out says trade targets for Khalil Herbert and or Darnell Mooney. I think you would have to package these two guys together. I don't necessarily think that anybody's going to give you a ton for them straight up. But if you want Khalil Herbert and Darnell Mooney and you wanted to get up to a better running back, maybe we could go over to like Javonte Williams. Maybe we can get to like the Brian Robinson, Miles Sanders range. And if you wanted to go through and you wanted to look at wide receiver, if we can go like Khalil Herbert and Darnell Mooney and somehow catch someone panicking about Higgins, catch someone panicking about Amari Cooper, we do it. But in reality, you probably can't. Now, Rob says Lawrence, Etienne, Brees, Tyreek, Lamb, Kittle, Waddle, Higgins. And then on the bench, we have Lockett, Pickens, Tony, A.J. Dillon, Watson, 8-team league. Makes way more sense that this is an 8-team league, my man. I mean, this looks like a phenomenal squad. I think if we could go through and see if we can package together some of these depth wide receivers, like Tyler Lockett and Brees Hall to get a long-term upgrade at running back, I think that make a lot of sense, especially in an 8-team format. Outside of the true elite level players that obviously we're all looking for, if you could go over to like Josh Jacobs, I think that makes sense in an 8-team league. If you go over to maybe like even Joe Mixon, I think that makes sense. Because typically with these like depth wide receivers in an 8-team league in particular, they're really never going to make a difference for your team. Now our next question coming out from LOLG says traded Hopkins, Dalvin, Pitts for Saquon and Pickens. Beautiful deal. Like 10 out of 10. Love this, my man. Especially with the Deontay Johnson injury and how you're going to get an expanded target share for George Pickens in this offense. Now Jake coming out says, hook 'em Lawrence, hook 'em my man. I'm 0-1 in a 10-team PPR format we have Josh Allen, CMC, Walker, Higgins, St. Brown, Freiermuth, Lockett. And then on the bench, we have Khalil Herbert, Pacheco, Warren, Gabe Davis, London, JSN. Advice and any waiver wire moves. If we were going to make any moves off the waiver wire, the worst player on this team is probably Isaiah Pacheco. I don't know if we want to be cutting Isaiah Pacheco. So overall, I think that we're generally trying to make a 2-for-1 deal, get an upgrade in the starting lineup, so we have some flexibility with what we can do on the waiver wire. So if you wanted to take Khalil Herbert, who I am personally a little bit worried about his overall usage with, if you look at Roschon Johnson getting involved, I mean, on third down, his first game in the NFL, if we can take like Khalil Herbert and Tyler Lockett and get up to like T. Higgins, Amari Cooper as buy low candidates, I think that'd make a lot of sense. Okay, now our next question coming out from, I believe, Adam says, 10-team at PBR 3 flex, dropping JK and Mims. Should use the number one waiver wire priority on Puka or Tua. We have good wide receiver depth, but Wilson is our QB1. No, Garrett Wilson's our wide receiver 1. Geno's our only quarterback. Geno's our only quarterback. I'm using it on Tua. For the sole purpose as well that I think you could flip Tua for more, my man. I mean, sorry to hear that we have Garrett Wilson as our number one guy, but it is what it is. Now, Infinite says JT for London. I'm sorry, Jordan Love and Watson duo. I'd rather have Jonathan Taylor. Even if you have Diggs and Jefferson, keep Taylor here, my man. Gibbs says, I trade Pittman, Christian Watson for Kupp. Atwell. Atwell's literally nothing. Would we rather have Pittman and Watson for Kupp? If you don't need to start Pittman or Watson right now, go get Kupp. And Kara coming out says, drop Charbonnet for Tyler Algier. Yes, I would. And then drop Bateman for Puka. Yes, I would as well. Wabi says, where does Kareem Hunt end up? Based off the best ball teams that I've sadly drafted Kareem Hunt on, I would go ahead and I would see if we can get, I would really hope, see if we can get Kareem Hunt on the Baltimore Ravens. Love that, my friend. Now, Brian coming out, happy to see my man says, 16-team full BBR format, super flex, 6-point passing touchdown league, half a point per rushing first down. Daniel Jones in a future first for Mac Jones and Tony Pollard. So keep in mind, 16-team super flex format. We are highly incentivized to go out there and get the quarterback that's locked and loaded in the long term. Get the job security. So having the Daniel Jones contract means so damn much. Our quarterback one is Herbert. Running back is Montgomery, Dillon. Wide receiver is Ridley, Ayuk. We have Andrews, Henry, and 2 future first. If this was a 12-team league, I would. If this was a 12-team format where quarterback security mattered a little bit less, I would go ahead and I would sell Daniel Jones for this price tag. But in a world where we could potentially see Mac Jones not be a starting quarterback next year, I'm not saying that's likely, but it's a possibility. I don't have interest doing it in a 16-team Dynasty Superflex League. Dalton coming out saying 12-team full PBR format. We have Deshaun Watson at quarterback. Running back, we have Etienne, Aaron Jones. Wide receiver, we have Chase Evans. We have Kittle at tight end, Flex Javonte. And then on the bench, we have Michael Thomas, DJ Moore, Tyler Boyd, Michael Gallup, Kareem Hunt. Any moves to make? I don't necessarily think that we're going to be doing anything at the very top ends. Like, I think we're going to keep Etienne and Aaron Jones. If we could upgrade the flex, if we could go through and sell some of our wide receiver depth, I mean, right now we're rostering 4 wide receivers on the bench and no running backs. If we could package like DJ Moore and Javonte to get an upgrade at running back and then add in another running back from the waiver wire, I think that'd make a lot of sense just to balance out the team. Now, Barrett coming out says, traded Garrett, Debo, and Gainwell for Jamar, Watson, and Akers. Phenomenal deal. I mean, way to get out of Garrett Wilson there. The team is Herbert, Bijan, Ramondre, Jamar, Pittman, Watson, Freiermuth, and decent. This is a great team. Great trade. I mean, obviously your league mate, for whatever reasons, way too scared about this, the Bengals offense. Now, GS says, hey, Mason got offered Gainwell and Nico Collins for Terry McLaurin. I currently have Burrow, Saquon, Mostert, CD, Higgins, Kittle for starters. I'd probably keep McLaurin. Like, I didn't even like McLaurin coming into the season. Ultimately, though, this is a wide receiver that was in a game that, I mean, just was not going to be conducive to wide receiver fantasy points. Like, they ran the ball more than they completed passes. They had more rushing attempts than completed passes. They had about the same amount of rushing attempts as, passing attempts. I'm not saying that this is Atlanta. It's more so you go up against the Arizona Cardinals, so we could go ahead and you can just run the ball over and over again, right? You can afford to do that. Now, Lewis says, yo, we appreciate you. It's a 12-team PPR format where we have Hurts, CMC, Madison, A.J. Brown, Ayuk, Mike Williams, Frymuth, with Javonte on the bench. Should we trade Javonte for Christian Watson? Yes, if we get positive news regarding Christian Watson tomorrow, let's go ahead and let's do it. I think Javonte continues to expand his role, but I really like Christian Watson, the player, and with how damn good Jordan Love looked week 1, I'm even more excited about Watson now. Now, Cross says, a full PPR in a 12-team league. I had Dobbins and London. My bench is Warren, Shaheed, Tony, Bigsby, Addison, Dobbs, and JT. I don't know what to do. Yeah, tough spot to be in. I think we cut Tony, and then we go out there and see if we can get someone off the waiver wire. If you really want to hold on to Shaheed, obviously he looks great. I think he's a little bit more of a best ball option than a traditional redraft. If you're looking at your team and you're saying, well, Mason, my man, I'm going to have to go through. I'm going to start Romeo Dobbs this week. My team at the very top end is so decimated that I have no really any other option but to go through and start Romeo Dobbs. Then at that point, we're probably wanting to go ahead and sell Jonathan Taylor, even if it's at a loss, and just make sure that we can remain competitive at the beginning of the season. With that being said, by no means is it something we have to do, just an idea of what we could do. Now, Jerry coming out says, 12-team full BBR league. We have Keenan and Romeo Dobbs for Gibbs and Higgins. Gibbs and Higgins by a mile. Oh, yes. I'd rather have Gibbs over, I don't even want to break this down. I think Higgins, Keenan, same tier. Give me Gibbs over Dobbs by a mile. Donnie says, 14-team full BBR format, 1 flex. We have Watson, Gibbs, Pollard, Hall, Kupp, T, Kirk, Frymuth. Just traded Derrick Henry and Derrick Henry and Brandon Ayuk for Tony Pollard and T. Higgins. Derrick Henry versus Tony Pollard, full PPR format. Give me Pollard. Ayuk, T. Higgins, same tier, up to you. Great deal. Tajay Spears saw more snaps than Derrick Henry. I don't want to panic with Henry, but definitely if we can get out of him for like Tony Pollard, it makes a lot of sense. The Act Bro says 10-team at PBR format. We have Watson, Waddle, Ayuk, Bijan, Saquon, Hall, Montgomery, Robinson, Watson, Andrews, Williams. Should we burn the number 2 for Puka or Joshua Kelly? Well, who are we going to drop? Are you going to drop Brian Robinson for Joshua Kelly? Are you going to drop Mike Williams for Puka? I'd say no. So it's not even about trying to keep the number 2 overall waiver wire claim. I don't think these guys make a difference with this team. I don't think they help you. Honestly, kind of keep this as is, my man. Now, Teddy coming out says, 10-team PBR format. We have 3 wide receivers and 2 flexes. We have Fields, Aaron Jones, James Cook, Jefferson, Waddle, Olave, Frymuth, Connor, Gainwell. We had Dobbins. The bench is Spears, Gabe Davis, Sky, Tank Dell, $150 fab, Puka, Joshua Kelly, Just Sill, Gus Edwards. Thoughts and, thank you so much for including the overall settings. Thank you for including the team. Thank you for actually giving me some information on what we can be doing here, my man. And the clear answer is we cut Sky Moore, we cut Tank Dell, we go for some of these waiver wire options. I think we'd be aggressive on this team if we just lost J.K. Dobbins. I think you cut Tank Dell. I think you're willing to spend 20% of your fab on Puka. I think you cut Sky Moore. I think you're willing to go out there and spend 10 to 15% of your fab on Joshua Kelly. Could have been more if we had some more clarity on this Austin Eckler injury. If you think Eckler misses, we can go more aggressive than that. But yeah, in terms of trades, I don't necessarily think there are too many to make. I think Waddle bounces back. Lave's in a great spot. Hell, Pat Frymuth now no longer has to compete with targets with Deontay Johnson. Yes, but this is a team that needs to be aggressive on the waiver wire there with our fab. I think we should. Now, Hall and Gabe Davis or Judy for Kupp. I would sell Breece Hall and Gabe Davis for Cooper Kupp. I would. Gilbert out here, happy to see you, my man, saying, I had a weird draft. I was driving. You're going to publicly admit this. I have never drafted and drove. I would never do such a thing. I am a responsible citizen, and I would never draft a fantasy football team and drive at the same time, my man. What are we doing out here? You're publicly admitting this. 12-team, 0 tight ends, double flex. We have Hurts, Chase, Olave, Swift, Warren, Puka, Flowers. And then on the bench, we have Fields, Watson, Waller, Rojan, Bigsby, Chuba Hubbard. Who to trade, who to start, save me, take a shower. I need a shower, my man. Okay, so let's go through and let's try to figure this out. You are toast. Okay, that's first thing. I mean, here, this starting lineup is brutal, my man. Okay. Actually, no, never mind. Running back's just brutal. Wide receiver, we're going to go Chase and Olave. Running back, on the other hand, what the hell are we supposed to do? I mean, I guess we start Swift if Gainwell's banged up and we go Jaylen Warren as well. We're going to go Darren Waller at tight ends. And the two flex spots, we're going to be going with Puka and Zay Flowers. It sucks because Fields had a bad week 1, so I don't know exactly how much value we're going to be getting from Justin Fields. But still, the only thing we can do, my man, is we can sell Fields and see what kind of running back we can get in return. Now, if we can't get a running back that we like for Justin Fields, if we need to turn around and sell Jalen Hurts, if we can get to like Chubb, Henry, Pollard, then we probably have to do that and start Fields going forward. I mean, obviously, we're going to be making moves off the waiver wire for running back. But at the same time, I mean, I don't think that's going to be able to solve the situation. We have nobody at running back, you know? So I think you have nothing to do but to go through and make that trade. We're going to be sending Fields to go get someone, my man. Now, owned by CIA, always happy to see it, says, trades I've done so far, Najee to Etienne, beautiful. Montgomery, Pittman to Ramadre, beautiful. Addison to London, probably don't like it. Thoughts on the trades I received, the ones on the right. Yeah, I definitely, in the aggregate, I really do like it. I don't want to say Drake London's a buy low guy. Not trying to go get London right now. Now, Ray says, Brees Evans for Kenneth Walker and Amari. Yeah, give me Walker and Amari. I'd rather have Walker over Brees. I'd rather have Amari over Evans. FFL says, do I drop Hunter Henry or Hayden Hurst? Higbee for, no, I think we can go ahead and we can keep keep Tyler Higbee while we have no Cooper Kupp in this offense. But let me go ahead and let me refresh this so we can get the questions still on the screen, ladies and gentlemen. And we got to go fast. We are behind on these questions. And please, if you have not done so already, drop a like on this live stream. I mean, hell, we've been live at this point for over 4 hours. We're 3 likes away from 1,900 likes in the stream. Subscribe to the channel if you have not done so already. I mean, we had 186,000 subscribers on this channel, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, hell, let's try to get to 200,000. Can't happen tonight, but can happen pretty damn soon. And then also, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat. Find it in the description. Find it in the comment section. If you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, they're going to match your first deposit dollar for dollar up to $100. Plus, you're going to get our 2023 fantasy football rankings, a free trial to flockfantasy.com where you can find all of our premium content, and also a Jalen Hurts special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard against the Minnesota Vikings on Thursday nights. Plus, if you're on Underdog, make sure you are entering a pick'em slip with Tua's total yards. You can go either higher or lower, but that will enter you in to win $10,000. They're giving away $10,000 to 10 different people this Sunday. But let's go back and let's find our next question. This one coming out from, I believe, Max Prestige Light Skin. My man, I saw you in the chat earlier saying I missed your question. Hopefully you're still sticking around. Everybody in the chat, I'm not going to miss your question. Just be patient. I'm behind. I'm going as fast as I can. What percent of my fab should we spend on Gainwell / Puka? Thank you for giving me the team. We have Hurts, Pierce, Najee, Sun God, Zay, Ertz, Pacheco. Bench is garbage. I mean, out of who we have here, I'd say I would be looking at 10 to 15% for each one of these individual players. I know he's told someone else to go 40% on Algier, but that was in a 16-team league. Here in a 12-team format, it's week 1. I don't want to be spending more than 20% here based off the week 1 waiver wire. I mean, we're going to still get some guys that we really do like. I hope that you're still out here to see this. Katie says, fab question. 14-team non-PBR format, $100 budget. How do you spend on Puka to drop DJ Chark, and how much would you spend on Joshua Kelly to drop Chase Brown? I would be aggressive. 14-team league, garbage drops. I'd spend 20 to 25% on both players. I think that's the format where we can go ahead and we can be aggressive. And yeah, sorry again for being late on your question. Like I said, I'm going as fast as I can, ladies and gentlemen. I promise you I don't want to be staying up until 3 a.m. tonight. So I'm trying to go as fast as I can. But Josh says, 12-team super flex. We have Herbert, Montgomery, Algier, Tyreek, Lamb, Laporta, Devonta Smith. And then on the bench, we have Breece Hall, London, Addison, Flowers, Charbonnet, Bigsby, and Miller. It's a team where I definitely think we can go out there and we can potentially get that upgrade at RB2. I would love to see if we can package together like Jordan Addison and David Montgomery to go get a running back that we really like. Go get someone like Mixon. Go get someone like Etienne. I'd say we're kind of going to do a similar thing with Breece Hall. If we can go like Breece Hall and Sam Laporta and go out there and get like an elite level tight end, go get, Mark Andrews, go get TJ Hawkinson. That'd also be something I'm looking to do. The reason being I'm selling David Montgomery in a full PBR format when he's not going to have the role as the pass catcher. And I'm going to be selling Breece Hall just in general with Zach Wilson under center. Northwest Soul says 12-team, a full BBR, 1 flag, 6-point passing touchdown. We have Allen, Madison, Hall, Chase, Waddle, Kincaid, Dotson, Flowers, Bateman, Penny, Osborne, Prescott. What are your thoughts? I think that if we have Kenneth Gainwell good to go and Rashad Penny's healthy scratch again, Rashad Penny should be on the chopping block. Hopefully we get a sell-high moment on Dak. You don't really want to be rostering 2 quarterbacks if we have Allen. But overall, really the only move that I'm looking to make right now is potentially going through and package together like Zay Flowers and Breece Hall to go get a long-term running back upgrade. Go get someone like Travis Etienne. Infinite ZTV says, Diggs or Jordan Love only have Madison or Sanders? We definitely want Diggs over Jordan Love. I don't know exactly what you're asking there. I'm sorry, my man. Daniel coming out says, 12-team, a full BBR format. We have Burrow, Pierce, Robinson, McLaurin, Nico, Kelsey, Gino, Michael Thomas, Gibson, Dion. What are we looking to do? This is a team that those bench options. Nico Collins is not someone we want to be starting, my friend. I think we hopefully can play the waiver wire, go pick up someone like Puka over Nico Collins. In the short term, the only thing I'd say is you need to be making sure that you are starting Michael Thomas over Nico Collins. Please take Collins out of your starting lineup and put Michael Thomas in. Daniel says, I have the number 1 waiver wire. What do I do? Okay, actually, we already went through and we answered these. Remember, we answered that one. We answered this one. Okay, we just went out of order. We were waiting for y'all to let us know where we left off. So we did skip ahead and answer these here. We answered Swaggin about Burrow or Tua. We're going to go Kyron Williams over Rashad Penny. I believe we answered Aaron. That's the answer just in case we didn't. And Steven says, I believe we left off with Steven. It says 10-team full BBR format. We have Tua, Monroe, St. Brown, Keenan, Higgins, Bijan, Gibbs, Hall, Frymuth, Pitts, Elijah Moore, Dylan, JSN, Deontay. Looking to trade for a tight end. I don't blame you if you wanted to trade for a tight end. I would say not to do it right now. The reason being is whenever we have Pat Frymuth, it looks like Frymuth should be viable with no Deontay Johnson. I think you should expect that the overall target share for Frymuth and Pickens goes up in this offense. So I'll actually wait for a spike from Frymuth to potentially sell him in a package to get someone later down the road. Now, Matt coming out says 12-team at BBR format. We have Mahomes at QB. Running back, we have Chubb, Montgomery. Wide receiver, we have Brown, Wilson, Higgins. We have Pitts at tight end. Flex, Breece Hall, Addison. And then on the bench, we have Akers, White, Sky, Hyatt, Bateman. Any tips on improving? Cut Sky, cut Hyatt. Pick up some of the waiver wire options from this week. And I would also look to go through and see if we can package together, say, like Cam Akers and Jordan Addison to go get a long-term upgrade at the flex at wide receiver. Or if we can possibly package together maybe like Rashad White and Breece Hall to go get, a player like Travis Etienne. I'm going to continue to try to pivot from Hall to Etienne where we can. And our next question coming out from Zach says 12-team full BBR format where we have Burrow, Najee, Akers, Diggs, Adams, Devonta Smith. And then on the bench, we have Ayuk, Dylan, Penny, Damian Harris, Zay. Thoughts? And should we add Joshua Kelly? Hell yeah. Let's go through and let's drop Rashad Penny, add Joshua Kelly. I really like the team overall. I wouldn't mind at all. Like if we can trade like Diggs, afford Chase, somehow get that done, I think that'd be a really nice spot. And just make that concentrated bet on the Cincinnati Bengals offense. Now, the fundamental issue that this team has is the running back position. So if you really wanted to go and trade like Ayuk and Najee or Ayuk and Akers to get a running back upgrade that way, I think that would make sense as well. Now, Will says 10-team full PPR format. We have Hurts, Najee, Hall, Javonte, Gibbs, Cook, Kupp, Ridley, JSN, Puka, Pitts, Charbonnet. Any moves to make? I'm going to continue to look to go through and sell Breece Hall where we can. We can go Puka, Breece Hall, get Najee Harris. Super easy call there. Outside of that, we're really just going to be waiting for Cooper Kupp. It's hard to know without seeing the bench. Now, Kate says, got offered Hopkins and Rashad White for Waddle. Give me Waddle. Precy says, 10-team full PPR format, Lamb and JT or Eckler and Addison. Ooh, interesting spot. I think we probably go through and 10-team one flex league. I think we can probably take Lamb and no, we can't do it. I think you have to take Eckler. Just take Eckler. There's no reason to trade away Eckler unless we're getting the value. Billy Ocean says we skipped it. No, we didn't, my friend. You donated this like literally 30 seconds before we got to your question. Have a good day. Says full BBR, 3 wide receivers, 1 flex. We have Lamar, Tyreek, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Watson, Pollard, Hall, Andrews, Connor, Dotson, JSN, Mostert, Charbonnet, Bigsby. Waiver wire, we have Kelly, Roshan, Puka, Algier, Shaheed. Okay, so I definitely think we want to be picking up Roshan. I would cut Tank Bigsby for Roshan Johnson. Outside of that, not really looking to make any moves. I mean, if we could trade, say, John Dotson and Breece Hall to go get that upgrade at running back. I see some people in the chat asking like why we keep on saying to sell Breece Hall. I'll cover this in a video later on in the week, but fundamentally, if you were looking at this New York Jets offense, it does now project to be one of the worst offenses in the NFL. And Breece Hall did see fewer carries. He saw fewer receptions than Dalvin. I don't want to committee running back in one of the worst offenses in the NFL. I will say Hall is an elite level talent, which is why we can actually sell him, right? I'm not telling a bunch of people to go out there and sell Garrett Wilson because if you're looking at Wilson, nobody's going to buy him. People are going to buy Breece Hall because he looked damn good last night. Now, Jordan says, 10-team PPR format, we have Daniel Jones, Anthony Richardson. Running back, we have Bijan, Gibbs, Walker, Madison, Algier, Charbonnet. Wide receiver, we have Diggs, Ayuk, Judy, Deontay, Odell. Tight end, we have Darren Waller. Tough week 1. Would you package Ayuk and Madison for a wide receiver like Waddle, Keenan, or T. Higgins? Not Keenan or Higgins. If you wanted Waddle in a 10-team league with only 1 flex, we could go there. I'd really like to see if we could get to like Amon-Ra St. Brown. Really like to see if we could get to Chris Olave. I think we're going to be looking at St. Brown, Olave, Waddle, not Waddle, Keenan, and Higgins there. Now, Hassan coming out saying, instead of giving up A.J. Brown, should I replace him with Adams and make it Adams and Najee for Saquon and Keenan? I would say yes. Based off how bad the Raiders offense looks, I would rather have A.J. Brown over Adams. Joseph says, I just have Etienne, Dobbins, Charbonnet. We have Hill, Lamb, Kupp, Ayuk, Addison, Thomas, Algier, Kyron, Kelly to trade for Roscoe. I'm assuming you mean Roshan. I would rather have Roshan over Kyron Williams if you wanted to make that pivot. I mean, but the thing is, you're not going to be trading for Roshan Johnson straight up. He's more so that end of roster spot. So you are looking at, I mean, just pretty much picking up someone in another deal, right? Where you're pivoting wide receivers and you're getting Roshan Johnson on top. J-Max says, what about Bijan and Garrett for Lamb and James Cook? Give me Bijan over Lamb. Garrett Wilson versus James Cook. Probably still Garrett Wilson. So I'm going to go Bijan and Garrett Wilson. Brian says, how much fab to put on Puka at PBR underdogs? I cannot answer fab questions unless I know the size of the league and know who we're dropping. It is a completely different answer in a 10-team league versus a 14-team format. Like, wildly different answer. Alfonso says, JT and Pierce for Addison, Kamara, and T. It's a 10-team PBR format. We have Lamar, Saquon, Rashad White, Godwin, Musgrave, Myers, Debo, Judy, Khalil Herbert, London, and Cooper Kupp. 10-team league with this roster. If you only have 1 flex, I'm fine with us making this deal. I would just want to wait a week. The reason being is if you are looking at this team, we are dealing with Cooper Kupp. So we already have the long-term upside and the short-term lack of overall production. So I really don't want to go through. I really don't want to be adding JT right now to a Cooper Kupp team. Now, our next switch coming out from Jacob says 12-team full PPR, 1 flex. We have Dak at quarterback. Running back, we have Hall, Etienne, Madison. Wide receiver, we have Adams, Hopkins, Dotson, Kelsey. Do we trade Hopkins and Madison for Christian Watson and Javonte? I like the idea. Probably not. I think we need a bigger discount on those players. Definitely players that I am looking to target at the moment, though. Big Route says, do you think London is droppable? Not yet. If we see a couple more weeks like this first week, then yes. Alex says 10-team tight end premium format, 4-point passing touchdown, super flex, where we also start 3 wide receivers. We have Fields, Dak, Young, Diggs, Judy, Watson, Bateman, Dodson, Quentin Johnston, Bijan, Henry, Walker, Sanders, Bigsby, Kittle, any trades. Phenomenal team. I mean, I think Fields, Dak will be better going forward. I think their game environments will be more conducive to actual fantasy production. We have a lot of running back depth. If we can approach a team that just lost J.K. Dobbins and go, hey, man, I'll give you Miles Sanders and Jerry Jeudy. Give me an elite level wide receiver in return. I think that'd make a lot of sense. But yeah, great roster. I think we just capitalize on some of the running back depth. Jacob says, with Roshan Algier and Kyron on the waiver wire, who's best? I'll say Tyler Algier, then Roshan Johnson, then Kyron Williams. Adam says, from the Dynasty Fab question, we have the open roster spot. It still doesn't matter if you have an open roster spot. Like, fundamentally, if you have like an open roster spot, I still want to know what like the opportunity cost is of said roster spot, you know? Like, that's what, like, asking Fab questions. It's so important to know what the roster spot is worth in your league. And a roster spot is worth it's wildly different based on the league format that you're playing in. Just the average replaceable player that we could get off the waiver wire. Sam says, trade ideas in a 10-team PPR format. We have Hurts, Pollard, Hall, Jefferson, Amari, Goddard, Javonte, Addison, Mostert. On the bench, we have Akers, Elijah Moore, Charbonnet, Dotson, and Bateman. We are 0-1. I would love to see if we can take Dotson, package him with Mostert for a long-term upgrade at running back, or the same thing with Akers. Specifically because it's a 10-team league where we only have 1 flex. I really hope we are much better this week, my man. I would also look to sell Hall, but I'm sure you've heard me say it a million times now. Fundamentally, the thing is we're going to trade John Dotson and one of these depth running backs, get an upgrade at the running back position. But I am really rooting for you because, my friend, I have Dallas Goedert in one too many leagues, if I'm going to be honest. So, for the love of God, Goddard, please don't give us another goose egg. Now, Karik coming out says, starters are Herbert, Eckler, Gibbs, Olave, Pickens, Hawkinson, JSN. On the bench, we have London, Charbonnet, Warren, Richardson. $100 fab. What moves do we recommend? Worst player on this team is going to be probably Drake London, Zach Charbonnet. Would I rather have Zach Charbonnet or Tyler Algier, Zach Charbonnet or Joshua Kelly, Zach Charbonnet or Puka? I'd rather have Zach Charbonnet. So honestly, for the waiver wire moves, I think we pretty much don't make any. I think we sit on our hands. And I think this team will be better going forward as Gibbs continues to expand his role. Now, Vincent coming out says, got offered, and I've seen Vincent for the past 30 minutes now spamming that we skipped over his question. Promise you, not going to skip over your question. Just got to be patient with me. Vincent coming out says, got offered my A.J. Brown for Ayuk, Kenneth Walker, and the Dallas defense. I would go with A.J. Brown here. We already have Ridley, so my running back 1's Bijan. Running back 2 is Madison. Should we take it? Yeah, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to get the best player in this deal. I mean, if we can get that round 1 stud in A.J. Brown, makes a lot of sense. I would try to keep Dallas's defense, though. I feel like, trading Ayuk and Walker should be enough. I really don't want to be trading away Dallas's defense right at this moment, just considering the fact that they're going up against the Zach Wilson-led Jets. So, yeah. I don't know if we want to be selling Dallas right now. Paul says, most upside of Etienne or Tank. I would say we're definitely going to drop both for Tank. For Roshan. I'll drop Devon Etienne. Keep Tank over Etienne. Now, Paleo coming out says, 12-team PPR format. We have Geno, Ramondre, Dobbins, Tyreek, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Goddard, Moore with Davis and Hall on the bench. Trade Davis and Hall for Saquon or trust Breece Hall. I would 100% trade Gabriel Davis and Breece Hall for Saquon Barkley. 100%. I trust Breece Hall, the talent, but do I trust Zach Wilson and the New York Jets offense? I don't. So yes, go get Barkley, please. Luke says, I have some tough decisions this week. We have to start 2 all running backs in a full PPR format. Madison, Rashad White, James Cook, and Javonte Williams. I think we're actually probably going to go Alexander Madison and I don't know, my man. I think we're probably going to go Madison and James Cook. James Cook did look really good. He's in a great offense. He's in a game where they're probably going to be leading. And Madison's getting every single touch out of his backfield as well. And at least we get to watch Madison on Thursday night. Okay, now Anthony coming out with our next question. I actually have to send a text real quick. Okay, so now our next question coming out from, I believe, Anthony, who says, 10-team full BBR format. We have Lawrence, Jacobs, Stevenson, Diggs, Lamb, Ertz, Debo. We have Cook and Kamara on the bench. Thoughts on the team and who we should start at RB2? Definitely Stevenson. I think it's a great team overall. I mean, I think we're just waiting for Alvin Kamara to come back, but I mean, yeah, great spot. I mean, tight end's not awesome with Zach Ertz, but at least he did see like 10 targets the first week. So I think he's fine in a full PPR league. Now, Jordan says traded Bijan, Amari, and Sanders for Chase and Gibbs. I was about to tell you it was a horrendous trade when you said traded Bijan, but I think it's fine if we're getting Jamar Chase. Okay, now, Rick says, is Burks worth dropping for a Puka or Kelly waiver wire? No, I'd keep Burks one more week. I'd at least see one more week. He's coming off the knee injury. Jesse says, I'm currently first and second place in 2 Pubby 4 drafts. Should I keep my hopes up? I'm not going to lie to you. I have not honestly even looked too much into it. I mean, I think that week 1 is such a small sample that I'll kind of check in week 3, week 4. Don't keep if you're saying you're like first place in the overall like tournament, that's awesome. But good luck, my friend. Good luck. Now, Debbie says 12-team league where we have Watson, Sanders, Dion, Jefferson, Olave, Hawkinson, Terry. The bench, we have JSN, Michael Thomas, Charbonnet, Warren, Kincaid, JT. What move do we make for a running back? I think we can trade Michael Thomas and I don't trade and Miles Sanders. We just don't have any running back depth. If we can go Michael Thomas and Deion Jackson and get any startable running back, go get like Damian Pierce. Let's do it, you know. As I mean, we have the wide receiver depth overall. We're just kind of waiting until we get JT back in. Now, Matt McFarland coming out says 14-team league with only 1 flex. Would you trade away Kittle and Sanders, get Etienne? We have Kelsey. Thank you. No, thank you, my friend. I would do this in a 10-team format, 14-team league. No, I think you have to get a little more value if we're giving up the depth. Now, Francisco coming out says, am I screwed? We have Lamar, Garrett Wilson, Amon-Ra St. Brown, London, Aaron Jones, Walker, Kincaid, Pittman, Roshan, Dolchich, Elijah Moore, and A.J. Dillon. No, I think you're going to be in a really good spot. Obviously, Wilson, I mean, is plummeting. London's plummeting, but I mean, we have the depth where we can get by with it, right? If we can sell, say, Garrett Wilson and a depth piece like Elijah Moore, Garrett Wilson and a depth piece like Roshan Johnson, and get over to Jalen Waddle, get over to Chris Olave, that we don't have to fall too far at wide receiver, I would like that. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Inbach, who says, 12-team full BBR league, 1 flex. We have Hurts, Hill, Waddle, Pittman, Cooks, Rice, Burks, Hyatt, Pierce, Pacheco, Elijah Mitchell, Kittle. What running back should we be looking to get? Thanks. So thank you so much, my friend. I mean, my main target this week is going to be Travis Etienne. Now, the question, can we afford Etienne? It's going to be a harder one to answer. I mean, Michael Pittman's going to be the expendable wide receiver that we have here. Can we trade Pittman and Pacheco to get to Travis Etienne? Probably not. We can try. If we can't do that, full BBR format, we could also go Stevenson, go Kenneth Walker. I think those will be about the range that we're going to look for, and that's going to be the structure of the trade that we're trying to go for. Sam says 12-team PBR format. Starters are Lawrence, Pierce, Dobbins, Adams, Godwin, Gabe Davis, Kelsey. The bench, we have Purdy, DeAndre Swift, Tyler Boyd, Burks. Percentage of fab for the waiver wire guys and name moves. So the guy that we would drop would be Brock Purdy. Or no, if we could drop Boyd, we could drop Burks. We can drop anybody, really. I would go ahead and say that we probably want to be dropping... Who do we want to drop? We can get some value for Purdy. If we could drop Boyd and in return get back Puka, I think maybe that could make some sense here, my man. Overall, if you wanted to make a trade, I mean, it's going to be a hard spot to do so. We definitely need some running back help. I'd probably rather pick up a running back. I think, honestly, trading Godwin for an RB may be something that we need to do when we have this kind of wide receiver depth. Slide the wide receiver depth over to the Godwin slot. Slide the Godwin value to over to running back. So we're not... So right now at running back, we're only sitting with Dameon Pierce, DeAndre Swift. We have literally nobody start at running back. So I think, honestly, we may have to make a trade. I don't know if we really have an option. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from Peace Among Worlds. 12-team super flex. 1 flex league. Point per passing first down. Mahomes, Jones, Akers, Lamb, Ridley, Evans, Kelsey. Holding JT on the IR. Should we trade Ridley and Akers for Derrick Henry, McLaurin, or Garrett Wilson? Hell yes. I'll trade Ridley and Akers for Derrick Henry and Garrett Wilson in a heartbeat. Let's go do that. Monte says, Mason, do we start Pickens or Addison this week? We're going to go Pickens with Deontay Johnson out. Lucas says, bro, we just got Garrett Wilson and Darren Waller for Mark Andrews and Michael Pittman. I don't act like it's a massive dub. I think it's a fine deal. I think it's up to you. By no means am I telling you lost the trade, but I don't think it's like you robbed the man or anything. Swagging out against us, if I can get Lamar for Tua, is that a no-brainer? Hell yes, we'd rather have Lamar over Tua. Dylan coming out says, guy offered me Dak, Diggs, Mixon for Allen, Cup, Mixon. Would you take it? We have JT, so kind of need some points now. So going from Allen to Dak, downgrade. Cup to Diggs, massive upgrade. Mixon to Mixon, lateral move. So essentially we're trading Cup and Allen for Diggs and Dak. If you were telling me that we are not going to have the production to get by unless we make this deal, let's go ahead and do it just because we have JT. And if you're saying you don't have the production to stay competitive early on. Ian says 10-team league where we have Allen, Mixon, Ramondre, Tyreek, Adams, Godwin, Mike Williams on the bench. Looking to upgrade for the flex. Maybe trade Ramondre for Gibbs. Yes, if you really want to do this, I think Ramondre and Gibbs are kind of in similar spots where you're not super excited about them in non-PPR formats, but full PPR leagues, they have the receiving down skill set, so it's really personal preference. Brian says, should we use the waiver wire on Tyler Algier or Brian Robinson? Definitely Brian Robinson there. El Machine asks, how do I check my tournament teams on Underdog? By the way, Brees Hall is fat. What? I said Brees Hall is fat. Yeah, if we're going to be looking at your tournament teams on Underdog, just go to the homepage of drafts, hit live, go to NFL, and you'll have all your teams there that you can go through and look at, my friend. Jason says, drop Drake London and or Antonio Gibson. Would you drop to try to get Gainwell, Kelly, Puka, or Roshan? If you really wanted to drop drop Gibson and go get Kelly or Gainwell, you can. I'm not pumping. Honestly, if we're going to have to go through and spend a bunch of fab, then no. I mean, if we were going to do that, it's going to be 5% of our budget. Big Verg says, 10-team PPR format. Running backs, we have Pollard, Barkley, Stevenson, White. Gibson with the hammy issues. Wide receiver, we have Deontay, Watson, Ayuk, Dotson, Brandon Cooks. Top waiver wire options are Algier, Puka, Zay, Myers. Okay, so our worst running backs, Gibson. Our worst wide receivers, Brandon Cooks. Would I rather have Antonio Gibson or Tyler Algier? I'd rather have Algier. Drop Gibson for Algier. Would I rather have Brandon Cooks or Puka? Can everybody please spam the live chat right now? Who would you rather have? Would you rather have Brandon Cooks or Puka? Please help out Big Verg. Big Verg has been a long time member of the flock. Let me know in the chat. Patrick dropping 62% on Puka. That better be like a 14, 16 team league. Puka, Cooks, Puka. It looks like everybody's saying Puka. I mean, at the end of the day, what happens when Cup comes back? Serious question. Really am interested to know that. Now, Jack says, Dobbins' team offered me more in Gabe Davis / Jordan Addison. I have Burrow, Jacobs, Pacheco, JT Gibson, Jamar, DK, London, Hawkinson, benches, Juju, Igby, Kirk Cousins, single. He offered you more in Gabe Davis for Jordan Addison? Is that what you're asking? Or he said you can have either DJ Moore and either Gabe Davis or Jordan Addison, up to you. I don't know what we're having to give up. All I'll say is it probably doesn't make a lot of sense for us to be trading away running back production, if that's what you're asking, when we're the Jonathan Taylor team, right? I don't necessarily think in my mind it makes a lot of sense for the Jonathan Taylor team to be going over and trying to, send a running back to the J.K. Dobbins team. Frank says, 10-team league, double waiver wire. Puka's gone. Are we going to go Dobbs, Gainwell, Kelly? We have A.J. Brown, DJ Moore, Kirk, Elijah Moore, Mingo. Running back, we have Bijan, Stevenson, Jamal, Swift, P. Ryan, and Algier. I would drop Jonathan Mingo for either Kenneth Gainwell or Joshua Kelly. Going to be up to you, my friend. Ian says, we also have Pitts at tight end. Upgrading him is a priority, and how? Honestly, I'd say kind of just sitting on our hands right now with Pitts. Let's see what happens in a game where the Atlanta Falcons are trailing. Now, next one coming out from Kevin says, 10-team PPR format, Pat, Chase, Smith, Pollard, Sanders, Ingram, DK, Akers, Kirk, Williams, Gabe Davis, and Joku. Waiver wire is Gainwell, Puka, Kelly. We got to improve the bench. Honestly, we have some high upside running backs down there on the bench. I really do like to see that. If you really wanted to go through and make any moves, I would love to sell like Cam Akers and Evan Ingram to see if we can get a tight end that we really like. See if we can go over to get like TJ Hawkinson. I think that'd make a lot of sense. But it's a great team. I really like what we've done on the bottom end of the bench. Prioritize high upside running backs. Bradley coming out says 12-team full BBR format where we have Fields, Hall, Montgomery, Diggs, AJ Brown, Njoku, Allen, Evans, Kamara, Gus Edwards, and Tank. Any moves that we should make? I'm definitely still looking to go ahead and upgrade from Breece Hall if we can. It's going to be a little bit harder here where we don't have a ton of wide receiver depth to get it done. That's Tank Dell. Cut Tank Dell for literally any waiver wire option this week. If you really wanted to sell Mike Evans for DJ Moore to get the Justin Fields stack, I think we could do that as well. And if we'd sell Breece Hall straight up for like Ramondre Stevenson, then we'd do it. Especially in a full PPR format. Or sell them straight up for Gibbs. Milo says, should we trade Henry and Pittman for Jamar Chase and Tyler Algier? Hell yeah, go get Chase. Eli says, a full PPR Algier or Puka in the flex. Stashing London and Christian Watson until I see something. If Watson plays, I go Watson over these guys. Can everybody in the chat let me know, what are you doing? Full PPR format, are you going to go Tyler Algier or Puka in your flex spot this week? Please let us know in the live chat. And also, if you have not done so already, we just hit 2,000 likes on this live stream. Please go down there, drop a like on this stream, ladies and gentlemen. We've been live for almost 5 hours at this point. Subscribe to the channel if you have not done so already. We're going to live stream every single day until 2024. And it looks like most people are saying Puka over Algier. Now, my thing with Puka is he plays the 49ers this week. So I don't really know how pumped we are to go through and get Puka in. This full BBR format, we can do it. Max says, yo, Mason, how are you? Tired, but pushing through, my friend. Flex either Brian Robinson or Romeo Doubs. Oh, we're definitely going to go Brian Robinson. Brian Robinson gets guaranteed workload. Maybe if we are in a little bit of a different spot. Where Christian Watson's out, then we can consider Romeo Doubs. But Jeffrey says, 12-team Happy BR League. We have Lamar, CMC, Walker, Garrett Wilson, DJ Moore, crap tight ends, London, Dalvin, JSN, Johnson, Elijah, Mims, Roshan, JT. Feeling pretty good about the team till week 1. I think you should feel good. The only thing is, obviously, Wilson's in such a gross spot. We're going to have to wait until we eventually see a couple different things happen. We just need 1 or 2 of these things happening. One, if we end up getting, say, Jonathan Taylor back, this team's golden. If we get a JSN breakout, this team's golden. If we get a Quentin Johnston breakout, this team's golden. Now, the fundamental issue with this team as of today is we have so many long-term options and not enough production in the short term. Laporta's a rookie. JSN's a rookie. Johnston's a rookie. Mims a rookie. Roschon's a rookie. JT's a long-term option. So we have 6 guys that are not really viable for us here. So I don't know, my man. I think you have to let go of some of the rookies, pick up some players that can make a difference right now. Now, Tangenstein to say, Mason, where you taking Puka now? Just did weeks 2 through 17 best ball. I would have to look at the structure of the tournament. If it's total points, I'd probably take him pretty high. If it's weeks 15 through 17 where we're going to have cutback, I'll probably let someone else take him. Raygun says 10-team full BBR league where we have Allen, Jacobs, Pierce, Jefferson, Waddle, Ayuk, and Njoku. And then on the bench, we have Watson, Amari, Mike Williams, Zay, Tyler Algier, Kenneth Gainwell, and Dalton Kincaid. Any advice? A great construction with the overall team when we have this kind of wide receiver depth. I think we can afford to get an upgrade in the starting lineup. We can go with like Amari and Pierce or Mike Williams and Dameon Pierce and go get, a running back we're really excited about. I think it makes sense. Now, Julia's coming out saying, sup, bro. Have lost JK. We have Brees, Algier, Gus, Dylan. Have the number 2 waiver wire claim. Roschon, Kelly, Justice available. Needs some advice on who to take. I would rank these guys as Roschon, Joshua Kelly. Kelly could go higher dependent on the Eckler injury. And then Kyron Williams after that, my friend. Now, Brandon says 12-team full BBR format. We have Lamar, Pollard, Herbert, A.J. Brown, Godwin, Andrews, Ayuk. And then on the bench, we have Dotson, Quentin Johnston, Charbonnet, Kyron, Mingo, Tank. What should we do to upgrade our running back to? We don't have a lot of value here to do so. We are in a tough spot overall. If we could go through and sell Dotson and Khalil Herbert and get a running back that we're excited about, even if it's just like Dameon Pierce, let's go and do it. We just don't have a lot of depth where we can, nobody's trading for Mingo, nobody's trading for Tank, nobody's trading for Kyron, nobody's trading for Johnston. And this is kind of the issue that you have when you spend every single roster spot on the bench, right, for rookies. We like the long-term upside, but it's just we kind of lose a lot of the flexibility with the roster at the beginning portion of the season. Now, AD says 10-team league, double flex. We have Burrow, Hunter Henry, Chubb, Smith, Pittman, Etienne, Kyle Pitts. Assuming maybe you meant Derrick Henry. Higgins, and then on the bench, we have Zeke, Gainwell, Adam Thielen, any moves. Cut Thielen. You'll find a better waiver wire option this week. And overall, I really like the team. 10-team league, having Henry and Chubb, great spot to be in. We have wide receivers with upside. We have Travis Etienne as well. I think it's a great team. The only thing I'd say is cut Adam Thielen, pick up another high upside player off the waiver wire. But real quick, let me answer a massive dono that we have coming out. Let me see what this is. We have Anthony saying, I love the content and appreciate what you do for us, brother. And I apologize. The earlier trade was Higgins and Algier for Wilson. And the other trade is Stevenson and Mike Williams for Olave. What are you thinking? Okay, this makes sense. These are way closer and significantly more fair than the previous one. And again, thank you so much, my man, for the support. And thank you so much for being a member of the flock. Let's answer this together, ladies and gentlemen. Please help Anthony out here. First trade, Higgins and Tyler Algier for Garrett Wilson. Which side are you going with? I don't know if you all want me to hear. Anthony probably wants to hear my opinion before the chat. So keep in mind the chat may be a little bit biased once I say this. But I'm going to go Higgins and Tyler Algier over Garrett Wilson. I'm very much worried about the New York Jets offense. I will go ahead and take the Higgins and Algier side. So let's see. Higgins, Wilson, Higgins. So it does look like most people are taking Higgins here as well. Now the other trade, ladies and gentlemen, Ramondre Stevenson and Mike Williams for Chris Olave. Which direction are we going in here? Mike Williams and Ramondre Stevenson versus Olave. I love me some Olave. If it is a league where we're a little bit more incentivized to go out there and prioritize wide receiver, we probably go with a lot. In most leagues, I'm going to go Ramondre Stevenson, if I'm going to be honest with you. Probably going to go with the Ramondre side. Most people are saying Olave here. And like I said, Olave is definitely my favorite player in this deal. But looking at the landscape of the running back position currently, it's going to be a tough spot overall to go through and trade away a productive running back. Now, Jasper coming out says 12-team at BBR League where we have Fields, Bijan, Mostert, Tyreek, Ridley, Andrews, the flex DJ Moore, Mike Williams. Should we trade Bijan for Christian Watson, Breece Hall? Hell to the no. Breece Hall could be my keeper. No, Bijan Robinson can be your keeper, my man. Please don't go through and make that trade. Please just keep Bijan Robinson, keep the best player. Garrett says 10-team full BBR format. We have Geno, Jacobs, Walker, Higgins, Ayuk, Kelsey, DK. On the bench, we have Najee, Hopkins, JSN, Addison, Zay Flowers, Tua, and Gerald Everett. DK, Walker, Flowers for Bijan Robinson. Let's go ahead and let's get Bijan Robinson, especially in a 10-team league where depth's not going to matter as much. Ladies and gentlemen, Bijan Robinson's still a top 5 running back rest of season. Algier will have a role, but this is a team that's going to lead the NFL in carries. Wombly says 12-team league. We have Fields, Sanders, Stevenson, Hill, St. Brown, DJ Moore, Pitts, JT on the bench. Full BBR, any trades for a running back upgrade? Honestly, full BBR format, I don't necessarily think we need to. If we really wanted to, we could go like DJ Moore and Miles Sanders, see if we can get to like the Travis Etienne range, see if we can get to Jahmyr Gibbs range. But we don't really need to since we're elite at wide receiver. Old Greg says 12-team BBR format. Do we trade Ayuk, Gibbs, and Nico Collins for Eckler and Michael Thomas? Yeah, I would get the best player. I'd get Eckler, assuming it's a one flex league. I mean, Cade says Breece or Hopkins and White for Gibbs or Waddle. What? So essentially Breece and Rashad White, or we'd rather have Breece over Hopkins. So Hopkins and Rashad White for Jahmyr Gibbs or Jalen Waddle. Trade Hopkins and Rashad White. Go get Jalen Waddle right now, my man. Joe says, which running back to start Happy BR? Hall, Robinson, or Algier? You're going to hate to hear this. I'm going to go Brian Robinson. I'm not going to start Breece Hall against the Dallas Cowboys defense when they're working with an implied team total of 16 points. You can't do it. Angel says, lost Dobbins and have the number 1 waiver wire priority. 10-team at BBR League. We have Lamar, Mixon, Montgomery, Lamb, St. Brown, Lockett, Addison, Gibson, P. Ryan. Should we pick up Kelly, Karen, or Brian Robinson? Definitely Brian Robinson. And then I think if we are going to look to go ahead and drop someone here, probably the worst player on this roster is Samaje P. Ryan. So drop P. Ryan, go get Brian Robinson, my friend. Now, drop J.K. Dobbins. I'm an idiot. Drop Dobbins, go get Robinson. Now, DeFleo says 12-team league at BBR. Fields, Ridley, A.J. Brown, Saquon, Dobbins, Higbee, Godwin. On the bench, we have Charbonnet, Watson, Bums, Johnston, and Warren. Who should we be targeting? If you wanted to sell Godwin to DJ Moore to get the field stack, let's do it. Obviously, we need some running back depth, though. So I think primarily, maybe it makes a little bit more sense to sell Godwin and go get a running back to backfill in for Dobbins there. D. Burrito says, would you trade Buffalo for London? We have Dallas. So Buffalo's defense for Drake London. Sure. I don't want to roster 2 defenses. We have Dallas. We can start the Dallas defense. I'd rather package the defense with another wide receiver to get an upgrade in the starting lineup rather than just selling straight up for Drake London if that was a possibility. Now, David says 12-team PBR league where we start 3 wide receivers. We have Lamar, Saquon, Mostert, Hill, AJ Kirk, Zay at the flex, Hayden Hurst. How can we improve the team? The bench is Zeke, JT, Elijah Moore, Adam Thielen, Likely, and Hodgins. Cut Isaiah Likely, cut Isaiah Hodgins. Go for some waiver wire options that we have currently. And I do think that you can honestly pick him another backup tight end if you really want to whenever we have Hayden Hurst as our starter. And if we were looking for a running back a tight end off the waiver wire, that guy's going to be most likely Zach Ertz, given the targets that he saw week 1 and the fact that he looks healthy. Okay. Now, Roy coming out says Evans and Hall for Mike Williams and Damian Pierce. You can get more for Breece Hall. We're not selling Breece Hall for this package. You can get more. AW says 10-team at PBR format, $100 fab. We have Pollard, Jacobs, Javonte, Dobbins, Pacheco, Ridley, Watson, Collins, Sky, Juju, Elijah Moore, Mingo, Mims, Puka, Algier, Kelly. How much for each? So I think our drops here would be Sky Moore and Jonathan Mingo. and Dobbins. So, hell, we have 3 clear drops. 10-team league instead of a 12-team league, though, I think you're probably going to go 10 to 15% on these players. You can take whoever you want. I just don't want you to spending 75% of your fab week 1 and then just getting crushed later on. If you want to go 15% on each 3 of these guys and you really want to overhaul your roster, you can. I think that's going to be a ballpark for you, my man. Now, Mo says, quarterback, we have Richardson. Running back, we have Etienne, Dalvin. Tight end, we have Waller. Wide receiver, we have Jefferson, Olave. Flex, Ayuk, Hopkins. Bench, we have Warren, Tank, Dak, JSN. Great team. Tank Dell, cut Tank Dell. Tank Bigsby, we're fine holding them. And honestly, since we have 2 flex spots, I'm not even looking to make a trade. Long term, if we can find a running back upgrade over Dalvin, we can. But short term, double flex league, I don't think we're going to look to do anything. And let's go ahead. Let's refresh this real quick. And ladies and gentlemen, if you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on this live stream. We have been live for, 5 hours at this point. We're sticking to it the best we can, trying to stay strong for you. So please go down there, drop a like on this stream. If you have not done so already, subscribe to the channel. We just hit 186,000 subscribers on this channel. And of course, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems, Underdog Fantasy, promo code FLOCK, link in the live chat, link in the description, link in the comment section. Match your first deposit offer $1 up to 100. You've heard the spiel. Plus, the most important thing is you're going to get a Jalen Hurts special pick'em, more than less than half a passing yard, Thursday night against the Minnesota Vikings. Promo code FLOCK. But let's go ahead. Let's find our next question. This next one coming out from Fudge Summer, I believe. Fud Gums Lover. Something along those lines. Says, Dak and Kyler is my only quarterbacks. Waiver wire number 1, Puka or Deshaun Watson. Cut Kyler and pick up Deshaun Watson. Hell yeah, go get Watson. Edgar says, should I trade away Brian Robinson, St. Brown, and Evans for Tua and Raheem Mostert? Hell to the no. Then turn around and trade away Goff and get Waddle, standard league. What kind of league are quarterbacks valued like this? If you can go sell Goff for Waddle, you do that right now. You keep your St. Brown and go to the waiver wire and pick up a tight end off the waiver. A quarterback off the waiver wire. Louis says 10-team PBR format. Trade Devonta Smith and Ayuk for Waddle at the flex. No, you need more. You need more. Caleb coming out says, why so low on the Jets offense? Beat the Bills without Rodgers. Garrett was a 1,000-yard receiver without Rodgers, and Brees was. If y'all want to take a guess, I'll let y'all know how many points per game that Garrett Wilson scored last year with Zach Wilson. Without Zach Wilson. Last year, Garrett Wilson, this is off the dome here. So if I'm off by 1 game, please excuse me. I believe Garrett Wilson played 8 games with no Zach Wilson last season. In those 8 games, what are we looking at in terms of the points per game for Garrett Wilson? 17 points per game. In the games where Zach Wilson did play, what are you looking at? 8 points per game. They were cut by more than half. So I understand Garrett Wilson had 1,000 receiving yards last year, but it was primarily with Mike White and Joe Flacco, not Zach Wilson. And if you think that the Jets are still a good team, my friend, right now, Las Vegas Sportsbooks have them as the worst offense in the NFL this week. Now, it is a tough matchup against the Cowboys, but nonetheless, the lowest implied team total, scoring fewer points than the Arizona Cardinals. You can make a lot of money if you think you know more than Las Vegas Sportsbooks, but I promise you don't. I don't. Nobody does. So, yeah, the Jets will be a bad offense. It's not, will they? No, they will. Okay. Now, Jordan coming out says, Fields, Pollard, Gibbs, Chase, Lamb, James Cook, and Andrews. We have Pierce, London, Quentin Johnson, Sky, Herbert. We're going to be dropping Sky more, then we're going to look to go ahead and we're going to look to package together Khalil Herbert and a running back like James Cook to see if we can get an upgrade at that flex spot. Octavio says, should we still sell Drake London while he has value? You're not going to get anything for London. You can try. Come back to me if you find something, but I haven't seen anybody be able to sell Drake London. Mo says, offered Richardson for James Conner. We have Dalvin Cook at RB2. I'd rather package Richardson with Dalvin to go get an upgrade at running back, someone a little bit better. But I mean, if you really need to do it, sure. Lager Niners says 14-team quarter point PPR. Garrett Wilson at Dallas this week. Other receivers are Olave and Evans. We have to start 3. Dobbs on the bench. See the safer play. No, we definitely go Garrett Wilson over like Romeo Dobbs still. Yeah, go Wilson there. Infinite says Rodgers my quarterback. That's why I'm asking. I forgot. Okay, I'm sorry, my friend. It's 1 a.m. I can't go through and find what that was in reference to. Connor says, how BBR 10-team league? We have Lamar, Diggs, Olave, Bijan, Madison, Hawkinson, Montgomery. The bench, we have Judy, Watson, Pirine, Cook, and Kirk. What are your thoughts? Phenomenal team. Have BBR format. I'm fine holding on to Montgomery. He's a sell in a full BBR league for me. Great team. No trades to make. I think you're in a great situation. Unless you want to trade like Christian Kirk and Hawkinson to see if we can get Andrews. Cody coming out says 10-team BBR format. We have Hurts, Hall, Wilson, Ridley, Kelsey, A.J. Brown, Deontay, Addison, Flowers. We had Dobbins, claim Gainwell and Roschon off the waiver wires. Any move to make in terms of trade? So we lose the wide receiver depth with Deontay. I think we're going to be seeing if we can sell Breece Hall, go get an upgrade. If we can go Deontay, Breece Hall to go get Travis Etienne, I'd really like that. But outside of that, it's going to be hard to make moves because when we lose Deontay, we lose a little bit of that wide receiver depth. Now, and we lost Dobbins, you said. Yeah, so it's going to be hard to make moves at this point. Are you coming to say hi? Okay, the prettiest girl in the world, ladies and gentlemen, wants to come say hi. So we'll show her off real quick. I know, it's so late. We need to go to bed, don't we? Say it's so late. Did your friend take you on a walk, huh? Did he take you on a walk? I know, you're a good girl, aren't you? All right, so did everybody get to see her? Everybody got to see the pretty lady? I know. I'm going to have to let you out. I have to close the door. Okay, actually, while she's in here, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go pee, and I'm going to fill up my water real quick. She's probably bothering me because she needs water. Give me a second. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. She needed food. Okay, let's go ahead. Let's find our next question. What is this coming out from? All right, peace among worlds. And you know what? I'm going to make the executive decision, ladies and gentlemen. 1 a.m., we got to turn off. And no, we will go fast. We'll go fast. Let's just get through this. Peace among worlds says 12-team 1 flex, super flex. We have Mahomes, Aaron Jones, Akers, Lamb, Ridley, Kelsey, Evans, Baker. Baker's fine week 1. Don't believe that's going to be the case future. JT, Gabe Davis, Dillon, Ritter, Higbee. Who to target? Obviously, we need to trade Higbee. Great having Higbee week 1, but now that we have Kelsey back in week 2, we can go Higbee and Baker to get a slight upgrade at quarterback. That make a lot of sense. Higbee and Akers go get an upgrade at running back. I think that makes sense. And yeah, I mean, a lot of teams are struggling for tight end production, so maybe that is something that we can get done. Now, B Ballin coming out says, Dynasty 12-team Superflex, Watson for Stroud in the future first. That's a very fair deal. If you're rebuilding, let's go get Stroud in the future first. James says 12-team full BBR format. We have 1 flex. We have Hurts, Jacobs, Walker, Diggs, Amari, Goddard, Addison. The bench is Sutton, Jamal, Nico, Warren, Roshan. Any moves? We have Hurts, Goddard stacked up. We have Addison now. I'd say if we can sell Sutton, and maybe in a package with player like Jamal Williams, get a long-term upgrade at running back, sure, we do it. But in reality, I think you're in a great spot. Just really hoping that we get a better week from Dallas Goedert. Preasy says, 10-team PBR format, traded Chubb and Waddle for Chase, Mixon, and Watson. Great deal. Great deal. Getting the best player in the deal in a 10-team full PBR format, which is Jamar Chase. Now, Mr. Lamb Jam says, have PBR double flex league. We have Jalen Hurts, Diggs, Ridley, Ayuk, Hall, Javonte, Swift, Damian Harris, Roshan Johnson. Really shallow at running back. Want to pick up Kelly, Hill, or Gus? What are your thoughts? Who are you dropping? I guess you can, if you really want to drop Damian Harris, pick up Joshua Kelly, you can do it. It's like not a super interesting spot. I would rather like go through and make a 2-for-1 deal. Like we can take a depth wide receiver with like Breece Hall, go get Travis Etienne. I mean, upgrade the starting lineup that way, then open up a roster spot for us to easily go through and pick up Joshua Kelly. I think that would make a lot more sense. Now, Simon coming out, happy to see my man says, 10-team at PBR Keeper League. 3 wide receivers, 2 flex. We have Allen, Jefferson, Wilson, Ayuk, Bijan, Khalil, Kelly, Burks, Raheem, Sky, Mooney, Warren, Mims, Ty Chandler, Sean Tucker. Okay, so generally this is not something that I advise. Generally, this is the exact opposite of what I am looking to do. Generally, I'm trying to go through and make 2-for-1 deals where we get the improvement in the starting lineup. We sell our depth, clear up some space on the bottom end of our roster. However, with this team, it's a league where we can start 5 wide receivers every single week. We lost J.K. Dobbins. We don't have a lot of depth overall. If you wanted to go through and trade Brandon Ayuk and get 2 lesser wide receivers in return, like trade Brandon Ayuk and get back George Pickens and Terry McLaurin, get back Christian Watson and Tyler Lockett, I think that would make a lot of sense in a league like this. Even if I'm not going to be too concerned about the keeper aspect. If it's only a 2-year keeper, doesn't really matter at the end of the day. So I think that is the move that we're going to look to make, my friend. Now, Cameron says 10-team Superflex, Fields, London in the second for Anthony Richardson and Brandon Ayuk. Ooh. Probably Richardson and Ayuk, but I'd rather have Richardson over Justin Fields in Dynasty. Jacob coming out with a massive dono. Thank you so much, my man, saying 12-team full BBR. We have Herbert, Pollard, Mixon, Williams, Ayuk, Jawan, Zay Flowers. On the bench, we have Watson, Kelly, Gabe Davis, Rashad Bateman, Jonathan Mingo. Open slot because of Dobbins. First waiver wire. What's the move? Okay, so, I mean, losing Dobbins, we still are fine at running back with Pollard and Mixon. Obviously, our depth's a little bit lacking. We already have Joshua Kelly on the squad. The remaining running backs or it's players overall that I would go through and rank, we have more wide receiver depth than we have running back, though. So I definitely think running back's going to be a play. I think that Tyler Allgeier's top dog. You probably don't have Tyler Allgeier in this format. Then afterwards, it's like some order of Joshua Kelly, Kenneth Gainwell, kind of up to you. You already have Kelly. So I think we're going to go Gainwell there. If he's gone, then I think we're going to go Puka, even though we have the wide receiver depth. He's worth the second overall claim. First overall claim, considering the fact that it's a deeper format overall. And then if he's gone, I think we go Justice Hill. And then I also think you could drop Jonathan Mingo and pick up a tight end off the waiver wire if Juwan Johnson is our tight ends and add 2 tight ends on this roster. But obviously, we're not doing that with our number 1 claim. That would be our second waiver wire move then. Now, Hookie coming out says 10-team PBR, 3 wide receiver, 1 flex. We have Daniel Jones, A.J. Brown, Debo, Pickens, Mixon, Etienne, Frymuth, Kenneth Walker. On the bench, we have Kupp, Dotson, Madison, Sutton, Puka, Purdy. Should we go for a quarterback? Once Kupp is back, yes. Once Kupp is back and we have so much depth where we're able to go through and we're able to sell Debo Samuel with Daniel Jones and go get a quarterback that we really like, yes. Just if it's a 3 wide receiver, 1 flex league and we're waiting for Kupp, it's going to be hard to do that right now. Chris coming out says, hey, Mason, love the content. Need some help after an 0-1 start. It's a 12-team PPR league, 4-point passing touchdown, 2 wide receivers and a flex. We have Lawrence, Richardson, Bijan, Kamara, Wilson, Ridley, Lockett, Addison, and Hawkinson. Okay. Would have been a phenomenal team if the Rodgers injury didn't happen. We have the Lawrence Ridley stack. If we could sell Richardson and Garrett Wilson and still stay in the same tier as like Waddle Olave, I'd really like that. But great team. Great team. Pipe coming out says, should we trade Debo for Higgins straight up? I would. I'm not worried about Cincinnati. Adam coming out says, Watson, Henry, Gibbs, Waddle, Metcalf, Hawkinson, DJ Moore. And then on the bench, White, Rice, Odell, Jameson, McKinnon, Leonard Fournette. What are your thoughts? Should I grab Kyron Williams or Joshua Kelly? Or wait, no, I'd definitely grab him. I mean, I would drop Rice and Jameson Williams for him. We get some clarity on their roles this next week. So yeah, minimum drop Rashee Rice for Joshua Kelly. If you really wanted to, I think you could drop also Jameson Williams for Kyron Williams. Now, Awan coming out saying 12-team PPR format. We have Lamar, Dalvin, Chubb, Devontae Adams, Jamar Chase, Kittle, Evans, Lazard, Michael Thomas on the bench. We have JT on the PUP. We got offered Najee for Mike Evans. Should we take it? Probably not in a full PPR format. I mean, the issue with Najee is he literally split 50-50 with Jalen Warren this week. He split 50-50, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I don't know if we can be going out there and making a move for Najee Harris right now. A one-man band, love the name, says 12-team PPR format. We have Lamar, Dalvin, Chubb, Devontae, Chase, Kittle, Evans, Lazard, Thomas on the bench. I know we already answered that, sorry. Nick coming out says 14-team league, 1 flex, -4 points per interception. Watson, Jacobs, Montgomery, Chase, Smith, Laporta, Ridley. The bench, we have Jamal, Warren, Kincaid, McKinnon, Juju, Taylor. Any waiver wire moves? Thanks and thank you, my friend. And here, our cut would be Jarrett McKinnon. The issue is it's a 14-team format, so I mean the waiver wire options are going to be slim. I would cut McKinnon for either Algier. I would cut him for Joshua Kelly. I'd cut him for Kenneth Gainwell. I'd cut him for Puka. And the issue with trades is we can't really afford to make too many deals whenever we're sitting in a 14-team league where we're waiting for Taylor to come back. I think once Taylor comes back, we'll have a lot more flexibility. Now, Darumudi coming out says, 12-team league, double flex. Should we trade Adams and Addison for Diggs? I have Ridley, Cup, Zay. Not when we have Cup. I mean, I like the idea, but Addison looks damn good. And if it was a 10-team league, 1 flex, then sure. Levi says 12-team 1 flex, half PPR. We have Hurts, Bijan, Montgomery, Hawkinson, Lamb, Ayuk, Amari. On the bench, we have JSN, Dalvin, Penny, Zach Moss, Elijah Moore, Bigsby, Bateman. Any ideas? Not much left on the waiver wire. Penny is on the chopping block. Zach Moss is on the chopping block. If we could trade Ayuk for Devonta Smith to stack with Hurts, I would love that. Really not looking to do anything here, though. Like, in terms of trades, outside of that, maybe. Coop coming out saying, 12-team league, Cousins, AJ, Amari, Chubb, Pierce, Andrews, Terry. What should we do? Should we trade? Is my team fine? Am I just overreacting after a week? I think ultimately you're going to be fine, my man. Now, I mean, Pierce, I'm a little bit worried about. If you have a depth wide receiver, maybe you can package with Pierce, get an upgrade at running back. If we can somehow get ourselves to Etienne, that'd make a lot of sense. I mean, Pierce split the backfield what looks to be 3 ways. I think this team would be better going forward. I mean, Andrews was a top pick for us, right? We need our guys healthy. I think once we have Andrews, we'll be in a much better spot. Jared coming out saying 12-team full PPR format, 1 flex. We have Mahomes, Mixon, Sanders, Higgins, Pittman, Kelsey, Brian Robinson. And then on the bench, we have Zeke, Penny, Michael Thomas, Hollywood Brown, and Jacoby Myers. We have Mahomes. We have Kelsey. We have the wide receivers with upside down on the bench. The only thing is if we could take someone like Hollywood or Michael Thomas, package him with the Miles Sanders, get an upgrade at RB2, I'd love it. Great team in the long term. And now, Relahan coming out says 12-team PPR format. We have Tua, Brian Robinson, Gibbs, Chase, Amon-Ra, Goddard. DK bench is Bateman, Gabe Davis, Dotson, lost JK. What can we do? I mean, we still are fine at running back. We have Gibbs expanding his role. I definitely want to be going through and seeing if we can upgrade from Brian Robinson in this case. If we can go like Dotson, Brian Robinson, get to a running back we like a little bit more. Or honestly, if we can go DK, Brian Robinson, I'm just trying to find any way I can get to Travis Etienne. I'd like that as well. I mean, because with DK, he's going to split 3 ways. And doesn't look to be as good of an offense with how bad Geno Smith played week 1. Idiot Enigma says Bigsby, Atwell, Deion, Gibson, or Sky at the flex. We'll go Gibson here even. No, we'll go Deion if Zach Moss misses. And then Gibson if Zach Moss plays. Juicy says DeAndre Swift or Algier. Thoughts on Swift this season? This week, I'm going to go Algier. Rest of season, if you really want to make an argument for Swift, you could do it. The only case I think you can play DeAndre Swift this week, though, is if you're looking at no Gainwell and at the same time, Rashad Penny's healthy scratch again on Thursday. It's like the only way. Now, B-Tub says 12-team PPR format. We have Lamar, Hill, Olave, Wilson, Etienne, White, Akers, Frymuth, Gainwell, Elijah Moore, Watson. What moves should we make? If we get a big week from Watson, then at that point we can go through and package together Watson and maybe like Rashad White or Watson and Cam Akers can get a long-term upgrade at RB. We're just simply not going to be able to do that right now. We're going to have to wait. I definitely want to just have Cam Akers long-term at running back. I'm sorry, Lamar Jackson long-term at quarterback. But we're not going to get any value for Watson right now. Have a good day coming out. It says 10-team PPR, 3 wide receivers and a flex. We have Connor, Mostert, Charbonnet, Bigsby. Who to replace from the waiver wire with Algier, Roshan, Kelly, Spears, and Devon Achane? I would drop Tank Bigsby for Tyler Algier. Outside of that, I'd say Mostert and Charbonnet are going to be better than the other options on the waiver wire. Brian says, should I offer Montgomery and Mike Williams for Mixon? I'd go Etienne first, Mixon backup plan. Shrodrick says, who was Breece Hall's quarterback last year? JT in 2021, CMC's in 2019. Situation is for mid-level running backs, I'm only moving Breece for first-round prices. This is why I'm saying to sell high on Breece Hall. I really appreciate you, my man, and I understand a lot of people are really excited about Breece Hall, and Breece Hall is an elite level talent, and I agree with you on that. But ultimately, he is a committee running back. Dalvin saw more carries. Dalvin saw more receptions, and he is now in a bottom 5 offense in the NFL. To compare Christian McCaffrey in 2019, where CMC saw 95% of his backfield, to compare JT in 2021, where JT saw 80% of his backfield, to a running back that's now getting 40% of the touches. Maybe that expands to 50%. Then it expands to 60%. But does it ever get to 90%? No, it will never get to 90% outside of a Dalvin injury. So to compare Hall this year to Jonathan Taylor, I do think it's a little disingenuous, to be honest. I do appreciate the feedback. I really do, my man. But we are going to go ahead and refresh this so I can continue to show you all these questions, ladies and gentlemen. And for the love of God, if you have not gone down there and hit that like button, if you have not subscribed to the channel, we've been live for over 5 hours at this point. Go down there, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. And let's get this going. Let's keep it going, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to stream every single day until 2024. Now, our next question coming out from Something Golf. Let's find this name. How far back are we? Okay, we're still pretty far back. We still got some to go through. Okay, No Mids Golf says 12-team app PPR format. Richardson, Wilson, McLaurin, Pollard, Tucker, Kittle, Mingo. Bench is Devon Achane. Tight end Tennessee, Watson, Johnson, Bigsby. Fab, $100. No Algier, everyone else. So the cut here would be Quentin Johnston or the backup tight end or Devon Achane. I'm not going to be spending more than 10% on anybody here. I think you have a great bench. I think we have players with upside as is. So specifically with this team, I don't necessarily think that you're in a position where you are highly incentivized to go out there and go super aggressive on the fab right now. Definitely we're still interested in Joshua Kelly. We're still interested in Kenneth Gainwell. Just not a super aggressive a price. Don says 14-team PPR. We have Saquon, Taylor, DK, Debo, Mike Evans, Judy. Nico got an offer for Debo, David Montgomery. Should I accept? Okay, we're going to get David Montgomery for Debo Samuel. Full PPR format, I'd say no. Non-PPR format, yes. Big Dog says, PBR, should I trade Kirk for Addison or Madison? Hell yes. Give me Alexander Madison. And trade Christian Kirk for either of these guys in a heartbeat. Jared says, 12-team full BBR format. Mahomes, Mixon, Sanders, Higgins, Pittman, Kelsey. On the bench, we have Zeke, Penny, Michael Thomas, Hollywood, Jacoby Myers, Musgrave. Should we trade Pat and Kelsey? No. The only thing you focus in on this league, my man, is you go through and you roster as many running backs and wide receivers as possible. We turn the waiver wire, running back, wide receiver, running back, wide receiver, running back, wide receiver. When you have Mahomes and Kelsey, we have those positions locked up. You just need to focus on depth elsewhere. Owen says, 10-team, half PBR format. We have Burrow, Jacobs, Pierce, Chase, Olave, Ayuk, Pitts, White. And then on the bench, we have Lockett, Myers, Devon Achane, Gainwell, Collins, Dion. Okay. White and Myers for Najee. What other trades? I don't even know. Can everybody please spam the chat right now? What would you rather have? Would you rather have Rashad White, and Jacoby Myers, or Najee Harris? Aside of that, if we really wanted to make a trade, I mean, I like the idea of this trade. I just don't think Najee's the guy to go for. Go get Gibbs. Go get Etienne. Like, those are the guys we're going for. Now, Najee just split with Jalen Warren. I don't know if we, like, yeah. Everybody in the chat saying White as well. Yeah, not Najee, yeah. I like the idea of the deal for the team, but not Najee. Okay. Nico says, Mason, take care of that voice. I'm going to try, my man. We lost it last. It feels okay, to be honest with you. I've been trying to sleep in. So hopefully I can sleep in this morning because, I mean, last year we lost it, and this year it's trending like we may lose it again. Jaden says, start Herbert or Burrow, then Ayuk or Madison. PBR format, we're going to go Ayuk, and we are going to go Herbert over Burrow. Moody says, help me flock, 12-team league, double flex. Should I trade my Adams and Addison for... We already answered this, my friend. No, we do not. Ryan says, 12-team app PBR, 3 wide receivers, 1 flex. Fab, Mahomes, Etienne, Pierce, Judy, Williams, Gabe Davis, Kelsey, Brian Robinson. Bench is Pickens, Bigsby, Hodgins, Komet, Sky. I mean, drop Hodgins, drop Sky. I mean, go through and pick up some options off the waiver wire. I mean, if it's a fab league, if it's a 3 wide receiver, 1 flex, I think Puka is probably going to be at the very top. I think we go Tyler Algier, then Puka, then your choice between Gainwell and Joshua Kelly. But I'll be looking to go 10 to 15% on any of those players. I mean, essentially just put in the bids, try to get your top 2 guys, and Hodgins and Sky are going to be the drops. Ricardo says 12-team, pretty much full PBR. Really torn between who to play. 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, and a flex. Henry, Jacobs are locks. Connor, Amari, London, Lockett, MT, and Dion. A wide receiver, we're going to go Amari and Lockett. And flex, we probably go James Conner, even if I hate it. Leonox says, T for Gibbs. It's a league where we're getting points per rushing first down. Double flex. Any other trade? I actually think with this team, that's a good deal to make. I think Brees is going to be another player that's intriguing to sell high. I'll get you a video out probably in 2 days why I'm looking to sell Brees Hall. But Salvador says, 10-team full BBR format. We have Hurts, Jones, Javonte, Hill, Lamb, Hawkinson, Olave. And then on the bench, we have White, Addison, Kirk, Elijah Moore, Thielen, Jonathan Taylor, Khalil Herbert. We need a running back. No, you don't. You have Rashad White on the bench. You have Jonathan Taylor coming back long term. You have a great team. You're flexing on all of us, my man. Great team. You've dodged the injury bug, which has been brutal for the first few weeks. Now, XDS says 10-team standard tight end premium with a flex. We have Bijan, Allen, Lamb, Olave, Etienne, Debo, Godwin, JSN, Frymuth. Tight end Tennessee, Javonte, Richardson. 2 quarterback format. Oh, and actually, we have to roster 2 QBs, 2 tight ends, 3 running backs, 5 wide receiver. Kamara and waiver wire. Any trades? Also, JSN or Addison rest of season. Still going to go JSN over Addison. Addison this week. JSN rest of season. I mean, I would definitely love to make a trade so we could pick up Kamara. Essentially, we're going to have to trade away a running back in a 2-for-1 deal. I mean, if we can go through, if we can trade Javonte and say Pat Frymuth and go get an upgrade at tight end. That way we can just backfill with Alvin Kamara off the waiver wire. I think that's the move, my man. But super happy to see you out here with us. Thank you so much for being a long-time member of the flock, of course. Okay. You're a good girl. The dog saw a nasty bug. Sorry about that. But okay, so our next question coming out from J-Max says, "Thing I missed. Sorry, trade Bijan and Garrett for Hall and T." We're definitely going to keep Bijan and Garrett here, my man. Or Devontae. Yeah, please. It's Bijan and Garrett. It's not close. Full BBR format. We have Fields, Javonte, Ridley, Kittle, Godwin. We're going to OT. You're a machine. Thank you, my man. And sorry if you missed the first question. I definitely think we did answer this. And yeah, Bijan's just not close to those other players. I may have Bijan just straight up over those guys. Now, AGZ says, best pickup rest of season, Kelly, Kyron, Gus, Zay, or Hill. We're definitely going to go with Joshua Kelly. Tino the Great says, should I hit the waiver wire for a stream running back? Have BBR. We have Lawrence, Ridley, Wilson, Herbert, Bryan, Robinson, Kelsey, Higgins, Kamara, Pittman, Flowers, Laporta, and Warren. If you wanted to drop Laporta, since we have Kelsey, and go get Joshua Kelly, go get Higbee, sure. That's the only guy you can really drop there. Now, Brian coming out says, 12-team PBR 1 flex. Richardson, Walker, James Cook, Diggs, Wilson, Frymuth, Ridley. The bench is Montgomery, Scary, Terry, Gibson. Who should we target for Wilson? I mean, we would have to package someone with him. If we can go Wilson and Montgomery and stick in that same tier since it's a PPR format, I mean, go get like Amon-Ra St. Brown. I think that would make a lot of sense. But you are going to have to package someone with Garrett Wilson if you want to trade him. You're not going to be able to sell him straight up for anything. K-Fish says trade Garrett Wilson for Taylor and Zay Flowers. I probably would. Can everybody spam the chat? What are y'all doing with this? Super interesting call. Would you rather have Garrett Wilson or Jonathan Taylor and Zay Flowers? Please let me know in the live chat. And Alex says 14-team PBR format. We have Fields, Pierce, Brian Robinson, Olave, Tyreek, Schultz, Flowers. And then on the bench, we have Kirk, JT, Warren, Everett, Bigsby, Spears, Dobbs. Where are we going to upgrade? 14-team league. It's not going to be as easy to just make 2-for-1 deals. We're going to be waiting for JT to come back. I'm fine rostering 2 tight ends here in this kind of format, especially when we have Schultz as our first guy. But yeah, it looks like everybody's saying JT and Zay. Not going to fall. Yeah, I think we probably do. Now, I don't think we really upgrade anywhere. I mean, if you can get some value for Dobbs, then sure, let's send it. But, I mean, if we can sell Romeo Dobbs and Damian Pierce, get a running back that we like a little bit more, than sure. But this is a great team for a 14-team format. And he says, drop Pacheco for Kelly or Algier. I probably would rather have Algier than Pacheco. And he says, I just traded Miles Sanders for Hall. What do you think? I like it because I know we can flip Hall for more. And Mr. 305 says, start Gibbs or Montgomery, full PBR format. I actually will have David Montgomery over Jahmyr Gibbs, even in a full PPR league this week in particular, not rest of season. Kenny says, have BBR 10-team, 1 quarterback, 2 wide receivers. We have Bijan, French Fry. No idea who the hell that is. Who's French Fry, ladies and gentlemen? Devonta Smith. And then on the bench, we have White, Pickens, Addison, Johnson, Algier, Kincaid. Should we use the waiver wire? Honestly, no. Like, who the hell are we going to drop off this team? And if we're going to be looking for any trades, I think we're just going to kind of sit on our hands. I mean, we have to wait until Deontay Johnson comes back. Okay, Frymuth. Okay. I actually like Fry. I mean, you get Pickens and Frymuth here. With the Deontay Johnson injury, I mean, they should both see the expanded target share. Let me refresh this page. That way we can show y'all some more questions on the screen, ladies and gentlemen. How far are we back? Not far at all. We see the light at the end of the tunnel, ladies and gentlemen. Next question coming out from Will. 10-team app BBR. We have Lamar, Chubb, Pollard, Allen, DK, and Njoku. Watson on the bench. Might need to trade Lamar. No, you do not need to trade Lamar. You have a great running backs. Lamar is going to crush. If you wanted to do anything, you trade DK. Do not trade Lamar. Lucas says, London's my wide receiver 3. What do? You sit here and cry. You're not going to be able to sell London. If you want to go through and you want to make a play, drop a bench wide receiver and go get Puka, you do it. But in reality, I don't think you can. No Bids Golf says, what's a good price for Kelly and Gainwell Fab? $100. Like I said, I think you're going to go 10 to 15% of your Fab budget. So if it's a $100 Fab budget, you're going to go $10 to $15 there, my man. Now, we can actually pull up the rest of these questions in the live chat. Savannah says, what do you think of Roschon from the Bears? Hook 'em horns, my man. Love our guy, Roschon Johnson. I mean, he had the 3rd down role immediately, his first NFL game ever. I think he's going to continue to expand his role. He's a buy low running back for us today. Jay says, trade Garrett Wilson for Keenan Allen. Full BBR format, I may do it. I mean, they're right there. It is your personal preference. Nick says, 10 team, not PPR. Do you drop Brandon Cooks for Puka? I'm actually less excited about Puka in a non-PPR format. And also, do you drop Swift for Tyler Algier, Roschon, or Joshua Kelly? I'd say really the move I make is I drop Brandon Cooks for, oh, that's a different league. Okay, never mind. Different league. I'm actually going to keep DeAndre Swift just to see what happens on Thursday. I mean, you do have Kenneth Gainwell banged up. I was going to say if it was a non-PPR format, I'd actually probably drop Cooks for one of those RBs. But yeah, I think in a non-PPR format, I would rather have Brandon Cooks than Puka because you get cut back in the long term. Bad Abe says, I have 0 running backs. I have Cook, P. Ryan, Dillon. How much fab should I spend on Joshua Kelly? Really does depend on who we're going to go out there and drop. I mean, if it's going to be like a 14-team format, I think you can go as high as like 20, 25% on Kelly. It's going to be like a 10-team league where we don't really have, a player we're super excited to let go of, and we're more so going to be at like a 10 to 15% mark. Kareem says, 12-team PBR format. We have Watson, Cup, JT, Ayuk, Etienne, Hall, Kincaid, Flowers, Mingo, Deontay. Anyone that should be looking to sell high or suggestions for trades? My man, no, we can't. We have Cup, JT, Deontay Johnson. I think Breece Hall is an intriguing sell candidate. If you can sell Breece Hall, pivot down, get another running back in a very bad offense, get like, or maybe not even a running back in a bad offense. Go get Alexander Madison and a startable wide receiver. I'm actually not going to fault you for that at all. I mean, we've been decimated with injuries. Matthew says Montgomery or Ayuk in the flex this week. Full BBR format, we were going to go ahead and we're going to take Brandon Ayuk. Champagne Fantasy says 10-team BBR. We have Josh Allen, Alexander Madison, Bijan, Keenan, Deontay, Hawkinson, Pollard. And then on the bench, we have P. Ryan, Brian Robinson, Warren, Pickens, JSN, Watson. Should I make any waiver wire moves or trades? Waiver wire moves, our worst team on the worst player on this team is P. Ryan. You can drop P. Ryan for Algier if that's possible. Drop P. Ryan for Kelly. Drop P. Ryan for Kenneth Gainwell. This is a phenomenal team. We do need a little more wide receiver. I guess we have Pickens to slide in for Deontay Johnson through Deontay's injury. Great team. I think we're going to get better performances for Allen. We should be excited going forward. Johnny says we have Geno as our only quarterback. Got offered Lawrence for Michael Pittman. We have Ridley, Wilson. Yes. If we have Calvin Ridley for the Lawrence stack, let's go ahead and let's do that. And I'm sorry to see, my man, that we have no more Rodgers. Sorry to see it. Diego says 10-team PBR format. We have Anthony Richardson, Derrick Henry, Algier, JT, Amari, Jefferson, DK, Pitts, Judy. What should we do? Should we trade Derrick Henry and DK and Metcalf for Diggs and Amon-Ra St. Brown? Full PBR format, yes. Full PBR format, you can do this just because it's such damn good value. After that, then I'd immediately be looking to flip like Jerry Jeudy, Amari Cooper to go get some running backs. But I mean, this is phenomenal value in a full PPR league. True Players says 10-team double flag short bench. We have Jackson, Gibbs, Kamara, Kelsey, Wilson, Hopkins, Watson, Pittman, P. Ryan, Burke. Should I target Zay Jones, Gainwell, or Tyler Algier? I'm going to be ranking these in order. Algier, Gainwell, then Zay Jones. The guys that we'd be willing to drop, Samaje P. Ryan, and that's probably about it. The issue is like a 10-team league. I mean, you probably don't really want to go out there and drop any of those options. Like the options on your bench are really exciting still. Anthony says 10-team full PPR format. We have Lamar, Jacobs, Walker, Jamar, Waddle, Pitts, Sanders. And then on the bench, we have Mike Williams, Jacoby Myers, Anthony Richardson, Devon Achane, Antonio Gibson. We lost JK and added down week 1 and out of the priority. Are we to go Gainwell or Puka, and can I upgrade? Yeah, I think we can sell Richardson. We can still start Lamar every single week. Not worried about it. If you wanted to sell Anthony Richardson and Miles Sanders, go get an elite level player in that flex spot. Then backfill that team where we can pick up possibly, Gainwell or Puka, really just up to you. Since it's a full BBR format, I'd probably go Gainwell. I just generally like to try to target running backs off the waiver wire. So I don't see Puka being a thing if Kupp comes back, Logan says 10-team PBR format, trade Waddle and Kenneth Walker for Pollard and Allen. Hell yeah. Pollard, best player in the deal. Let's go get Pollard. George says 10-team PPR league. We have Lamar, Eckler, Ramondre, Wilson, Ridley, Pitts, and Pittman. Any trades we should make? I trade Pittman for Zay if we could pair up Zay and Lamar. I trade Pittman and Pitts for Andrews if you wanted to pair up Lamar and Andrews. If we get a depth wide receiver or a depth running back, we can pair with Wilson to stay in like the Olave or Waddle tier. I think that'd be interesting as well. Now, Storm's coming out, says 12-team PPR league where we have Burrow, CMC, Rashad White, Waddle, Flowers, Higbee, Michael Thomas. And then on the bench, we have Watson, Kupp, Dobbins on the IR. Mingo, do I trade Burrow, Brian Robinson for Lamar and James Cook? 4-point passing touchdown format? Hell yes. 4-point passing touchdown format, I'd rather have Lamar over Burrow. And I'd rather have James Cook over Brian Robinson. Nick says, drop Brandon Cooks for Jacoby Myers. Non-PPR format, I actually don't. Full PPR league, I would. The issue with Myers, he's dealing with a concussion now, too. Myers, historically speaking, if you look at his entire career, has never been a high-volume touchdown scorer. This is someone that can rack up receptions. Myers, like the perfect PPR guy, probably like one of the worst non-PPR guys that you can go after. So, I don't know, my friend. I probably don't do that. Rockout says, Dicker or Moody? I don't even... Digger the kicker, Hook 'em Lawrence. That's all I got to say. He was my kicker the entire time I was out of Texas. But I think that's all I have for y'all on this live stream. So no more questions. Please do not send any more in, ladies and gentlemen. But thank you again. Well, I'll answer Will's real quick. Drop Boyd for Puka, Gainwell, Kyron, or Kelly. I would probably drop Boyd. Not Kyron, but you can go after the other guys if you want. But thank you again for everything, ladies and gentlemen. I really, really do appreciate you. This was a 5.5-hour live stream, so please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this stream for us, subscribe to the channel. If you want to, check out any of these pick'ems. This is the #1 way you can support the channel is by signing up to Underdog Fantasy using promo code FLOCK. They'll match your first deposit dollar for dollar up to $100. You'll get our 2023 fantasy football rankings. You'll get a free trial to flockfantasy.com. They're also hooking you up with a special pick'em. Jalen Hurts more than less than half a total yard for the Minnesota Vikings game on Thursday night. And if you are on Underdog, make sure you take advantage. They're giving away $100,000 every Sunday going forward. They're giving away $10,000 to 10 different people this Sunday that use Tua in one of their pick'em slips for more than less than his total yardage mark. But thank you again, ladies and gentlemen. I really, really do appreciate y'all. I really hope that you have a great night and really hope that I get to see you in the live stream later tomorrow.